Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Had 2 Sacred Gear Welsh Dragon Boosted Gear and Black Dragon Dark Blade Part 1. Before we start, please go support Noah Liber 12 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Hyoudou Issei is a 17-year-old teenager who one day is killed by his girlfriend, who reveals herself to be a fallen angel. After being revived, his life will have drastic changes. In this story, Issei will change his attitude and appearance. Issei will have 2 sacred gear. Issei will know about the sacred gear before dying. Welcome to the world of demons. POV Issei. Hello, my name is Hyoudou Issei, but my parents and friends usually call me Issei. Before it sounded a little childish to me and it could bother me, but now I ended up accepting it. I am 16 years old and I am currently in the 2nd year of the Kuoh Academy, previously exclusive for women that had now become mixed. By the way, if you think I am a perverted brown-haired lover of breasts who is always trying to spy on girls, you are wrong. That is another Hyoudou Issei. Now we are talking about me. Place where I am quite popular, and it is not because I want to be arrogant, but they always tell me that my black hair is cute along with my dark brown eyes. I like to admire the girls of the academy. But I know how to behave like a gentleman, because I know that I would not have a chance of having a girlfriend with a lascivious attitude. According to many girls, I am one of the most handsome boys in the academy, only being overshadowed by Hyoudou Issei. Seriously, that boy is a prince for girls. Blonde with blue eyes and with good manners. They even tell me that many girls confess their love to him. That never happens to me. In fact, I'm a complete idiot in love. And it's usually very annoying for me because I never realize what people feel and I can end up hurting them. At Kuoh Academy, maybe that's why no girl ever asks me out. I was telling my friends Renji Hagane and Kuro Iota. They've been my friends since middle school and we're always together. And the best thing we do during breaks is lie on the grass and look at the sky. They also have the same problems as me, so between the 3 of us we understand each other. Don't you think you're overthinking it, Issei? Renji told me. Yes, it's true. We may have the same problems with women, but he's surprised that you care more about that than what happened 3 years ago. Kuro told me. You know, I don't like to remember that, Kuro, but I keep getting stronger to try to give a positive use to this ability. I said something annoyed to them. That's when Renji sat down and said to me, you know, it's been 3 years and I still don't understand what the hell happened that day. Flashback begins. You can see a 13-year-old Issei walking home after having been with his friends. It was when a very strange person approached him and said, join us, Issei. Issei, scared, just said, who are you? And why do you call me that? Issei in terror only saw how at that moment that person smiled and said, it is not time to give you explanations. If you do not join us, the best thing would be to kill you, because you represent a lot of danger for us. What? Issei said, very scared. When the man tried to approach him with a knife, Issei only felt a lot of fear and hatred. What the hell did the word Issei mean, and why would they kill him for that? Issei retreated with very slow steps. When the man approached ready to kill him, 2 lights shone from his hands, one green and one purple. Issei screamed because he did not understand what was happening. It was when from his left hand a deep voice exclaimed, Welsh Dragon Boosted Gear. Immediately afterward a very small red gauntlet appeared on his hand. Then his right arm exclaimed, Black Dragon Dark Blade. It was then a small sword with a black hilt appeared in his hand. Without thinking twice he attacked the strange man, while the gauntlet exclaimed, Boost, 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 and the sword emanated a dark aura. When it hit the man, he simply disappeared like a bunch of black birds and his clothes were left lying on the floor. While he watched the birds move away, he heard the man's voice saying, I fulfilled my mission, Hyoudou. Use this power for good, to then disappear. Flashback ends. From that moment on I didn't stop training my power. Plus I made friends with the dragons that inhabit my arms. I told my friends while we were on our way to the cafeteria. It's true that you learned that they were dragons after you started to become more applied. Renji said to me. By the way, how is your training going? Kuro asked me. The truth is that it's very good. In 3 years I learned to make them appear and disappear at my will. Plus lately I have been able to use a red armor. I answered happily. Remember that until now your body can only last 30 seconds. A voice said from my left arm. You also have to improve your sword technique. A voice said from my right hand. Drake Bahamut, are you awake? I told my dragon companions. How are you? Renji and Kuro said in chorus. Quite well, my dragon said, and then went back to sleep. I told my friends. That pair of lizards live sleeping. The 3 of us laughed as we approached the occult club. It's not that we belong there. It's just that we like to have lunch in the tree that was in front of the old building. We were talking while we were having lunch when a window of the occult club opened and I saw her. a beautiful girl with red hair, blue eyes and big breasts. I stared at her for a while until she looked back at me. Because of my nerves, I put my gaze aside. That's when Renji told me, "Are you interested in that girl?" I just turned red and Kuoh said, "Rias Gremory, 3rd year, one of the most beautiful girls in school. I doubt you can get anything with her with luck." "What do you have?" They both started to laugh. It was when I lightly hit them on the back of the head and said, "It's not right for you to treat me like that." They both said, "Sorry." Inside the occult club. "Who is that boy Akeno?" Rias asked a girl with black hair and purple eyes. "The one with black hair. I think his name was Hyoudou Issei," Akeno said thoughtfully, then asked, "What's up with the president?" "I just thought I felt a bit of power emanating from him. But I think it's just my imagination." Rias said it would be, then take a shower in the club. Back with Issei. Classes had been somewhat heavy today, but being someone who studies regularly it wasn't difficult for me. So now I was returning home. I was about to cross the bridge that was near my home, when a black-haired girl approached me. She was wearing a different uniform from our school, so I assumed she was from another one. She approached me very nervous and asked me, "Are you Hyoudou Issei from Kuoh Academy?" Coming out of the shock I had because of how cute she was, I said, "Yes, that's me." She, even more nervous, said to me, "My name is Yuma Amano, and what happens is that I always see you pass by this bridge, and I just wanted to tell you that I like you and I would like you to go out with me." I was stunned. I didn't expect a girl to tell me that. But at the same time I was so happy. A girl told me that she liked you and she was also very pretty. I can say it was love at first sight, so I said, "Yes, I would like to go out with you." She smiled and said, "Well, I thought you were already dating someone, but I decided to take a risk." I just smiled. The next morning, I was going to the academy with Yuma. While we were walking together, I saw my friends in the distance. When they saw me with a girl, they were stunned. I quickly said, "Sorry I didn't introduce you, Yuma. These are my friends, Renji and Kuoh." "Nice to meet you," Yuma said with a smile. Renji asked him, "Exactly what is your relationship with him?" To which Yuma said quite happily, "I am Issei-san's girlfriend." Kuoh and Renji approached me very happy and said, "Friend, your curse is broken." I hit them and said, "Very funny, isn't it?" Yuma also started laughing. After classes, while I was returning home with Yuma, she told me, "Issei-san, would you like to have a date with me on Sunday?" To which I replied, "Of course she would." She smiling said, "I am very happy. I will be looking forward to our date." And she left. I also headed home quite happy. Without knowing it, a white-haired girl was watching me from the shadows. Occult club. "Are you saying that I was not wrong, Kaneko?" Rias was saying to the white-haired girl. "That's right, President," Kaneko told her. "Then I did well to ask you to watch him," Rias told her. Then Akeno asked President, "What do we do now?" Rias, with a serious look while looking at a chess board, said, "It all depends on what he does." Sunday with Issei. I was standing waiting for Yuma, but she didn't arrive. That's when a girl who seemed to be cosplaying handed me a flyer with a symbol on it, and said, "We will do whatever you wish." I felt a little skeptical about that, but I remembered that she had 2 legendary dragons locked in both arms, so I just put the flyer away. Then Yuma came and said, "You waited too long." To which I replied, "Not that much actually." After this we started our date. We went to many places. I took her to buy clothes, she also helped me choose, and we were like that for a long time until I took her to a restaurant where they served ice cream. On impulse I almost looked away at her breasts, but I remembered that she was a gentleman, and that gentleman didn't do that. After that we ended up at Kuoh Park, where Yuma told me, "I had a lot of fun today." I smiling said, "So did I." She hugged me and came close to my ear and said, "Could you do me one last favor?" I told her, "Of course." She came closer and the tender voice she had changed to a darker one, and she said to me, "Can you die for me?" I couldn't answer because the next thing I felt were wings sprouting from Yuma's back, and I felt a very strong pain in my abdomen, so much so that it made me spit blood. When I reacted, I had a spear made of pure light stuck in my abdomen. Yuma no longer looked like before. Now she had wings similar to those of a crow, and her clothes turned completely black and only covered her breasts and her lower part, along with some spiked shoulder pads. With an evil voice she told me, "I'm sorry this ended like this, but you are a threat to all of us. All the memories we spent together I will treasure, thank you." And she flew away. Then I began to feel terrible, because the pain increased and I began to bleed. I tried to cover it with my hands, but they only filled with blood. At that moment I saw my hands covered in blood, while I heard the voices of my dragon companions saying, "Partner, resist, you can't end up like this." Only something came to my mind. Red like his hair. Red like the blood that now stains my hands. I don't want to die like this. If I could have another chance, but what am I saying? It's impossible. Now I only think about her. And with my last breath of life I said, "Rias Gremory." About to die, I couldn't see that the flyer began to shine and came out of my pocket, transforming into a bigger circle next to me. From there she came out, looked at me with a smile, and said, "So you summoned me? You're going to die anyway, so I guess I'll accept you." Feeling like my life was slowly slipping away, I saw her. I also saw that she had some wings that looked like a bat's, and I was just confused. She just said, "Well, now your life belongs to me. Live for me, Issei Hyoudou." After hearing this, I just closed my eyes to wait for my death. The next day, I feel terrible. Besides that strange dream I had, I got up very reluctantly the next day. But remembering what happened, I asked myself, was it really just a dream? Because if it wasn't, I shouldn't be here. I know he will be able to answer me. Concentrated and with my eyes closed, I said, "Drake, Bahamut, are there?" I didn't receive any response, which scared me, until I heard the dragons snoring. After doing this, I went to school. Kuoh Academy. "How come you don't remember her?" I asked my friends excitedly. "I already told you, Issei. We don't remember any Yuma that you have introduced to us," Renji said. "Besides, it's very difficult that you have a girlfriend," Kuro said. I decided not to continue with the subject, but to make sure I looked at my phone, and indeed her number was not there, so I decided not to continue and I would look for an answer later. That was when Rias senpai came down the stairs while looking at me. "Well, do you want to go to my house to play video games?" I asked Kuro. Renji and I nodded, and after school we went. "It's a horror game, so the aesthetics look better with the light off," Renji said to go turn off the light. Strangely, after he turned it off, I was still seeing clearly. It took me little time to realize that I was the one who didn't feel the light. I excused myself and left. It was getting dark, when suddenly I heard a conversation between a girl and her mother. What surprised me the most was that they were very far away. Surprised, I asked myself, "What's wrong with me?" To get answers, I decided to go to Kuoh Park. I thought things would get clearer to me. When I got to the fountain, I sat on a bench to reflect. Everything that had happened was real, because if I remembered correctly, that was where I had had my date with Yuma. I couldn't stay in my thoughts for long because a man appeared in front of me. He only said, "These are supposed to be the coordinates that Rainer sent me." The man turned to look at me and said, "It seems he failed in his mission." My body was shaking with fear, and in my attempt to back away, I jumped big. This kept getting weird, but I realized that the man's intentions were not good, so I decided to run. But it didn't last long because he took out some black wings and followed me. When I saw it, I thought, "They are like Yuma's." A voice echoed in my head. It was the voice of the stranger who attacked me 3 years ago. He told me, "Are you going to keep running away, or are you going to use the gift you have to protect your life?" The roars of my dragons also sounded, and I realized that I was being a coward. I stopped running and looked at him. He said, "It seems you got tired of running away." I replied angrily, "You're right. I'm not going to run away again." Having said that, I began to recite, "Dragon of the night that hides among the shadows of darkness, and that lurks from the depths of the dark sky, give me your power, Bahamut." My right arm gave off a purple light as I said, "Black dragon, dark blade." Having said that, a sword with a black hilt and a silver blade appeared in my hand. The man was quite surprised and said to me, "It seems that the threat has already begun." I went to attack him, but I couldn't reach him. Then in my mind I spoke to Drake and told him, "The boosted gear can increase my speed." The dragon nodded, then the red gauntlet appeared in my hand and said, "Boost." I felt the new momentum I gained and pierced him with my sword. The man just screamed in pain as he spit out blood. When I was ready to finish him off, out of nowhere my sword and gauntlet disappeared, and my body felt very weak. The man took advantage of this and created a spear like Yuma's and said to me, "It seems like your life ends here." He pierced my stomach with his spear and I fell to the ground in pain, but still alive. He told me, "You are more resistant than I thought," and prepared another spear of light. Scared, I no longer knew what to do. That was when a kind of red ray destroyed his spear. When I turned to see, there she was coming out of a circle. She said to the man, "I would appreciate it if you leave this boy." Seeing her, I could no longer resist and fell exhausted. Rias saw the wound that Issei caused to the man and also saw that he was very badly injured. From the magic circle also came out 2 more girls, Akeno and Kaneko. The man, seeing himself cornered, just said, "I didn't know he was your dear." Rias just smiled. The man said while spreading his wings, "You have no idea how dangerous he is." Rias said, "It seems to me that you are weaker because he is a simple pawn, without any experience." The surprised man said, "You have no idea what you have done," and flew away. The girls approached Issei's body and Rias said, "I have been very careless. I had no idea that a fallen angel was around here. If we leave him like that, he can die." Kaneko said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it. After all, he is my dear," Rias said with a smile. I woke up the next day feeling terrible. I turned off the alarm clock and got up. I realized at the moment that I was naked. Startled, I said, "Because I'm naked." Looking for my clothes, I saw a lump, covered by the sheets. When I picked it up, I saw Rias senpai naked sleeping in my bed. From fear I fell out of bed. She woke up because of the rays of the sun. I yawned and said, "Good morning." I was in shock, because waking up with a beautiful girl by my side was not something I expected so soon. But I recovered and turned around blushing and said, "Rias senpai is naked. Besides, what is she doing in my house? Am I dreaming again?" She just laughed and said, "Nothing that has happened to you has been a dream." I turned around, in disbelief, and she said, "I am Rias Gremory and I am a demon." I looked at her even more incredulously and said to myself, "Did she say demon?" She smilingly said to me, "And I am your mistress." The complicated life of a pawn, Issei's POV. There I was in shock seeing one of the most beautiful girls in my school after she told me she was a demon and also my master. I didn't understand the last part, but what came back to me was hearing my mother coming up the stairs while saying, "Issei, it's getting late for school." I had to think fast. I couldn't let her see this situation. I took a shirt and opened the door a little and said, "Yes, Mom, I'm coming." She stopped going up and said, "Well, come down, breakfast is ready." "Yes, Mom," I answered. She went down again. When I turned around, I saw Rias senpai getting dressed. That's when she put on her bra and said, "Could you fasten it for me?" I approached and fastened it. I was very nervous. Rias senpai just laughed. 7. Kuoh Academy. People were looking at me a lot, the boys with hate, and the girls with pity. I heard several boys saying things like, "Why is she with him? It can't be possible." "Damn well-behaved boys." And the girls said, "Too bad. No one has a chance anymore." This happened because no one approached him. He's very lucky. I imagined it because he came from home with the school idol. Also, after what happened in the morning, I am very nervous. When we entered the academy, Rias senpai told me, "I'll send a messenger for you later." And she left. I couldn't say anything because she was no longer there. And then I heard two familiar voices behind me. Apparently miracles do exist. I think someone broke her bad streak. It was Reiji and Kuro. "Wait, isn't that?" I told him nervously. "Yes, of course, that's why you're so red," they both said. Seriously, I told them. "I think this has to do with Drake," but he didn't explain anything. They both stopped laughing and became serious. "Did something else happen?" Reiji asked. "If he told me he would send a messenger for me," I told him. "What do you mean by messenger?" Kuro told me. "I still don't know," I answered him. From the second floor, a girl with short black hair watched the three friends talking when a redhead joined her. "Good morning, Rias," the black-haired girl said. "Good morning, Sona," Rias said. "Taking it on a whim is not very common in you. What's different this time?" Sona asked her. "Oh no, well, I think I got myself a little brother who will require my protection." In class, I was waiting but nothing was happening. Then Reiji asked me, "Are you sure he said he would send you a messenger?" I nodded. That's when I heard the screams of the girls in class. All the screams said the same. "Kiba-kun!" I turned to look and indeed there was Hyoudou Kiba, which drove the girls in my class crazy. He said, "Excuse me, could you let me in?" The girls accepted and I saw him approaching me. My friends were surprised and so was I. He said, "Hello?" I responded to his greeting. "Hello, what's up?" He told me, "I have a message from Rias Gremory senpai." I put the pieces together and said, "Then the messenger is you." Kiba nodded and said, "You can come with me." I said, "Okay, I'll follow you." That's when the girls started to scream more, saying, "Two of the princes of the school." Kiba took me to the old building where the occult club was and made me enter a dark room lit by candles where there were armchairs and a large desk in the back. In one of the two armchairs there was a white-haired girl eating a sweet. Kiba told me, "This is Kaneko to you." He told me because he saw my doubtful face. I introduced myself. "I'm Hyoudou Issei, nice to meet you." She didn't answer anything, she just looked at me and went back to her thing. She was analyzing the environment and I heard, "A shower." That was possible. I didn't want to turn around to see because it wasn't the right thing to do. Then I heard a voice I didn't know saying, "President Rias has visitors." And I heard Rias senpai's voice behind the curtain saying, "Thanks, Akeno." And my suspicions were confirmed. It was Rias senpai who was showering. Lost in my thoughts, I heard the same voice that told Rias senpai of my arrival. It was a thin black-haired girl with a good figure. If I remember correctly, her name was Akeno. She said to me, Era, are you the new member of the club?" "I am the Vice President Akeno Himejima," I answered. "I am Hyoudou Issei, nice to meet you." Akeno's senpai just smiled and Rias senpai got out of the shower and said, "Sorry for taking so long, but I couldn't shower at your house." I answered, "Don't worry, I don't see the problem." It was when Kaneko surprisingly said, "Pervert." I looked at her and said, "And that's because," Rias senpai said. "Well, I think we can start. Here in the occult club we are honored by your presence." I was somewhat confused with what she said, but she continued, "You see, the occult club is just a facade. The truth is that all the members are demons, and the man who attacked you yesterday was a fallen angel." I was stunned, but I knew what she meant. as I hadn't realized before. Angels who were in service to God but for thoughts or acts impure to the nature of this same fell from heaven. Everyone in the club was astonished, even Rias senpai herself. In astonishment she told me, "That's correct, I'm surprised you know so much. But well, going back to what I was saying, they attack us demons, in addition to the angels that God sends to kill us," I answered. "So simplifying, they are attacked from all sides." She smiled and said, "Yuma Amano, do you still remember her, right?" I was frozen. My friends had completely forgotten about her, but the people I had just met remembered her. I was in that when Rias senpai threw a photo of me with Yuma. I was frozen because everything I had of her disappeared. "How is it possible?" I asked. Rias senpai did not take long to answer and told me, "Well, that's because she used her fallen angel powers to erase the records of her existence, like I did today with your parents. So that explained what happened in the morning." Flashback begins. This morning when Issei went down to breakfast, he was trying to find an excuse to explain to his parents why there was a girl in his house, and why she was in his room. When they sat down, his parents asked him, "Issei, why were you with a girl in your room?" He didn't know what to say, but then Rias said, "I'm just his senpai, and I came to see him yesterday." Issei's parents reacted in a natural way as if it was the most normal thing in the world, while Issei didn't believe it. End of flashback. "But why did you erase his record of existence?" I asked. "Because he had finished his mission," Rias senpai answered me. "Mission?" I asked again. "If that's right, his mission was to see if you had something dangerous inside you, and when he confirmed it, they sent him to kill you." I started to think and I realized something. Inside Issei, Bahamut I think is talking about you, I told them. Both dragons nodded. "Remember that we already told you about the sacred gear, which is what we are," Drake said. "If that's what you mean, it's best that you only show them Drake and keep me hidden. Remember that the power of darkness is not always well received." Bahamut told me. "Well, I won't show you Bahamut," I answered, returning to the club. Rias senpai with a smile asked me, "Any idea what caused him to kill you?" I answered her. "Well, the only reason that comes to mind is that she killed me for my sacred gear." Everyone was surprised again, and Rias senpai told me, "So you know about sacred gear?" "The truth is not that much. I only know that they are a kind of powers with which a certain amount of individuals are born," I answered. "Correct," she told me. "Then I suppose that my sacred gear generated fear in them so that they sent her to kill me." Rias, very surprised, told me, "Yes, I also felt a lot of power coming from you." "Since when do you know about your sacred gear?" I didn't want to answer, but I had no choice. "For 3 years," Rias senpai said somewhat incredulously. "Well, then you have known how to hide it very well. How did you discover it?" I said something serious. "I wouldn't like to remember it for now." "Well then, can you show it to me?" Bucho asked me, changed because I am practically already in the club. "Well," with that said, I raised my left arm and a green light was seen and said, "Welsh Dragon Boosted Gear." At the moment a red gauntlet appeared in my hand. Everyone in the club was surprised. Akeno said, Era, it seems that you have already mastered it." "If since it appeared for the first time I have been entering to become stronger, until Yuma killed me," I said. "Then you are not a novice in this," Kiba said. "The truth is that I still have many things to learn. Isn't that right, Drake?" I said to the gauntlet. "It is true, you have to train more. This last year you have been neglected," said my dragon partner. Everyone was surprised to see that my sacred gear could speak, and Bucho said, "He is one of the 2 celestial dragons. I see that with his power you managed to harm the fallen angel." I nodded quickly so as not to raise any suspicion because I did not want them to find out about Bahamut. After that small demonstration of my powers, Bucho told me, "Well, I guess it shouldn't be difficult for you to know that I revived you after that fallen angel killed you and that now you are a demon." That took me by surprise, and Bucho told me, "Now you are my slave, part of the Gremory clan of demons." I took it well, because it was useless to look for a way to avoid being a demon. Bucho continued, "You will have to complete missions and tasks that I assign you." "Determined," I said. "Well, how do I start?" Bucho was happy and told me, "Start by handing out flyers. It is something that we normally ask our relatives to do, but since you are new you have to learn." When I turned around I saw many papers the same as the ones they gave me that time and decided I went out to the city to hand them out. After almost 3 hours I returned to the club. When I arrived I said, "Bucho, I already handed everything in." She told me, "Congratulations, Issei. Now I have another mission for you." "What is it?" I asked her. "Kaneko was summoned twice, so I would like you to help her," Bucho told me. "Okay," I answered. Kaneko said to me, "Thanks for the help." I replied, "No problem, if it's to take a weight off your shoulders I will do it with pleasure." She blushed a little and then looked away. Bucho approached me and touched my hand. I saw how a symbol equal to the circles appeared in my palm. "It's my family's mark. With this you can travel through magic circles," she told me, That was when I saw that below where Akeno-senpai was standing a red circle appeared with the Gremory mark, she told me. Go ahead, enter, and we'll see if you can use it. Okay, Akeno-senpai, I answered. Bucho approached me and said, you have to get her to sign the contract. The demons become more powerful with that. I entered the magic circle and felt how the energy of it rose. Moments later I felt as if I was floating, and then I appeared in a house. A small circle appeared near my ear, and from there came Bucho's voice, who told me, very well, Issei, you were able to travel through the magic circle. I felt happy. And then I saw a long-haired man who said to me, who are you? I answered, I request a demon from the Gremory family. He nodded and said, but I asked for Kaneko-chan. I answered him, there was a problem and they sent me. So tell me what I can do for you. He asked me, what is your special ability? I kept thinking because he would like to know that. He noticed how thoughtful I was and said, Kaneko-chan does cosplay and carries me like a baby because she is very strong. Or have you seen a lowly able to carry an adult? What do you know how to do? At that moment the only thing that came to my mind was to summon my gauntlet. He was amazed and said, could you do cosplay and carry me? It was something embarrassing, but I did it because I wanted her to sign the contract, so that Bucho would feel proud of me. Some heat began to reach my chest, but I simply ignored it. Inside Issei, Drag, the increases will make my strength greater. I asked my dragon partner. He answered, of course, partner. I told him, give me 5 increases. In the man's house, the gem on my gauntlet began to shine and say, boost, 5 times, and then a red aura surrounded me. I changed as he asked, and charged it. After the 5 increases it was like carrying a pen. After 1 hour in which I also talked to the anime guy, I got him to sign the contract, and he said, by the way, I liked you, so could you tell me your name? I answered, my name is Issei. The man said to me, well, Issei couldn't see you. I left his house and realized something. I didn't know how to do magic circles, so I had to walk back. I was going back to the academy when I felt an aura. I turned around and it was a woman who said to me, the vessel that is supposed to be dead is still alive. This shouldn't stay like that. Saying this, she took out some wings and rose a fallen angel. I said I realized that she made a spear of light and threw it at me. I quickly dodged that, and the mark of the Gremory clan shone in my hand. The fallen angel, surprised, said, the mark of the Gremory, I see. And I prepared another spear of light. Without waiting for it to attack again, I summoned my gauntlet and released power from it. When the spear wanted to hit me, it broke, and one of the pieces of light along with my power hit her. In pain, she said, I can't kill you. Now I must report the situation. And she flew away. When I arrived at the club, Bucho claimed me and asked me, did you face her alone? I nodded, somewhat embarrassed because I realized that she was upset. She told me, you put us in a complicated situation. Now a fallen angel knows that you are alive and that you belong to my family. I'm sorry, I said. She saw my expression and said to me, at least you managed to sign the contract. But don't use your power carelessly again. Go home. Hi, Bucho, I answered and left. After Issei left, Akeno asked Rias, don't you think you were too harsh on him? Rias replied, I have to be harsh, otherwise he won't learn to take things easy. Also, I won't let those fallen angels take my precious dear. The next day, I woke up and said to myself, I ruined yesterday. I was heading to the academy when I heard a small scream. When I turned around, I only saw white pantyhose and someone's legs. I instantly looked away, but I heard the voice say, why did I fall? I put aside the pantyhose and went to help. I gave her my hand and said, are you okay? A blonde girl took it and stood up and said, yes, thank you very much. She was wearing a green tunic and something similar to a white veil with a cross. Next to her there was an open suitcase, and I asked myself, who is she? A dangerous friend. I was still looking at the girl when a gust of wind blew her veil away and I saw her face. She was beautiful, blonde and green eyes. They were rambling so much that I hadn't realized I was still holding her hand. She blushed, and I said, sorry, I didn't notice. It was when her veil that was on the floor flew off, so I decided to go get it. When I gave it to her, she said, thank you very much. I smiled at her, and she said, sorry, but could you help me? I'm lost. I replied, of course, don't worry. How can I help you? She said to me, the truth is that they assigned me to the church in this town, but it's the first time I've come and I don't know where it is. That clarified her outfit for me, and he asked just to make sure, are you a nun? She nodded and said, I'm glad I met someone as good and kind as you. It must be the Lord's work. After she said this, I noticed a necklace with a cross hanging on her chest. A strange feeling came to me, but I ignored it. We continued walking while I showed her the way to the church. When we heard the cry of a child, he had scraped his leg. She ran and said, calm down, don't cry anymore, everything will be okay. She put her hands near her wound and they began to emit a green light. Then the child's wound healed. Both of my arms began to hurt. She turned around and said, sorry about that. Inside Issei, Drag, Bahamut, Is it what I think it is? I asked my companions, both answered. Yes, it's a sacred gear. I see, I told them. The real world. The pain and the sensation. Will it be because I am a demon? I was wondering. I also told the girl. It is a wonderful power you have. She smiled and said to me, if it allows me to help people it is. She remained silent for a while and I saw how her face changed expression, and continued, a great power. I was going to say something but at that moment we saw the church in the distance. And she was happy and said to me, thank you very much for helping me. By the way, my name is Asia Argento. I answered, I am Hyoudou Issei. She smiling said to me, Issei-san, I am glad to have found someone as good as you. Very soon after I arrive in Japan. Will you come visit me at the church? I was about to answer when I saw the church and a shiver ran through my body. I told him somewhat nervously, I'll see what I can do, see you. And without letting him answer I left. In the Kuoh Academy, don't ever come near the church again. Bucho told me angrily. It is a dangerous territory for demons. Entering there will only cause angels and demons to fight. Or also that you will be pierced by a spear of light. I heard Bucho reproach me. I'm sorry, Bucho. But the girl seemed lost, although she was a nun. I told her regretfully. Walking with someone from the church is like calling death, since some of the exorcists have sacred gears. With this they eliminate us. When a demon is exorcised it is left in nothing, its existence is totally erased. I understand, Bucho. I'm sorry for having made that mistake. I told her, she answered. Don't think that I'm mad at you, I just worry. A cult club. I feel that every decision I make makes Bucho angry with me. Forgive me, Asia. I don't think I can go visit you, I said in thought while I was sitting on an armchair in the club room. Akeno came out from behind it and said to me, the president only cares about you, Issei-kun, because of the scare I just said. Akeno-san. She was smiling and Bucho entered the club room. Akeno, I thought you had already left, she said very seriously. The Archduke sent us a message that says that there is a rogue demon in this town. Immediately afterward all the club members teleported to an abandoned house. When I asked, what is a rogue demon? Kiba answered me, demons that betray or kill their masters. I understood instantly. Then Bucho said, he is hiding in this abandoned house. They say he attracts people and eats them. I was not surprised. I suspected something like that, although I was still curious. Kiba told me, you will see the monstrosities that occur with an excessive demonic power in addition to not having a master. We entered the house and Bucho said to him, have you ever played chess? I answered, yes, as a child. She told me, in the clans the demons represent a piece each one. These are given to them by their masters. We call them evil pieces. I can ask you to observe the club members fight. Okay, I answered. It was when Kaneko said, a monstrous voice appeared and said, I smell something delicious, as well as something unpleasant. What could it be? A naked woman came out from behind a column. I blushed a little, but then I reacted. If she was as dangerous as Kiba said, I couldn't distract myself because of her body, Bucho said. Renegade demon, Visser, you are a nefarious being. You ran away from your master to satisfy your own desires. The only thing you deserve is death. In the name of the Gremory family I will destroy you. I noticed some anger in Bucho's voice. The renegade demon said while rubbing her breasts. Insolent brat, I'm going to kill you. And cover everything with your blood, Bucho said, as expected of an insignificant being. I stayed watching. When I saw that woman from the waist down had the body of a monster, it scared me a little and Kiba said, I warned you, they are so deranged that they become monsters. In body and heart. I looked at her with contempt as she continued rubbing her breasts. I realized that a magic circle was formed in them while she laughed. Yes, I know the strangest way to attack. A ray was shot from there. At the last second I dodged it. Bucho told me. Be more careful, it almost hit you. I said, okay, she ordered. Yuto. Kiba left at an impressive speed, and I asked Bucho, is he that fast? She answered, Yuto has the position of knight, so his most outstanding characteristics are his speed and his handling of the sword. Then I saw Kiba cutting off the monstrous arms of the renegade demon. While she was suffering, Kaneko began to approach her, and I saw how jaws formed in her abdomen. Careful! I screamed, but Kaneko-chan had already swallowed me. Bucho told me, don't worry. Then as Kaneko opened her jaws with just her hands, Bucho told me, seeing my surprised face. Kaneko is a tower. Her characteristics are strength and defense. That won't do anything to her. Expressionlessly, Kaneko-chan said, disappears, thus destroying the monstrous teeth, making the demon suffer more and sending him flying. Then Bucho ordered again. Akeno. Akeno-san approached with a smile while saying, Era, what should I do to you? That's when I realized that one of the arms that Kiba cut off was going to attack Bucho. I screamed, Bucho, and without thinking twice I released a lot of power and said, boosted gear. My gauntlet appeared and said the word, boost, 2 times, giving me more power. Bucho turned to see what was happening and I hit the arm with all my power. It was destroyed by all my energy discharge. At the same time I pushed Bucho aside to prevent her from hurting her. She saw everything. Somewhat nervous, she said to me. Thank you, I answered. My instinct made me do it, you're welcome. She stood up and ordered Akeno. Akeno, finish her, Akeno said with a smile. Era, a bad girl who wants to harm our president. You deserve a punishment. Akeno began to summon lightning. Bucho saw me and said to me, Akeno fulfills the position of queen, gathers all the powers of the other pieces and specializes in demonic magic. Akeno said, still smiling as she looked at the renegade demon. Era, it seems you still have some energy, then take this, he said while throwing a more powerful ray making the demon suffer. Then he said again, Era, you have enough energy. Besides that, she is a total sadist. Bucho told me, Akeno said to the demon while throwing her rays at him. She asked me how much longer you can hold out. This while she was laughing. Bucho stopped her and approached the demon. Akeno said, Are we done? How disappointed I am. The demon was dying and Bucho said to him, Some last words. The demon replied, Kill me, Bucho said. If that's all, then disappear, checkmate. I saw how Bucho created a magic circle from which a black lightning came out that destroyed the demon. When we were going to leave, I asked Bucho, what is my position as your servant? Bucho answered, that of a pawn. I didn't say anything else and we returned to the academy. The next night, I appeared in a house through a magic circle because Kaneko had 2 contracts again. When I arrived I said, I request a demon from the Gremory family. Nobody answered and I was at the entrance. I decided to move forward but I didn't see anyone. I kept walking until my feet touched something wet. I took a little with my hand and when I realized what it was I got scared. It was blood. A voice told me, it is the punishment of the damned. I looked at him, and he said again, I am quoting the sacred scripture. When he said this he turned to look at me with an unpleasant face. He got up and said, seeing that I was in shock, Well, but if it is a demon, my name is Fried Surson. I am a young priest who belongs to an organization of exorcists. He said the last thing dancing in a very strange way. In my mind I said to myself, a priest. Very angry I asked him, did you do that? He told me with a psychopathic smile on his face. When you start to depend on demons you stop being a human. Exterminating all those garbage demons and those who depend on them is my job, that's why I killed him. After saying this he took a pistol and a lightsaber out of his trench coat. Sensing the danger I did the most logical thing, I said. Boosted gear, he said. Wow, but how demonic. I'm more excited about exorcising. He came to attack me but I stepped aside. I asked Drake for 2 boosts. Because I thought it would be enough to defeat him. He proposed a blow to the pit of the stomach and one to the chest which sent him flying. But in that instant he shot me in the leg which left me on the ground. I saw him approaching with his sword. Bucho had told me that the light was poisoned for us so I got into my mind. Inside Issei. Bahamut, I want to ask you something, I said to my dragon. What thing? I wonder this. Can you give me a tiny fraction of your power so his sword can collide with this one in sword form? Only if someone I know appears. Cancel it instantly. Remember that no one can know about you. I told him, okay, I accept Bahamut. In the battle, Fried was getting closer and closer but just my right hand began to shine and a dark flame that looked like a spear appeared in my hand. It was at the right moment because Fried had already attacked and I stopped him. We stared at each other with our weapons in hand when we heard a scream. After that scream the spear disappeared. I wondered why, until the name that Fried said clarified my doubts. Asia-chan, my assistant. Did you finish putting up the magic barrier? I didn't believe it but I saw Asia scared. While she looked at the corpse, the dragons feel the aura of those who were close to me, that's why Bahamut's power disappeared. Asia said to him, what is this? Fried without remorse told her, it's true that you are a rookie. This is our job. We kill those who have been corrupted by demons. Asia, still scared, said, I am possible. Then he turned around and saw me and asked, are you Issei-san? I answered, yes, it's me, Asia. Fried, surprised, said, how do you know each other? Asia said, astonished. Why? I told him sadly. I'm sorry, Asia, I'm a demon. Asia sad said. What? I told him. It was not my intention to deceive you. That's why I thought it would be better if we did not see each other anymore. Asia, crying, said. Impossible. Fried with a deranged face said. Pity for you, Asia-chan. Also remember that humans and demons are incompatible. Also remember that we cannot live without the protection of the fallen angels. Fallen angels? I asked, but I got no answer. Fried approached me with his sword and said, well, it's time to finish this. Before he gave me the final cut, Asia stood in front of me. So Fried said, Asia-chan is serious. Asia, crying, said, Father Fried, please don't kill him. He may be a demon but Issei-san is a good person. Fried, laughing, said, are you sure about that? Asia said too. Besides, God would not forgive something like that. Fried got angry and said, fool. With that said, he cut her clothes, leaving her chest exposed. She quickly covered herself, and I said, Asia. But when I tried to go, my leg hurt. Fried approached her and said, Damn stupid, you've gone crazy. I tried to go again, but my leg kept hurting, Fried said. The fallen angel told me not to hurt you, but I can punish you. Fried pressed Asia against the wall and stuck his sword, trapping her hands. Then he started to touch her breast and squeeze it. While he did this, I was getting angry, but what Fried said made it rise higher. A chaste nun raped by a priest, isn't it funny? Asia screamed in fear. No, I talked to Drake, inside Issei. Drake, can you give me 2 boosts? One to heal me and one to attack. I told him. Of course, partner, the dragon told me. In the battle, my gauntlet gave me a boost that healed my leg, and then it gave me another one that increased my strength. I ran to hit him while shouting, Let her go, you bastard. My increased strength made Fried fly along with his sword, which freed Asia. His gun was lying on the ground. I took advantage and destroyed it. I went to help Asia, but then Fried said, That hurt me, brat. Now I'll make mincemeat with more desire. He came running and I could barely avoid his slash. It hit me in the leg, which left me on the ground again. I knew I had no more energy, so another increase was not possible. That was when the magic circle of my clan appeared. Just when Fried was going to attack me, Kiba came out of the circle first and stopped Fried's sword with his own. Kiba said, Hyoudou, I came to help you. Behind him came out Akeno-san and Kaneko-chan. Era, this looks bad. Akeno said, Exorcist. Kaneko said, Guys, I told them. Fried, smiling like crazy, said, Wow, it seems that all the demons have gathered here. Kiba said, Sorry, but he is with us. With his psychopathic expression, Fried said, How interesting, you put yourself on top and he on the bottom? Kiba calmly said, You are very vulgar to be a priest. Fried replied, Don't act so refined and let me kill you. Akeno said, Not even demons do that. Fried said, Oh, what this look, is it love or is it killer instinct? Another voice was heard from the circle. It was Bucho's voice, who said, You should disappear. After this she launched one of her black rays, which hurt Fried more than I had let him, that he couldn't defend himself. Bucho said, It seems that you have been bothering my adorable servant. Fried barely got up and like crazy he said, So you are the most powerful. Well, if I have been bothering him, is there a problem? From behind I said, Bucho. She turned around and said to me, Are you okay, Issei? I said, Sorry, you told me not to do it, but I attacked him. She approached me and said, He is hurt. Forgive me, it was my fault. I did not know there was an exorcist. Until recently there was a magic barrier. Fried with his little strength approached Asia and said, What did you do, damn? And he began to kick her, while he said, You had to take care of the barrier. I saw her and said, Asia, trying to reach her but I couldn't. Bucho stood up and said, My policy is not to show mercy to whoever harms my servant. I particularly can't stand people like you damaging my property. After saying this, my heart began to race. I ignored it, thinking it was the adrenaline of the moment. Bucho's aura began to grow stronger, and Fried, scared, said, You are too powerful. This is wrong. Fallen angels, Kaneko said. Fried, laughing, said, It's my return. All of you will disappear in the light. This while a portal with the aura of the fallen angels opened. Akeno asked Bucho, President? Bucho said, Our main mission is to take Issei. Akeno prepares the jump. Kaneko take care of Issei. Akeno prepared a magic circle and Kaneko carried me while she took me to the circle. I saw how Asia began to cry lying on the ground. I said to Bucho, Bucho, we have to take Asia. She answered me, Only my family then use the circle. Incredulous, I said, It can't be. Screaming and trying to get closer, I said, Asia, I have to save her. She stood up and said, Issei-san, see you. Then the magic circle began to teleport us while Asia disappeared from my sight. I will save you. I was naked, being hugged by Bucho, who was also naked. She was healing the damage I had from my battle with Fried. I felt very embarrassed, but I was accepting it since my wound hurt a lot. After she finished, I got dressed and the president began to shower. Following Akeno-san's instructions, I sat on the couch and she began to bandage my wound. When she finished, she said, It will take a little more time. That rogue exorcist used very strong attacks. Is that why he is in service to the fallen angels? Why was he expelled? Akeno-san nodded, and I said to the boys, So Asia is also a rogue exorcist? Kiba said, Possibly. At that moment, Bucho came out of the shower with only a towel and said to me, She is a slave of fallen angels and you are a demon. That does not change anything. At Issei's house, I trusted myself, damn it. I was saying while hitting the wall, I have become very weak. I could not protect her. I said sadly, then decided to go out to train in the park. I started doing planks, then other exercises, and finished with the bars. While I was doing, to my head the memories of Asia crying while saying goodbye to me. But that was when I heard Asia. Issei-san? I turned and saw her standing in front of me. Asia? I asked, thinking I was dreaming, As I made sure it was her, I took her to eat, and there I was Hyoudou Issei, giving Asia a class on how to eat hamburgers. I took mine and said, "That's how you eat it." I picked it up and took a bite, she surprised said. "I didn't know there was a way to eat like that." And she took her hamburger and took a small bite, she said. "Delicious." I asked her, "What were you doing in the park, Asia?" She looked away a little and then looked back at me and said, "I was on break, so I decided to take a walk around the city. And I saw you in the park, Issei-san." I said, "Asia, yes?" she asked worriedly. "Let's have fun today." She was happy. I took her to an arcade where we played for a while and took some pictures. While we walked downtown, she stared at a stuffed animal machine and I said, "Do you like them?" She nervously replied, "No, well, this yes." I told her, "The truth is I'm not very good at this, but I'll do it for you." I put the coin in and with all my concentration I was able to take out a stuffed animal. Asia was happy and said, "This stuffed animal will commemorate our friendship and this beautiful meeting." I took out a soda from the machine while Asia said, "It's the most fun thing I've ever done." I said, laughing, "Don't take things so seriously, Asia." When I bent down, my leg started to hurt again. Asia came up to me and said, "It's the wound from the other day." I nodded and took me to some park benches. She bent down and used her sacred gear to heal my leg. After a while it felt like new. Asia asked me, "How does it feel?" I replied, "It feels like new. You're amazing, Asia." She smiled and we sat down on the bench. And she began to tell me. "A little after I was born, my parents abandoned me in front of a small church in a village in Europe. They found me crying and that's where they raised me. Then when I turned 8, a little dog came into the church injured and I prayed for him with all my strength and a miracle happened. After that they took me to a huge church where the injured and sick came every day for me to heal them with my prayers. I was happy that my powers helped people. But one day I found a wounded man and unfortunately, he wasn't someone I was supposed to heal. They called me a witch who cures demons. This is considered heresy for the church." I told her, "And that's how you lost your home?" She replied, "Yes, but don't forget the joy of praying and how grateful I was to God. Also I accepted that there are bad people in the world, because that is also God's will. If I overcome that obstacle, God will make my dream come true, that of having many friends and planting flowers with them, buying books and talk all night. Because I don't have any friends." I got up and said, "Asia, you and I are already friends, right? Because we talked and played although the flowers and books were missing." Asia smiled and said, No. I don't want to be a bother to you, Issei-san." I told her, "I would never take you as a bother. What does it matter if I'm a demon and you're a nun? Friendship is friendship." She said, "I'm very happy." A voice that I recognized spoke from behind us. "Impossible." It was Yuma's voice. I said, still not believing it. "Yuma-chan?" Asia said. "Reiner-sama, I should have guessed that you were the fallen angel." I told her angrily. Reiner said, "Then it is true that you are associating with a demon. Asia, you know that you cannot escape from me." Asia said, "I refuse. I do not want to return to that place where there is no one to talk to. I'm sorry, Issei-san, if I am honest, I escaped from the church." I told her, "I guessed. I did not think that you would be with that scum of your own free will." I yelled at Reiner, "So your real name is Reiner? What do you want?" She answered, "Nothing about you, simple demon pet. So could you stop hurting my ears with your horrible voice and don't get in my way?" After saying this, he took out a spear of light and said to me, "I'll make sure to completely destroy you now." Ha ha ha, voice change. "I like you, go out with me, ha ha ha." Normal voice. "All because your sacred gear is dangerous." And everyone was worried. "But it seems that you are not a danger at all, because you can't even defend your supposed friend, so stop getting in the way." Angrily I shouted, "Damn, give me your power-boosted gear." The gauntlet appeared on my left arm and Reiner, scared, said, "How did you develop it so much?" I told her angrily, "I give you some news. I've been training with it for 3 years. She said, "Impossible." I charged energy for a ranged attack that I had learned a while ago but didn't use. Reiner threw her spear of light at me and I fired my power that I accompanied screaming, "Dragon, shoot!" A red power sphere came out of the glove. The sphere and the spear collided and neither seemed to prevail. Until they neutralized each other, Reiner began to despair, and began to throw more spears of light at me. The boosted gear gave me 2 increases so I could dodge them and then charge 4 increases to hit her. The glove exclaimed. Explosion. A wave of green power came out and hit Reiner, but after that I ran out of power. I thought I had won when a spear of light hit the ground and exploded, throwing me into the fountain. Reiner said, "Do you think you can heal if I throw a spear of light at you again?" I was weak and Asia said, "I'll go with you, but don't do anything to her anymore." Reiner smiled and said, "Good girl, After the ceremony tonight, all your suffering will disappear. Asia saw me and said, "Goodbye, Issei-san." I could only scream as the fallen angel took her away. Asia. I knelt in the fountain and said, "Because I can't be stronger." In the occult club, Kaneko was trying to eat when a slap was heard. It was Bucho slapping me while saying, "How many times am I going to tell you? No means no. You have to forget about her now you are part of the Gremory clan." "Then please free me from your clan, I will do things alone," Bucho replied. "You know you can't, despite your power." Angry, I said, "Do you think I can't do it? I will do it with or without the pawn promotion." Bucho, surprised, said, "Did you know about the pawn promotion?" I told her. "You told me it was like chess. In chess the pawn can promote to all pieces except the king." She told me, "It's true, and it can help you if I can get you into enemy territory. You can obtain the characteristics of any piece. Also, you know the way to increase the power of your sacred gear that is not training." I looked at her surprised. "How is that possible?" She smiled and said to me, "Your sacred gear reacts according to your will and feelings. If you balance it with training, you can achieve incredible things." That made sense. I had will and anger the moment I woke them up. But then I only focused on training and my power increased little by little, to where it is now. I told her, already calm, "The stronger my will, the more powerful my sacred gear will be." She replied with a smile, "That's right." Akeno approached her and said something to Bucho. Bucho said, "An unexpected mission came up, Akeno, and I will not be there. And remember, Issei, even if you are a promoted pawn, a fallen angel will not be defeated so easily by a single piece." And she left with Akeno in a magic circle. I sat down to think about a strategy when Kiba told me, "Are you thinking of going?" I said challengingly, "Are you going to stop me?" Kiba smiled and said, "Remember what the president said, even if you are a promoted pawn." That means she recognized the church as enemy territory, so I and someone else will go with you. I asked without losing my seriousness, "Kaneko-chan too?" Kaneko said, "I don't trust two boys to go alone." I looked at them with a smile and said, "Then let's go." Forest outside the church. A girl with messy blonde hair says, "Because I have to stand guard." When Rias and Akeno come out of a magic circle, the blonde-haired girl says, Well, I am the fallen angel known as Middle." Akeno says, Era, how delicious." Rias says, "It seems that my servant put them on alert. Do they fear us that much?" Middle answers, "Actually, not only we don't want the ceremony to be interrupted." Akeno answers, Era, I'm sorry, but our enthusiastic boy is already on his way." Middle, surprised, says, "Really, I can't really." Akeno answers, "Yes, they're coming from the front." Middle hits the ground with her foot and says, "Damn, I thought they would come from behind. But oh well, it doesn't matter. They won't be able to overcome our defenses, so there's no problem. After all, the real danger is you two. Thanks for coming here." Rias smiles and says, "You're wasting your breath. I'm not with him." Middle says, "A decoy, huh? I was at the front of the church with Kiba and Kaneko." Kiba says, "There are a lot of priests here." I replied, "It's a good thing I'm not alone." Kiba smiles and says, "I wasn't going to let you come alone. We're friends after all, right?" I smiled at him, and he continued, but his face changed. "Besides, priests and fallen angels are not supposed to get along. Personally, I could say that I hate them." I decided not to ask questions, but then Kaneko came out of the forest and stood in front of the door and said, "She knows we are here, I'm sure of it." Kaneko broke the door. It was a dark place where there was nothing and no one, until we saw a figure that I already knew, and her voice too. Hey, but what a great meeting. How moved I am." "Angry," I said. Fried said, "I never thought there would be a demon that could escape from me. After all, I am very strong, so I thought I would kill all the demons the first time I find them. So I am upset that a demon made me look like an idiot." Fried took out his sword and a new gun from his coat and licked it. I asked him, "Where is Asia?" Fried answered, "The stupid nun who loves demons is in the ceremonial room that is down the stairs. But it doesn't matter, because they will never get there." She pointed her sword at us. Kiba drew his sword and I activated my boosted gear. Kaneko threw a bench at her, but Fried broke it and said, "Your little cat girl," in such a repetitive way. Kaneko angrily said, "Small," and she threw many benches at him that Fried barely dodged. Kiba jumped and started fighting with Fried. They both clashed their swords and Fried shot. Kiba said, "Not bad." Fried replied, "You're good too. That makes me want to blow your brains out even more." Fried shot, but Kiba avoided it. I said, "Who said he was just a handsome boy?" Kiba said, "What do you think if I get a little more serious to be on your level?" When he said this, his sword turned black, and when it collided with Fried's, it absorbed the light. Fried, surprised, asked him, "What is this?" Kiba calmly said to him, "Holy Eraser, a dark sword that envelopes the light." Fried said angrily, "You also had an extra element." Surprised, I said, "Kiba's sacred gear." Kiba called me, "Hyoudou-kun." "Yes," I answered. My gauntlet gave me a boost, and I started running to where Fried. he yelled at me. Don't get involved. And he shot. Outside the church, Middle said to Rias, if the leader killed you, your dear will leave, right? That makes me very happy. A portal opened behind Akeno and Rias from which 2 fallen angels came out, the ones who fought with Issei. The woman said, don't be so arrogant. And the man said, sorry for saying this, but you are in trouble, Rias Gremory. The woman said to him, I have pending accounts with your slave. Akeno said, in the church. Promotion. I shouted that while I promoted to tower. Fried kept shooting, but his bullets didn't hit me. I said to myself in my mind, I am a tower, an incredible defense, and a powerful attack. Fried stared and could only say, what? Well, the next thing he received was a kick from me that sent him crashing into the wall. I said, that's for what you did to Asia. How satisfactory. He took out 2 more lightsabers to attack us, but Kaneko threw a bench at him that hit him directly. Fried got up and avoided an attack from Kiba and said, I will never allow you to kill me, demons. See you. He threw something to the floor that shone and blinded the 3 of us. When the light stopped, Fried was no longer there. Kiba said, let's hurry. Kaneko destroyed the altar where the mass was being held and showed a staircase. Outside the church, the fallen angel said to Akeno and Rias, those who challenge my kingdom like you are doomed. The fallen angel told them, prepare to fall. Rias only said, Akeno, she answered, at the order, President. A storm formed in the sky and for a while went down towards Akeno, who transformed his clothes into those of a Japanese priestess. Middle said, what? It's part of a fetish cosplay show. Akeno just extended her hands and with an exclamation created a barrier. The fallen angels were surprised and Middle said, is strong. Akeno with a smile and her hand wrapped in lightning said while laughing calmly, they will not escape from this forest. The fallen angels said, damn, this was their plan all along. Akeno said, if we get to clean all the dirty angels, thank you for receiving us. Middle angrily rose and said, watch your words. Calmly Rias told her, be a good girl and disappear. The fallen angel told her, continue with your false arrogance. The fallen angel told them, once the ceremony is over they will no longer be a nuisance. In the church, without thinking twice, Kiba, Kaneko and I went down the steps until we reached a place where you could see a fallen angel with her back turned. It was Rainier, she said. Welcome, demons. It took longer than I expected. When she removed, I saw Asia tied with chains to a cross. I shouted from afar, Asia. She woke up and said, Issei-san? I told her, calm down, I came to save you. The boosted gear helped me dodge a spear of light that Rainier threw, she said. What a moving reunion. But I'm sorry to tell you that the ceremony is about to end. Asia began to scream in pain, and I realized what they wanted to do, Kiba too. Outside the church, Rias tells the fallen angels, so you want to steal the nun's sacred gear. In the ceremony hall, they want to steal her sacred gear. But what will happen to Asia? I said angrily, as I watched Asia suffer, but I couldn't do anything and helplessness dominated me, and I realized, her life is linked to her sacred gear. I said helplessly, as I saw a green light come out of Asia's body and her eyes became lifeless. Reinra said, Twilight healing is finally in my hands, while holding the sacred gear that came out of Asia's body. My revenge against my ex-girlfriend. I saw Asia lifeless hanging from the cross. Despair only made me scream her name. Asia. Rainier was smiling evilly as she said, this is the power I've been looking for years. With this in my hands I can get anything. It's finally mine. Rainier glued the sacred gear to her chest and joined her. While laughing she said, the supreme power. With this I will become a totally powerful fallen angel, and I will be able to take revenge on all those who despised me. I yelled at her, stop talking nonsense, damn it. I ran over but the priests attacked me and I said, get out of the way, I don't have time to waste with you. I fought with some, until Kiba and Kaneko started to help me defeat them. That left the way clear for me to get to Asia. Guys, thanks. I said, but a group approached me and started to surround me. I got angry. The boosted gear started to give me increases and I screamed. I already told you I don't have time for you. Drake's gem started to shine and the boosted gear said, boosted gear explosion. A very powerful green aura sent all the priests flying and left them out of combat. This surprised Rainier. I climbed up to the cross and Rainier greeted me saying, I'll give you a reward for getting here. I thumped my fingers and the chains released Asia. She fell into my arms and I said, Asia, please react. She opened her eyes and said, Issei-san? I said, calm down, I'll get you out of here. Rainier walked behind me and said maliciously, I'll let you have this girl. I yelled at her with an anger that resembled the roar of a dragon. Shut up and give her back her sacred gear. Rainier was in shock as was everyone present. When she recovered she said to me, don't be an idiot. This plan was ordered by my superiors. Sorry, but I need both of you as proof of my success. She took out a spear of light and said, at least you will die together. Is that okay, right? Kiba told me, don't listen to her, Hyoudou-kun. I said angrily, you were my first girlfriend. Rainier said smiling, yes, from what I could see, You were adorably new to this. I admit it was fun doing it. Even more angry, I told her. I was going to treat you like a queen, she laughing said. Yes, whenever I showed the slightest sign of weakness, you immediately came to my rescue, but I had calculated that you would act that way, because your look of panic was incredibly hilarious. My anger was being very strong, and I told her, although it was at first sight I was really falling in love with you. I even planned our first date well. I wanted it to be the best date of your life. She smiled and said to me, yes, it was a memorable date, but also very boring. I didn't answer anymore. Outside the church, Akeno stopped two beams that were going to hit Rias with a magic shield. Middle said, they are quite good, the fallen angel said, but I wonder how long their defenses will hold up. The fallen angel said, your barrier is weak, girls. Middle said in a mocking tone, you want us to destroy them so you can escape. No, that won't happen. After all, we don't want you to go help your slave who is possibly dead, because he is in love with Reiner-sama, so he definitely fell for it. Rias fell for it and said, it would be best not to underestimate Issei. He is my strongest pawn, she said looking defiantly, especially at the fallen angels that Issei had scared away. In the ceremony hall, Yuma, I gave myself that name because I wanted to kill you. At dusk, doesn't it seem poetic to you? But you had the courage not to die and go with this blonde girl. Voice change. How bad you are, Issei-kun. I wonder if you took her on the same pathetic date as me, although I suppose it must have been exciting for a peasant. She surely told you. It's the best thing I've ever done in my life. Ha 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 ha. At that moment my anger shot up in a red aura, and I screamed furiously. Reiner! My power increased enormously at that moment, so much so that Reiner got scared. Outside the church, Rias and Akeno were still fighting, but everyone including the fallen angel stopped when they heard Issei's scream. Reiner! They also saw a red aura that felt very powerful. Ceremony hall. Reiner recovered from the shock and tried to stab us with a spear of light. I dodged it and ran away with Asia in my arms. The aura and anger had increased my abilities so much that the priests who wanted to attack me couldn't. Then they were defeated by Kiba and Kaneko. But more appeared. Kiba told me, Hyoudou-kun, run. We will contain them here. Kaneko said, run away quickly. I told them they will be fine. Both of them told me, yes, now run. Looking at my companions, I said, if we get out of this, promise me that you will start calling me Issei. It is a promise because you are my friends. Both smiled as I ran with Asia in my arms to the top of the church. On the outskirts of the church, Middle told Rias and Akeno, you are the ones who send your slaves to do the dirty work. It's just that you are disposable pieces. Akeno told her, the president has never had disposable parts. In the church, I arrived at the upper floor with Asia and I laid her down on a bench. I took her hand and said, hold on, Asia, soon we will leave here, and we will be friends for life. Asia, with the little strength she had left, took me by the chin and said, I was so happy that we were friends even for this short time. Crying, I said, what are you talking about? There are many places we can go, to karaoke, to the amusement park, to bowling, and we have to pick a lot of flowers. We have to do it right. Also, I have to introduce you to my friends. Renji and Kuro can be somewhat annoying, but I know that they will become your friends too. We will have a party together, and we will act like fools. She just told me, I wish I was born here so that I could have attended school with you. That would have been nice. I told her with more tears, come on, attend school with me now. She told me, crying, you are crying for me. I feel so grateful. Thank you. When she told me this, Asia died crying. I said, why? Why did you have to die now, Asia? Asia, Reiner's voice told me from behind. A demon making so much noise in a church. How unpleasant. I turned around and angrily said and pointed at her. You! Outside the church, Akeno received a very powerful attack that broke her magic shield, while the fallen angel said, I must admit that you have a very powerful slave in your family. But no matter how powerful he is no match for Reiner. Middle added, after all, he is just a boy. Reiner-sama told me. It was so funny. Rias looked at the fallen angels with fury. The fallen angel said, remembering the story makes my stomach want to explode. The fallen angel angrily said, I've had enough of this farce. The three rose and extended their spears and threw them at Rias. Akeno, worried, yelled, President. But at the moment of impact, Rias's power rose and the spears were destroyed. The confused fallen angel said, repelled our attack. Rias, very angry and with her power rising, she said to them, do you dare to mock my slave? Rias's power scared the fallen angels, and Akeno said, Era, it seems that they chose to upset the wrong person. Poor idiots. After saying this, Rias charged a power of destruction and eliminated the fallen angels. In the church, see this. Reiner showed me a cut she had on her arm. When I was coming here, that gentleman did it to me. He continued saying, in a somewhat low voice, I said, Kiba, Kaneko-chan. Rainier used the powers of the sacred gear to heal herself and told me, "Isn't it great? No matter how hurt I am, I can heal. For the fallen angels who lost God's blessing, it is a fabulous gift. With this, my status as a fallen angel will rise. Azazel-sama, Shimiasa-sama, I will be your loyal assistant." I got up angrily and said, "Do you think I care?" She turned around and looked at me with contempt. The fallen angels and the demons had nothing to do with Asia. Her life should have been peaceful. She answered me, "It is the destiny of those who have a sacred gear." I answered, "I don't give a shit about destiny." Rainier told me, "Maybe it wouldn't be possible." What? I asked her. She answered me, "Humans hate sacred gear, because giving them such a wonderful power, if they know whatever it is, they will despise it." I remembered what Asia told me about being called a heretic for healing a demon, and what she told me about not having friends. Rainier continued, "But that's human nature, it's still an amazing power." Crying, I said, "She was my friend, and I promised her that I would protect her." Rainier, laughing, said, "But you couldn't, and now she's dead. You couldn't protect her now or ever." My anger reached a new level. Without realizing it, the others arrived, but Bucho told them not to interfere. To mock me even more, Rainier stuck a spear of light in my leg. I activated the boosted gear and spoke to Drake. "Drake, give me an increase to heal myself." The gauntlet gave me an increase that improved my leg. Rainier didn't know what was happening, but she felt my power increase. I spoke and told her with my loudest voice, "Cold, you're going to pay for the pain you made Asia suffer. Damn it," screaming, "I'll make you cry from the suffering." Rainier got scared, and didn't realize that I was in front of her, and that the boosted gear kept giving me boosts. I hit her in the stomach, which made her spit blood, and I kept hitting her until she flew to the ground by the force of my blows. Rainier recovered a bit with Asia's sacred gear and wanted to fly away, but I grabbed her leg and slammed her into the ground. On the ground I saw her and said, "Fallen angel, do you want to fly?" Screaming very angrily, "Then fly." From the same leg, with all the force of the boosted gear increases, I threw her into the sky while she screamed, until I lost sight of her. I calmed down a bit and fell from the pain. Being a demon, my sacred gear could not completely heal the damage that the light did to me, but Kiba held me. "You took too long," he told me. "Sorry we had problems, but the president saved us. Well done for defeating her alone." Surprised, I saw Bucho standing behind us. "Every day you surprise me more, Issei," she told me and continued. "You raised your power until you became stronger than her." Smiling, I said to her, "You told me that my will and feelings controlled the sacred gear. Besides, I still have not spent all my power." She was smiling. That's when Kaneko came in and said, "President, I brought what you asked for." Kaneko was carrying Rainier by one leg. She had found her after I sent her flying. She was badly damaged, and Kaneko left her on the ground. Bucho approached her and said, "Fallen angel, nice to meet you. I'm the heiress of the Gremory clan, Rias Gremory." Rainier answered, "Daughter of Gremory, how dare you?" Bucho continued, "I assumed that they were looking for something in this city since they attacked Issei. If they hadn't bothered us, we would have left them alone." I looked at Bucho and asked her, "Did you do all this for me, Bucho?" She just smiled and continued, "It seems that you underestimated Hyoudou Issei, because the sacred gear he wears is one of the celestial dragons, the boosted gear. Besides, I already took care of your little friends that you left outside." Rainier, surprised, said, "In the hands of this boy? And how is it possible that you have won them?" Bucho showed her the feathers and Rainier was scared. I wondered what she meant by take care of it, I asked. "Took care of it?" Kiba told me. "The president is the ruined Princess Scarlet, an assassin." I was surprised, but I took it well. On the outskirts, Akeno was seen sweeping the feathers of the fallen angels. "In the church," Bucho said. "Now disappear, fallen angel." Then I heard Yuma's voice. "Issei-kun, help me. I did these things because as a fallen angel I had no choice." I looked at her, and she was exactly the same as that day, with the same clothes and the bracelet I bought her. Astonished, I said, "Yuma-chan," she said, "look, as proof, I still have this that you bought me. I didn't get rid of it." "Do you remember that you bought it for me?" On the verge of breaking down, I said, "Why do you still have it?" She replied, "I couldn't get rid of it because you gave it to me." Kiba and Kaneko wanted to attack, but Bucho stopped them. Yuma kept telling me, "Please save me, Issei-san," I said with disappointment. "To what extreme do you think you will go?" Bucho approached me and said, "Issei." I stopped her and said, "I'll take care of this." Yuma smiled, thinking that she was freed, but my gauntlet began to charge power. When it was strong enough, I pointed it at her and said, "Yuma-chan." She answered me with fear, "Yes, Issei-san." I looked at her with contempt while my power was charging more, and I said, "We are done." Dragon shot. The sphere of power came out of my arm and completely eliminated Rainier. Memories of when she asked me out came to my head while her feathers fell. Bucho said to me, "Let's return this to her." She said it with Asia's sacred gear in her hands. I returned it to her and said, Bucho, sorry for getting angry, but you saved my life and I couldn't do anything for Asia. Bucho told me, don't worry, you still don't have experience as a demon, that's all, nobody blames you. I cried in silence until Bucho said, well, it may be too soon to try, but. Then she took a bishop out of her pocket. I already knew what Bucho would do, but to make sure I asked, Bucho, will you do it? Bucho said, this girl's powers can be useful. Akeno-san appeared from a magic circle and said, a bishop, a piece that follows its clan. Perfect for this girl. Bucho made a symbol on the floor where Asia's body was floating. Bucho said, I Rias Gremory order you by my name that you Asia Argento allow your soul to descend to earth once more. Become my slave. As your new master I will grant you a new life. I saw how the bishop piece entered Asia's chest and then disappeared. A while later Asia's rings shone and she woke up. Bucho told me, everything else depends on you. After all, you are her senpai. Asia woke up confused and saw me. When she saw me she said, Issei-san. I hugged her and said, Asia, let's go home. The next day, the damn alarm kept ringing. This thing of having a conventional clock is very annoying. I arrived at the occult club and greeted Bucho. Good days, Bucho told me. Oh, you came. How are your wounds? I answered. Better thanks to Asia's healing. Bucho said, I'm glad she fulfills her duties as a bishop. I don't blame the fallen angels for wanting to have her. I spoke to her somewhat nervously. Bucho, she told me. Yes? And I asked her, there are evil pieces for every piece on the chessboard, so will there be more pawns? Bucho looked at me in astonishment and said, to reincarnate a person the number of evil pieces varies according to their power and development. She got up from the couch and came behind me and hugged me. My head was sinking in her breasts, which were very soft. I thought, how soft? No, Issei bad, that doesn't do it. But Bucho's voice brought me back. You are my only pawn, because I used my 8 pawns on you. What you have, one of the Longinus. Boosted gear makes you special and that's why you are valuable. I began to say, boosted gear Scarlet Dragon, until Bucho took my chin and made me look at her. She was very beautiful, and she said, the ruined Princess Scarlet and the Scarlet Dragon, red and red, a perfect couple, don't you think? Blushing, I said, I guess so. She said again, looking me in the eyes, that's why become the strongest pawn. I know you can, after all you are my sweet little slave. Aside from that I looked at her and said, I will be the strongest pawn. Then Bucho grabbed my head with her 2 hands and kissed me on the forehead, and said, do it and be the strongest, okay? I looked at her and said, I will become the strongest pawn, for you and for everyone. Bucho blushed a little and said, well, I have to control my affection, otherwise someone would get jealous. I asked her, surprised. Jealous? I heard a small surprise from behind and saw her. Asia? She answered. Issei-san, it's very normal. The president is a beautiful and elegant woman, completely the type you would fall in love with. Blushing and nervous, I said to Asia, what? Love. But Asia continued, no, I shouldn't think those things. God, my heart must. Oh, what happened? I asked her. Asia said, my head hurt out of nowhere. Bucho told her, that's because you're a demon now. Asia said, right, I forgot. Bucho said, do you regret it? Asia answered, not at all. Now I can be with Issei-san. When I saw her, well, I realized she was wearing the academy uniform and I asked her, will you study here? Asia nodded and Bucho told me, my father has a lot of influence in the schools, so it wasn't difficult. Then Kiba and Kaneko arrived. They greeted me, good morning, Issei-kun/senpai. Then Akeno came in with a cake that said, welcome Asia. Akeno said, we will celebrate a party in honor of our new member. Everyone was happy and Bucho turned to look at me and said, you were great, Issei. I said, thank you very much. And I smiled. I didn't realize that a red bird was watching us from outside. The bird laughed and said, it was a good conclusion. Change of place, mysterious man surrounded by girls, the man says. Isn't it? Demon's work. I arrived at the club after school. I said, hello, I'm here. Nobody answered me, so I kept walking distracted. I didn't notice when something white blocked my vision. In my attempt to take it off, I threw it aside. When I saw what it was, I realized it was a bra. I got nervous and realized that someone was bathing in the club's shower. I saw nun clothes hanging and realized it was Asia. I quickly tried to hang the bra back up, but then Kaneko hit me on the head and said, that's illegal and perverted, Issei-senpai. I replied angrily, what thing did Kaneko say? Stealing a girl's clothes. I told her excitedly, I wasn't doing that. I heard Asia's voice behind me. What happened, Issei-san? Kaneko said, I wanted to steal your underwear. Asia said, what? I just put it there to dry while I shower. I explained to Asia and Kaneko what had happened and Asia said, sorry, I thought there would be no problem if I put it to dry there. I told her, it's not your fault. Besides, this place is the only thing you have. Asia said happily, but the president said that she would find me a place to live. before I entered the school. When Bucho and Kiba arrived, Bucho told me, "I'll make you do morning exercises, Issei." "Morning exercises?" I asked, surprised. She said, "After the fight with the fallen angels, I realized that you need to resist your magical power more." I told her, "Well, it's true that I haven't been able to train much lately. What time do we start?" Bucho happily said, "I'll come for you at 5 a.m. I told him, "Okay, I'll go hand out flyers." Bucho said goodbye and said, "Have a good time." After Issei left, Rias said to Asia, "Asia, I found you a house." The next day, the alarm clock rang very early, and its annoying beep stressed me out. But I had to get up because Bucho was going to train me. I put on my sportswear and went with Bucho. The first thing she made me do was start running. She was on a bicycle and was surprised to see that I was a little faster than she expected. She said, "You surprised me, Issei. You have to try harder. I won't let my slave be weak." After this, she made me sit on the floor with my legs open while I stretched my upper body. Bucho told me, "You understand that in demons the upper body is the main one, especially you, because of your sacred gear." I answered, determined, "Yes, Bucho." Although this determination didn't last long, because as she was helping me stretch her breasts, they hit my back. I blushed but continued with my training. Then she made me do push-ups, with her sitting on my back. Bucho told me, "There is a reason to further strengthen your mind and body." I answered, determined, and began to do the push-ups. I hadn't trained for a few weeks, but I was still me, so Bucho was surprised to see that it was not difficult for me to carry her weight. Also, I wanted to do it quickly, because I did not want to concentrate on the sensation that her butt gave me. But when I thought about that, I could not help but have that as the only one in my head. When Bucho stopped me and said, "Are you thinking about something indecent?" I quickly said, "No, Bucho, but think that my brain is that of a man, and if I did, they are normal reactions to this type of situations." She only said, "Our guest is taking a long time to arrive." I asked her, "Will anyone else come?" And Bucho said, "Here it comes." I heard Asia's voice saying, "President, Issei-san, sorry for the delay." She was running with a basket, but she tripped and Asia fell, and said, "Why do I always fall?" When she got up, she took a tea from her basket, gave me a glass, and served it to me. I asked her, "What are you doing here, Asia?" Asia told me, "The president told me to come." I saw Bucho and asked her, "Bucho, why did you ask Asia to come?" Bucho didn't answer me. In fact, her gaze looked lost. I kept calling her, "Bucho, Bucho," until she reacted and just said, "Oh." Worried, I said, "Are you okay, Bucho?" She answered, "Well, let's go with Asia." I asked her, "Where?" Bucho answered, "To your house, Issei." Outside my house were Bucho and Asia with many boxes. I saw Bucho and asked her, "What is all this?" Asia replied, "They are my belongings." I looked at Bucho and she said to me, "If from today Asia were to live with you," Asia said to me, "please take care of me." Bucho said, when I asked her where she wanted to live, she told me with you. I was in shock, especially because of what my parents would say. At home, Mom and Dad were surprised, and Dad nervously said, "Asia-san, right?" Asia said, "If that's right, Father." I was more in shock because of that, and Dad said, "But maybe another house would be more suitable for an exchange student." Asia said, "But Issei-san is my savior." Dad, confused, asked, "Savior?" Asia said, "He's the one who has helped me the most since I arrived in Japan. I feel safer with him, but if it feels uncomfortable for him, I will withdraw my request." I looked at her with a smile when Mom said, "But we never refuse. Besides, we have an extra room." I was happy until Dad said, "But keep in mind that our son lives with his libido at the limit." And Mom said, "That's true." I looked at them disapprovingly and said, "Seriously, this was the best time for your jokes." They started to laugh and Bucho said, "How about we teach Asia how to be a good Japanese wife?" Hearing this, I was stunned while Dad and Mom said excitedly, "Wife?" Dad said, "I never thought I would see this from Issei." Mom said, "I can't believe it, despite how he is." Asia said, "Issei-san is very good, and I am happy by his side." Dad and Mom said at the same time, as if it were a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, "Please let us accept it." In my mind I was just saying disappointed. So little of me they had. Bucho said to them, "Thank you very much, Father, Mother, then it's decided." I said to Bucho, recovering from the shock, "But let it be clear, being a wife to learning how to be a good wife are totally different things." Bucho changed her expression to a sadder one and looking at the ceiling said, "A wife, huh?" Bucho had a very sad look at that moment, so I decided not to ask more. At Kuoh Academy. "My name is Asia Argento. Nice to meet you all." Asia introduced herself to all the boys. The boys said, "How cute." For when Asia said, "I currently live at Issei-san's house." Upon hearing my name, the girls quickly approached Asia while the boys saw me and said, "What?" Renji and Kuro approached. Renji said to me, "You kept this secret very well." "Huh," Kuro told me. "How did you convince your parents?" I told them both. "Remember what I told you about my..." Flashback begins. Issei was very serious as he looked at his friends, At one point he told them, "Guys, the truth is that I am no longer human." Renji and Kuoh did not believe him until Issei showed them his wings. Both did not believe it, and Issei explained to them everything that had happened. End of flashback. I told them what had happened and Renji told me, "So Asia is also a demon." Kuoh only said, "Look on the bright side. At least you live with a girl." The girls in class would say things to Asia like, "Can we come visit you?" I knew why they were saying that. While the other boys in class would say, especially the perverts, "Damn lucky gentlemen." At night, I went out to teach Asia how to hand out flyers. It wasn't that difficult, but Bucho asked me to go together. So she wouldn't get tired, I brought my bike, and I said to Asia, "You must be exhausted." She replied with a smile, "Not at all. Everyone in class was very good to me. Your friends were also nice." I said, "Renji and Kuoh, did they say anything to you?" She said, "If they told me that I had broken your curse and that I was lucky, what did they mean, Issei-san?" I said, "Nothing special. I was talking to her when the bike hit a rock that almost made us lose our balance." Asia screamed a little and hugged me out of fear. I said, "Excuse me," she smiling said, "Nothing happens." She continued hugging my abdomen and snuggled up on my back, which made me blush. She stayed like that until we were back at the club. When we arrived, I realized that Bucho was still with a lost look like in the morning. I said, "Bucho, we finished wearing the flyers." When she didn't respond, I said, "Bucho." She reacted and said, "Sorry, I was daydreaming." "Good job to both of you, Asia. Today you will make your debut." Asia, confused, asked, "Debut?" I explained to her. "It's when someone summons you through a magic circle, and you try to make a contract with them." I looked at Bucho and said, "Don't you think it's too soon? It's been a little while since I was a demon, and it came back." Behind me, Akeno said, "It will be fine. According to my analysis, Asia-san has the same magical potential as me." Surprised, I said, "Really?" Bucho said, "You have to take advantage of your position as a bishop." Kiba said, "That's impressive, Asia-san." Asia, a little scared, just said but. Bucho said, "Something's wrong." Asia said, "No, nothing, it's just that." I told Bucho without letting her finish, "Bucho, let me take care of this job this time. Asia still doesn't know the customs of this country." Asia looked at me and said, "Issei-san," I said, "it would be best if you adapt more." I appeared from a magic circle in front of a door. While inside, I said, "To be honest, I'm scared. What if some depraved man had summoned her?" It was when scenes from Asia in danger came to mind. I shook my head and said to myself, maybe I'm exaggerating things, but whatever, I have to protect her. I rang the doorbell of the house and heard a male voice trying to sound female saying, "Here I am, come in, Nyan." In my head he said, "What the heck do you mean by Nyan?" A very large man dressed as some anime character with cat ears opened the door and said, "Welcome, Nyan, strikes a pose, I've been waiting for you, Nyan." In my head I could only say, this has to be a fucking joke. The man stared at me and I must say that he scared me a little. I asked him nervously, "Do I summon a demon from the Gremory clan?" He answered, "That's right, Nyan. I summoned a demon because I have a request, Nyan." I asked him, "And that would be it?" The man bent down and put his hands together to tell me, "Please turn mutant into a Mahou Shoujo." Lucifer will know what that is because I had no idea, and I watched anime, but I assumed that was what he was disguised as. I told him, I would have to go to another world to get that. He replied, "I already tried." I told him, "Did you try?" "I tried to hide my face in discomfort, although I think I couldn't." Mutant told me, "Demon-san, please give me magical and fantasy powers." I told him, "I don't think I can do that much." Mutant started to cry like a child and say, "Perry, I want to be a Mahou Shoujo." Desperate, I started to think, there must be a way to calm him down. I told him, "At least I can pass." Mutant stood up and said to me, "Then you will turn me into a Mahou Shoujo." I looked away. "I will at least listen to you." Mutant came running and brought a DVD. Then said to me, "Then watch Mahou Shoujo Ninki Spiral 7 Ultra with me so you know what I want, Nyan." In my head I said, "Not again, you have to be kidding me." 2 hours later, damn, I couldn't sign the contract with the cat man. Who would think that the summons would be this strange? That was when my phone rang and I saw it was Bucho. Bucho, in the occult club. Rias was naked talking on the phone with his dear since he had finished showering. Unnecessary. I don't care, these girls are going to corrupt Issei. A little. "Very good work, it seems you finished. How did everything go?" Rias said to him. With some doubt, Issei answered, "Well, the next day at the academy, we were in sports class when I saw the perverts Matsuda and Motohama looking at Asia and the other girls while they were warming up. The pair of perverts were commenting something about their lycra. I gave them a little hit on the head and said, "Stop doing that kind of indecent things at school." When they saw who it was, they both left while saying, "Damn well-behaved boy." The girls were saying, "What a gentleman." Ryuji and Kuoh arrived and Kuoh told me, "Today you are not in the mood to put up with perverts." Ryuji said, "Something happened yesterday." Flashback. "Could not you get the contract signed?" I wondered. Bucho. "No, sorry. He made me watch an anime with him, but despite that I didn't agree," Bucho said. "I assumed it was inevitable." End of flashback. In my mind I said, "It's obvious that she's angry with me. I discovered it by her tone of voice. What an idiot I am." I started walking and the sun was hitting me all over the face. Being a demon, this affected me more. "Damn, the sun is killing me. I think I'll go take a nap," I said as I headed to the infirmary. I was sleeping when I woke up and felt a lump next to me. When I turned around I saw Bucho completely naked sleeping next to me. Surprised I said, "Bucho." Seeing her figure I felt my hands start to shake, and in my mind I said, "No, Issei, you don't do these things. Besides, she's Bucho. She's very beautiful, but if I do this maybe she won't forgive me, so stop those lascivious impulses." I was in that internal war, and while I grabbed my right hand so as not to do something stupid, I didn't realize that Bucho woke up. I looked into her eyes and she said, "Hello, Issei." I screamed from the scare. Bucho just yawned. I asked myself, "What are we doing like this?" She told me, "I felt tired so I came here to sleep, but you were already here." She turned around for a while and I realized that she had her demon wings exposed. She said while putting them away, "Sorry." After she hid them she ran her hand over my face and said, "Did I bother you?" I told her, very nervous, "Not at all. I just didn't expect to see your wings and your breasts." In my mind, "Idiot, why did you tell her her breasts? She will reproach you." In the infirmary, Bucho took my face with her hands and said, "I can't sleep if I'm not naked." I got even more nervous and Bucho said to me, "Issei, did you like my breasts?" My nerves were at their peak and not knowing what to say, I just said, "No, well yes, what I mean is that." Bucho didn't let me finish because she said, "I'll let you touch mine if you do something." In my mind, she just told me to let me touch her breasts to do something for her. What the hell is happening to me? Stay away from lewd thoughts, I said to myself, but it didn't help much because in a while I was already imagining Bucho in a bed wearing only underwear while she pulled down a strap of her bra and said, "I'll let you touch my breasts," until I said to myself, "Wake up, idiot, wake up." In the infirmary, I remained nervous and Bucho told me, "Sign your next contract and that will be your reward." I stayed quiet. Deep down I wanted to touch them, but my behavior and morals came first. If according to Bucho it was going to be a reward, then I had to comply to earn it, although I also wanted to fix the mistake I made and that feeling motivated me more. In the Delo Club Occultism, a magic circle was under me and Bucho. I said, "Are you really going to come with me?" Bucho told me, "This time I will go like your trainer." Asia told me, "Do your best, Issei-san." I told him with a smile, "Rest assured." In my mind I said, "I just hope Bucho doesn't take me for a pervert for saying that. I will do my best." Akeno said, "Time to teleport." She raised her hand and we teleported. We appeared in an apartment decorated with things from the Sengoku era. In the background there was a samurai armor that moved. In that moment of scare my first impulse was to protect Bucho, but from the armor came a fearful female voice that asked, "Are you all demons?" Bucho and I felt, and the girl introduced herself. "I'm Susan, and I came to Japan on an exchange because I like your culture." I asked her, "Why are you wearing the armor?" Susan replied, "I didn't know if I could trust you guys so I put it on just in case." I told her, "I think you got the wrong armor." Susan said, "I'm glad you're kind demons. If you were scary demons I would have sliced you with this sword, with honor." As she said this she pulled out the katana that she had hanging and almost sliced my abdomen. I told her, scared, "Be careful with that." She served us tea and I said, "So Susan, what is your request?" She, very nervous, said to me, "Come with me to pick up my notebook from school." Incredulous I asked her, "Is that all?" She said desperately, "Japanese schools are scary." Without her hearing me I said, "I think we have very different ideas of fear." We went out to look for the notebook while in my mind I said, "Why do the weird ones always touch me?" Then Susan started screaming and slashing with her sword and I said, "Calm down and be careful." She said, "Sorry, the darkness scares me." Issei's mind. "Are you serious?" I said while Drake and Bahamut just laughed. Susan's house. "Thank you very much," she said while we had already recovered her notebook. "Well, if that's all, we go," I told her, while thinking, Issei's mind. With this I managed to sign the contract. Bucho will not be angry with me anymore and, "Don't think about that, bad Issei. You just want to get stronger and you want Bucho to be proud of you. You don't just want to touch her breasts." Wait, why do I care so much about Bucho's opinion? A warm feeling came to my chest but I ignored it. Susan's department. Bucho had prepared a magic circle to leave but Susan stopped us and said, "Could you do me another favor?" I looked at Bucho and said, "Is that okay?" You told me that we could only do one favor with each summoning. Bucho smiled and said, yes, okay, this time we will make an exception. Bucho approached to talk to Sudan, and after talking I only heard Bucho say, the boy you like? Susan said nervously. Yes, I am very shy and I can't tell him how I feel. He is a wonderful man. In my head I said, surely he is dressed as a shogun. Bucho asked her, do you want him to fall in love with you? Susan said, yes, but if possible I would like her to fall in love without the help of a demon. Surprised, I said, then you don't need us. Bucho turned around and hit me on the head, leaving me a little hurt. Then she said to Susan, why don't you try to get closer to her and tell her what you feel? Susan nervously said, no, it's something very sudden, I can't do it. When I saw her I felt a little sorry, because she was just a shy girl who wanted to be reciprocated. Thinking, I said, how about a letter? Susan surprised asked. A letter? Bucho was happy and said to me, good idea, I think a love letter will work. Susan asked, a love letter? Bucho told her, showing your feelings in prose is also a good thing. Susan happy said, I will try. She took a paper and began to write a poem that I had read in my Japanese history books. I didn't criticize him because with my little experience I would have done the same. Bucho also noticed and said, it seems fine to me that you use a poem. At the end of the day your feelings are what matter, not the final product. Issei's mind. Checkmate. Hyoudou Issei. Love is your worst subject. Susan's department. Bucho lost her gaze and repeated, the product doesn't matter. The product doesn't matter. She seemed worried about something, but before I asked, Susan said, finish. She got up and I saw her with a bow and arrow pointing towards the window. I told her, take it seriously. A few moments later, we were in a plaza. A lady passed by with her daughter who asked her, Mom, what is that? If mother said to her, don't look. In my head I was only saying, how the hell did I end up here? Bucho pulled me out of my thoughts when she said, it seems like he's here. A man dressed in medieval knight armor appeared. I said without emotion, why am I not surprised? I saw that he had the arrow in his helmet, so I asked Susan, why does he have an arrow stuck in him? She said nervously, many things occurred to me, but I thought it would be best to send him the message by arrow. Bucho and I got out of the way and the man said to her, I got your message. It was a beautiful letter. Who would say that someone as insignificant as me would be the object of such admiration and such a beautiful letter? Susan nervously said, don't say that. I was so consumed by my feelings that I didn't know what to write. Kuoh. We continued seeing each other when Kuoh said, if you don't mind, I'd like to go out with you. Susan said, Kuoh, I'm so happy. They both hugged and Bucho smiled, and I said to myself, this can't be serious, but I feel happy for those two. While Susan and Kuoh were complimenting each other, Bucho looked at them with a special shine in her eyes. In the occult club, Bucho held a photo of the recent couple and said, you are a perfect couple. I think so too, I told her. Bucho looked at me and said, hey Issei, what do you think it feels like to be with the person you love? Normally, I'm a complete idiot when it comes to realizing feelings, but I'm better at expressing them. So I told her, I think it feels like an immense happiness that nothing can compare. Bucho said something downcast. Happiness, I told her. It's more in my opinion, for nothing in the world should someone go out with a person they don't love. Remembering Yuma, it should never be done. Bucho looked at me surprised, and I told her, that's why one always has to be sure of their feelings, not give them to just anyone, but to whoever deserves it. When I saw Bucho I got nervous and said, sorry, I think I got carried away. Bucho told me, no, thanks for answering. I looked at her while smiling. She really is beautiful. That was when the warmth of my chest returned. But Bucho told me, well, did you want to talk to me about something? I answered, yes, it's about me signing the contract. What I wanted to know was how my power would increase. Then Bucho said, oh, that's right. I remember the promise. In my head I said, what promise? Won't you mean? Then Bucho told me, I will count to 5. During that time my breasts will be yours. In my head an argument was forming. Should I do it or not? She is supposed to be giving me permission, but I don't do those things. If I do, something will change. I am also very curious, but I should. I can't think clearly. I only want her breasts. The heat returned to my chest, and I realized what it was, and in my mind I said to myself, so that was it. I smiled at Bucho's look, who continued counting. I let her continue counting until she reached 5. Bucho told me, bad luck Issei. I looked at her and said with a smile, I don't regret it. Bucho blushed a little, and just then the other members of the club came. In Asia said, Issei-san, you were already here. Kiba said, good afternoon. After 2. Kaneko came in without saying anything, and Akeno appeared behind me and said, what happened Issei-kun? Bucho told me, I see how you are a very curious and funny boy. Did you really want to touch my breasts? Before the gaze of the boys of the club I said, well, the truth is that I did not know how to answer. Then Bucho told me, well, if you could not touch them I will do this. And then she hugged me, I blushed and said to myself, it is not time yet, stay in my warmth. The boys of the club looked at us surprised, and I said to Bucho, everyone is looking at us. Bucho replied, keep trying like that, my dear Issei. I felt that Bucho was happy and I told her, I will do it, Bucho. Akeno, who still had her surprised face, said to Bucho, Rias, are you? Bucho just smiled as she hugged me, and the warmth stayed in my chest. I'll get a family member, or maybe not. I was with Asia in the club room when she said to Bucho, the preparations are ready. Look at Bucho and said, okay, let's hand out flyers. Bucho stopped us and said, this will be the last week that you hand out flyers. I looked at her confused and she said, I told you so, right? Answering summons is a devil's job. Handing out flyers is a familiar's job, I said excitedly. Then we'll stop handing out flyers, Bucho said. First you have to get your own familiar. We were all gathered. When Bucho summoned a kind of bat with normal eyes, Bucho said, this is my familiar, but I suppose you already know it, Issei. I looked at her strangely. It was when the familiar took a small flight and transformed into the girl who had given me the flyer the day I died. I said, so the girl from that time was your familiar? The familiar laughed to return to its bat form. Akeno said, this is mine. Akeno formed a square from which a small being that looked like a thorn came out. I said, so small? Kaneko said, this is Shiro, she said while holding a small white cat in her hands. I think I understand. I told them. Bucho answered me. It is one of the fundamentals of a good demon. It can bring you information or deliver messages. Asia asked, but how do we get a familiar? Bucho told us, you see. But just before I could say something there was a knock on the club door. Akeno said, come in. Many people that I recognized came in. Of them a girl stood out. She had short black hair and wore red glasses that were in front of her purple eyes. I said, the student council. Asia asked me, who are they? I answered, she is Sona Shirtorai Senpai, president of the student council, and next to her is the vice president Tsubaki Shinra Senpai. And they brought with them the entire student council. Bucho asked Sona, what are you doing here? Sona told him, we both acquired more slaves, so I thought we should introduce them. In Issei's mind, so those of the student council are also devils. This world can no longer surprise me. A cult club. Akeno saw me somewhat thoughtful and said, her real name is Sona Citri, is the leader of one of the highest class devil clans. I told him, I see then there are more devils in the school. Why am I not surprised? A blond boy who was next to Sona said, Rias senpai, did she tell you about us? I wouldn't like for our fellow devils not to know of our existence. He said it in a mocking tone, but the other girls in the council looked at me because they didn't know that the second most handsome boy in the school was now Rias Gremory's slave. Sona said to the boy, Saji, we decided not to pay attention to the others. It's normal that Hyoudou doesn't know about us. I looked at the blonde who I now knew was called Sanji and said, aren't you the boy who joined the student council recently? Sona said, pointing at him. Saji Genshiro, my pawn. Bucho pointed at me with her hand and said to Sona, he is my pawn Hyoudou Issei, and she is my bishop Asia Argento. I friendly told Saji, we are pawns so we look alike. Apparently Saji had a superiority complex for being in the student complex and said, comparing me to you my pride has been damaged. The boy who only fights with perverts to make himself the hero. Also they used 4 pawn pieces to revive me. Sona said, Saji enough. I think you would not like to know that they used the 8 pieces for him. Saji surprised said, but what? Someone like Oh had done something to him, or had something against me. Sona said, sorry Hyoudou-kun, Argento-san, I hope you can get along. Saji, he said, fine. He approached Asia and said while giving her his hand, nice to meet you. She responded to his greeting, it's a pleasure to meet you. Saji got excited and said, it's a pleasure to meet a girl as pretty as you. While he bent down with a smile. With jealousy I took his hand and began to squeeze it tightly, and in a low voice I said, keep your distance. Raising my voice, nice to meet you. What's more, lay a hand on Asia and I'll kill you. Saji squeezed my hand tightly and said, you want to stay with the Hexy blonde. Apparently you are also a pervert. Bucho said, my most sincere condolences. Sona answered, I say the same. Saji, still believing himself superior, said, they have given me permission to claim my familiar. I heard that he still distributes flyers. I told him angrily, more that nothing for the flyers. Bucho gave me permission to have my familiar before you. Saji was boring me so I activated the boosted gear which made me let go. I deactivated it at the moment. Then Sona asked Bucho, did you give him permission? Bucho said, yes, I was thinking about next week. Sona said, but a familiar can only arrive once a month. Bucho looked at her and said, in that case, why don't we have a duel to determine who will have their familiar first? Sona said, surprised. Duel? Bucho said, whoever wins will get permission to claim their familiar. Sona said, you're thinking about a raiding game. Bucho said, of course not. Besides, they wouldn't give me permission to do it. Sona said, that's true. Besides, you have to consider your health, Bucho said angrily. That has nothing to do with it. Akeno saw her worried, then Bucho said, let's act like students and determine the winner with a sports competition. The next day, we were in the field where they would play. They decided to play tennis. It was Bucho and Akeno against Sona and Tsubaki. There were many spectators because the truth is that the clothes they wore showed off their bodies. Before they started playing, I told Bucho and Akeno, Bucho, Akeno-sen, I know you will win the game, Saji said to his president. President, win this for me. The game started and generated a lot of expectation. The men were happy. And it could not be avoided because they were 4 of the most beautiful girls in the academy. Everything was normal, until I heard 2 voices that disturbed my tranquility. How I wish this game would last forever, one said. I agree with you, Motohama, the other said. Those 4 are at the level of goddesses, Matsuda. Motohama said, I saw that they had some kind of glasses to see closer, which made me angrier. The girls who were nearby yelled at them. Perverts. That pair had developed the ability that none of those insults would affect them. There came a time when Akeno's skirt rose a little and the 2 got closer. The other men got excited, but of course they kept their distance. No longer able to control myself, I approached and touched their shoulder to tell them that the girls' insults do not affect them does not mean that I will allow them to look at Bucho and Akeno-san in such a lascivious way. The 2, when they saw me, got scared and ran away, throwing their small binoculars. The girls shouted happily, Issei-kun. While the boys celebrated that those perverts left, Kaneko and Kiba approached me. Kiba said to me, don't you think you went a little too far? I answered, I don't think so. The whole school hates them because they know how perverted they are. If they don't change, they will be left alone. Kaneko told me, well done, Issei-senpai, although you are also perverted. I looked at her angrily and said, that's not true. Kiba said, don't fight, you're missing the game. I said, it's true. As I scared those perverts, I didn't realize that Bucho and Akeno were losing 15-30. Saji was celebrating, sitting on the fence waving a flag while saying, that's President. I know you can win, Kiba said to Kaneko. Wow, you support them, Kaneko replied. You support them too much, Bucho said to Sona. You surprise me, but I wouldn't expect you to be my rival if this was easy. I will show you that my demonic power is superior to yours, Sona said. I accept the challenge. It's what I've always wanted. And they played more seriously. Later, so either of us won, Kaneko said while holding a pair of broken rackets. I said, then there are a group meeting with the student council. Kiba told me, that's right. At that moment, Bucho and Akeno came in and Bucho said to us, we will play Burned. The duel will be tomorrow night. Let's do our best for Issei and Asia. The boys accepted and Asia said to them, thank you very much. I smiling and said, thank you guys. At Issei's house, I woke up in the middle of the night and went to Asia's room, knocked on the door, and asked, Asia, are you awake? She opened the door and said, Issei-san, come in. I told her, it's not necessary. Do you have a needle and thread? She answered, yes. Kuoh Academy Gym. We were warming up and I said, I haven't played this since my first years of middle school. Bucho said, since we only want to determine a winner and a loser, a game with simple rules is ideal. Kiba said, even Asia has learned the rules quickly. Asia complained about the stretches Akeno was doing, saying, I can't take it anymore. Akeno said, try it a little harder. Asia said, okay. Kaneko was helping me. When I saw the 2 of them, lewd thoughts began to come to my head. Kaneko pushed my back with her super strength because she realized what I was thinking. The pain made those thoughts disappear and I said in pain, thanks, Kaneko-chan needed it. After the stretches I gave some headbands to all the club members, Bucho said. Headbands? Akeno said. Era, how adorable. I said to them, yesterday I stayed up late doing them. Bucho asked me worriedly, didn't you sleep? I told him, yesterday you and Akeno-san went out of your way for us. And today Kiba and Kaneko-chan too. It was the least I could do. Everyone stared at me and I said, was it pathetic to have made headbands? Bucho told me very happily, not at all, they are a nice gift, and they are also very well made. I said, somewhat embarrassed. I would not say that. Kaneko smiling said to me, I did not expect this. Bucho said, let's adjust them well and play as a team. Everyone said, yes. Sona's voice was heard. She said, sorry for the delay. When I turned around I saw the entire student council ready to play. We started the game. The first shots were normal, until they eliminated Kaneko with a magic shot. Bucho stopped a magic shot with her hands and threw it with a spell at a girl from the student council, setting her clothes on fire. It scared me to see the power of the president. The shots became more and more powerful between both teams. In short, everyone was using their powers to give more strength to their shots. A window broke and Asia said, this becomes very dangerous. I said, scared. I thought it would be a normal game. Saji told Sona, we have to eliminate Hyoudou first. Then Sona prepared AI throw with a lot of power to throw it straight at me. When I realized I got scared, but I reacted immediately and said, I guess it doesn't matter anymore. Boosted gear. The gauntlet gave me 2 boosts and I grabbed the ball. But Sona's magic power was too strong. Drake gave me 1 more boost. The clash of power was causing lightning to shoot out of the ball. Then I said to my dragon, Drake 1 more. The gauntlet gave me 1 more boost, and I said internally to Drake, I'll use the attack. Drake told me, do you think it will be enough? I replied, at least I'll avoid the shot. In the gym under the watchful eye of everyone, I said while a red aura covered me, Dragon shoot. A red sphere was generated in my glove. Instantly the sphere exploded, releasing its power and making the ball crash against the wall. Somewhat tired, I raised the gauntlet and said, we can still win. It didn't last long because I felt an impact on my back that left me out. Tsubaki had hit me. The gauntlet disappeared by my order. Asia came running towards me and said, Issei-san, are you okay? I'll use Twilight Healing to heal you. I told her, okay. She lifted her shirt and started to heal my back. Bucho said, guys, it's our chance to avenge Issei. Akeno said, we can't let Issei-kun's death. Kiba finished and said, be in vain. Kaneko said, that's right. On the floor I told everyone, you know I'm still here. In the next part of the game, Kaneko eliminated Saji, and only Sona remained. Bucho said to her, any last words? Sona answered, now the real duel begins. The referee shouted, time's up. Sona left with her entourage, but before she told us, I'm surprised by the power of your pawn Rias. Bucho just smiled and said, as we agreed, we will have access to the new familiar. Sona replied, naturally, but although it disappoints me a little, I had fun. If this had been a rating game, I wouldn't have lost. Bucho told her, me neither. I wasn't going to let an old friend beat me. Sona said, well, I'm leaving. And she left. Inside I was saying, what will a rating game be? In the occult club, cheers. They all said while we celebrated having won. Bucho said, the occult club has defeated the student council and all thanks to you. He said, looking at me. I answered somewhat embarrassed, but they eliminated me. Kiba took the band and said to me, it was thanks to this that we could act as a team. Your spirit was always with us. Akeno said, yes. Asia said, it's true Issei-san. Kaneko just nodded smiling. I looked at them and said, thanks guys. Bucho told us, well, there is no time to relax, you have to go claim your familiars. Because we will only find them on nights of the full moon. Confused, I said, find? Akeno told me, a familiar master. We appeared in a very dark forest, and I asked, where are we? Akeno answered me, it's the forest where they create familiars. Kiba told me, we all found ours here. Kaneko nodded. I said, I'm not surprised. It seems like something could appear at any moment. Asia said, scared. It's true. A voice came from a tree and said to us, I found them. I saw a man and I said, who are you? The man who is dressed like an explorer told me, I am the familiar master Zatuji. With Asia we said, familiar master? Zatuji said, what a beautiful full moon we have today, perfect for hunting familiars. With me by your side, you can get any familiar you want, Akeno said. He's a pro when it comes to familiars, Zatuji said. Now tell me, what kind of familiar do you want? A fast one? A strong one? A poisonous one? I said, I would like a strong and powerful one. Asia said, I would like a nice one. Zatuji said, okay, let's go look for them. We stopped near a lake and Zatuji told us, there are water spirits called Undine in this lake. I told him, sounds interesting. A light illuminated the lake and Zatuji said, one is coming out. What I saw terrified me, it was like a transvestite bodybuilder. I said, let's go. Zatuji took us in another direction to look for familiars when we stopped, and Zatuji said, look. He pointed to a branch where a very small blue dragon could be seen. Excited, I said, a dragon. Asia said, how cute. Zatuji told us, it's a dragon sprite. A baby dragon that uses blue lightning. Kiba said, it's a high-class familiar. Bucho said, it's the first time I've seen one. Zatuji told me, if you want to get it, it's your chance. As soon as it grows, it will be impossible. Akeno said, Issei-kun has dragon powers, so it would be a good combination. I said excitedly, then that will be it. Sprite dragon me. At that moment I heard Asia scream as a green mass covered her like the other girls in the club. Kiba took out his sword and said, slime. Why then this mass would fall into her eyes. I heard the girls talking and complaining while their clothes were disappearing. Zatuji told me, that being loves to eat women's clothes. I screamed, Bucho. Quickly I went to get the slime off them. I couldn't do it, so I did the most logical thing. I told them, girls, sorry for this. The gauntlet appeared and gave me 2 boosts and said, explosion. A wave of Libro's power destroying the slime but also some of the girls' clothes. They thanked me for freeing them from the slime and we returned to the dragon. I tried to reach it but it electrocuted me. I got up again and the same thing happened. Then the dragon landed on Asia's shoulder and Zatuji said, he's only violent to defend himself and he also likes the blonde. The girl is decided has his familiar. The dragon sprite snuggled up in Asia's arms, and she said to him, "You're so cute." I couldn't get up and said, "It's not true." We started to do a ritual. Asia created a green circle where the dragon sat, and Asia said, "In the name of Asia Argento, I take you as my familiar." The circle disappeared and the dragon flew into Asia's arms. Akeno said, "Good job, Asia-chan." Asia happily said, "You are very lively, Rasei." I asked. "Rasei?" Asia said. "Yes, because it shoots lightning and because it matches your name." I said, "Well then, nice to meet, Rasei." I got electrocuted as soon as I approached, and while I was falling I said, "Damn dragon." Zatuji said, "That male dragon hates any other male creature." On the floor I said, "I already realized." Bucho said, "It would be best not to bother Rasei. In the occult club, the dragon sprite only associates with those who have a pure heart." Bucho said, "I'm surprised that he stayed with Asia being a demon, although perhaps the influence of having been a nun helped in that." Rasei was playing in Asia's arms, and I only saw him until Asia made him disappear, and I said, "Asia started later and she's a better demon now. I'll have to wait to get my familiar." Kiba said, "I can't wait." After that we left Akeno and Bucho. Rias said, "It seems that Issei needs to improve." Akeno said, "He just started." Rias, looking at the band that Issei made with affection, she said, "That's right," and a smile appeared on his face. Challenging the Phoenix. I woke up in a dark place lit by streetlights. I saw a piano with pipes, like the ones in old churches. I heard Renji and Kuro's voices. Renji said, shedding tears of happiness, "I would never have expected that." Kuro also said, "You finally surpassed yourself." I looked at them and said, "What are you talking about?" When I saw them I realized they were in suits. "Me too," both of them said. "We couldn't be happier. For our best friend." I heard my parents say, "Our little one has grown up." I still didn't know what they meant, until I heard Bucho say, "It's no use being restless, Issei." When I turned to look at her I realized she was wearing a wedding dress, so this was it. At the moment I heard several girls say, "Rias Wani-sama looks so pretty, and she's going to marry a boy like him." That confirmed my suspicions. I was marrying Bucho in thoughts. I said, "When did it happen? How can that be possible? It really is a very good thing that I'm marrying Bucho. But after we get married I guess we'll have to give an heir to the family for that." An image of Bucho naked, covered only with a blanket, came to my head. I said to myself, "Not another time those thoughts." I was in that when a voice said, "You can kiss the bride." When I saw Bucho she approached me ready for me to kiss her. That's when Drake's voice rang out and he said to me, "Partner, react." The entire wedding disappeared to leave me submerged in a sea of flames, and where I could see Drake in his dragon form. Drake told me, "Partner, something big is coming. You have to be prepared." Then the boosted gear was activated, but in a painful way. I woke up in the room scared and sweating cold. I stayed looking at my hand for a while to try to figure out what Drake meant. Kuoh Academy. I was falling asleep in class for staying up thinking all night. When Renji and Kuro approached me, Renji asked me worriedly, "Falling asleep in class is not like you. Did something happen?" Kuro said, "Or is something keeping you awake?" I said, "Nothing happens." Asia said, "It's my fault for not waking you up before." I told him, "It's not true, I overslept." Renji and Kuro, surprised, said, "Does she wake you up every morning?" Smiling I said, "Yes, that's how she is." Asia said, "Issei-san is very sleepy." My two friends asked, "She also prepares food for you?" I told them, "Mom congratulates Asia for being so domestic." Asia said, "You're going to make me blush, Issei-san." I heard the moans of two perverts. Without realizing they approached me and said, "We know we haven't gotten along, but you're always surrounded by beautiful women." Matsuda said, "Yes, I think it would create good karma for you if you introduce us to one." Motohama said, "I guess they had swallowed their pride to come ask me that, but I told them, I won't do it." Matsuda said, "We will reward you." I asked him, "What kind of reward?" Motohama said, "A VIP seat." I guessed what he meant and said, "I'm not interested." Bye. The two left, but I knew they would go to the place they told me about, so I followed them. I realized that they were going to the women's locker room, and a while later several girls came in. There was one that I knew. It was Kaneko. Knowing what they were going to do, I approached the locker room but did not enter. In a moment Kaneko came out in her sportswear. I said to her, "Did you feel my presence?" She said, "What are you doing here, perverted senpai?" I explained the situation, and I don't know what she told the girls, who all left. The girls saw me enter the locker room confused. When I entered I saw a small reflection in a locker. It was closed. So without anyone seeing, with a little help from the boosted gear but without activating it, I broke the lock. When the locker opened there were the pair of perverts. I took them out of there and said to the girls leaving the locker room, "Take care of them." Then I only heard the screams of pain from that pair and the girls' blows. I smiled in victory for having maintained the integrity of the school when I tripped and crashed into a tree. Occult club. Asia was healing the blow when she asked me, "What did you do to end up like this?" I explained everything to her, and Akeno said, Era, it seems that Issei-kun is a defender of integrity. Or does he want the girls' bodies for himself? I looked at her and said, What? Asia said, Issei-san, if you want to see a naked body so much Then she began to lift her skirt. I stopped her and said, Don't do that. Then Bucho said, If that's what you want, I would let you see my body as much as you want. I put on a confused face again and said, What? Bucho continued saying, In fact, you've seen him naked many times, right? I said without being able to object. Well, it's true. I felt Asia begin to pinch my cheek while saying jealously, Issei-san. I couldn't say anything and Bucho just laughed. We left the club and Asia was angry with me while I told her, It's not what you think, Asia. Rias and Akeno stayed in the club building. While Rias watched her slave leave, Akeno said to her, I was reading Issei-kun's record and it says things like, I had a lot of fun, I had a good time. Besides that, he has signed almost all of his contracts. He is becoming a good devil and signs the contracts. Rias just said, It's a problem, Akeno said, but his way may not have helped him that time. Rias said, I don't mean that, since the contract he couldn't sign in the familiar. I feel like he is losing confidence in himself. That's why I should pamper him more. Akeno told her. Era seems very convinced. Rias asked her, What do you mean? Akeno told her, I always thought your style was a little liberal, but you seem unusually attached to it. Rias, I think you. Rias quickly told her, It's not that I mind your concern, but this problem is mine, and when we are in the club room I am the president. Understood? Akeno said. Understood, President. Akeno gets up. Well, I'm leaving. Rias says. Yes, good job. Akeno left the club and Rias was looking out the window when a silver magic circle appeared behind her. Scared, she turns around, and when she saw who came out of there she made an angry face. Issei's house. I was lying in my bed when I said, Because all the girls in the club think I'm a pervert. Well, yes, they are very pretty and I like their bodies. But I know how to differentiate things. I need to take a bath. I took off my clothes outside the shower and opened the door. When I entered I saw Asia bathing. We both exchanged glances and shouted. I said, Forgive me, I'm going now. She took me by the arm and said, Sorry, I've never seen a man like that before. That's why I got scared and I said, I was thinking about something else and didn't realize. Forgive me. Asia stood up and said, But I'm fine now. Okay with what? I asked her. She replied, still nervous. I heard that bathing together is a Japanese custom. I just gulped, and she continued saying, They say that bathing together helps improve friendship, and I want our friendship to be stronger. She pressed herself against my back and I could feel her breasts on my back, she said. And I know you like to see naked women. In my head I said, That's not true. My morale was about to break while her breasts pressed against my back. I controlled myself and took her by the shoulders. I said, Asia, the bathroom only works with people of the same sex. But if a man and a woman enter the bathroom together there is something more. That's when I heard Mom's voice saying, Asia-chan, I will leave a towel here. Then she saw us both in the bathroom. A while after the misunderstanding I was in my room reflecting. I am not a pervert. I am not obscene. I rescued Asia to protect her. Living with her does not mean that I do obscene things to her. I was thinking that and I managed to calm down. I lay down on my bed and a magic circle from my clan appeared in my room. Confused I asked, What? Sitting on my bed I saw Bucho come out of there and I said, Bucho, what are you doing here? She came closer to me and said, Issei. Then she laid me on the bed and said, Please do it with me. I looked at her strangely and she said, Please take my virginity as quickly as possible. I sucked. I was stunned. In a few seconds Bucho was already taking off her clothes and in my mind I was saying, What is going on here? Did she choose me to be her first time? It's very sudden. Besides, I feel like something is wrong with her. Bucho said to me already in her underwear. Am I not enough for you? I said quickly. It's not like that at all, she told me. I thought about it a lot, and this seems to be the only solution. In my mind I said while looking at her. Solution? I knew something was up. Bucho told me. If this is completed here, then there should be no complaints. There are still some incomplete sections, but you have the potential. I said. Does that even make sense? She said. Also, I think once I ask it should take a few minutes to finish. I lay down again and got on top of me and asked, Issei, is this your first time? I said, Yes. While taking off her bra she said to me, Then I think the two of us will do strange things. Don't worry, I will hold you back. With that she took off her bra leaving her breasts in view. Then she took my hand and put it on one of them. I didn't know what to say and on an impulse I didn't let go. I told her, I'm nervous, she said. Last time I didn't have time. But now there are no limits. In my head I said, I can't accept that she does this if she's not sure. And I said, I don't know if I want to do it. Bucho screaming embarrassed, she said to me, Do you want to embarrass me? On an impulse I hugged her and said, I don't want it to be like this, Bucho. A silver magic circle appeared in my room. Bucho and I were watching it while I hugged her, Bucho said. It seems it was too late. A silver-haired woman came out of there dressed as a maid and said, Master Surzek would not be very happy to see such an unpleasant scene like this. I asked. Surzek? Bucho said. My older brother. Even more surprised, I said. Do you have a brother? Bucho got up and said, My body is mine. Whoever I decide to give it to is my choice. What's wrong with that? Also, I won't let anyone look down on my cute slave, not even my brother's queen, the silver-haired woman said. First of all, you are the heiress of the Gremory clan. You should be more discreet. She lifted her blouse from the floor and put it on. Bucho was upset and the woman approached me to say, Nice to meet you. I'm Grafia and I serve the Gremory clan. It's a pleasure. She said with a bow. Bucho pinched my cheek and said, Sorry, Issei. I wasn't thinking clearly. Let's forget what happened. I nodded seriously, because I wanted to know what the problem was that had led Bucho to want to lose her virginity to me. Grafia said, Issei, is he? Bucho answered, Yes, he is my pawn. Grafia said, The one who possesses the boosted gear and also has the dragon mark, is this boy? I asked. What do you mean? Bucho stood in front of me and said, Whatever you have to say is for me to hear. Akeno is also included. Grafia said, The lightning priestess? Well, even with high-ranking demons, leaving the queen vulnerable is dangerous. But I would like to know more about the boy. I feel like something else was in him. I got scared because I assumed she was referring to Bahamut. But Bucho said, That doesn't matter now. She approached me and said, Sorry for involving you in this, Issei. I said, No problem. She kissed me on the cheek and said, Let this be enough for tonight, and left with Grafia. The next day, I was walking to the academy with Asia while I said to myself, She asked me what everything that happened yesterday with Bucho was. But it was clear that she was not well. Renji and Kuoh came to say hello. We moved away a little from Asia because she knew that the boys knew everything that had happened, and Renji asked me, How are you doing? Kuoh told me, Anything you need to notify? I told them, I still don't really know how the demon world works. In the books about religions I looked at doesn't say anything. I always thought that demons would be horrible beasts. But they are really very beautiful. Renji said, We will have to look somewhere that is not just religions. Kuoh said, We must find something. I told them, We have to wait. Maybe I will find the answer soon. Asia caught up with us and said, What's up, guys? I said, Nothing special, boy things. I said with a smile, but deep down I was worried. A cult club. We were arriving with Kiba and he was telling me, The president's problem must be related to the Gremory clan. I told him, Then maybe Akeno-san knows something? Kiba said, I guess she is her right-hand man. He changed his face to worried and said, Of course, how could I not notice? I feel embarrassed. We arrived at the club and entered, I said. We arrived. Grafia was with Bucho and Akeno asked, Grafia-san? Bucho stood up and said, Then listen. But Grafia stopped her and said, Miss, do you want me to explain? Bucho stopped her and said, You see. She couldn't finish because a magic circle appeared in the club. It took out flames and a blonde man came out. Kiba angrily said, Phoenix, the man said looking at Bucho. It's been a long time since I visited the human world. I missed you, my daring Rias. Confused, I asked. Who is he? Grafia told me. This man is Reiser Phoenix-sama, a high-class devil and pure blood, and the heir of the Phoenix clan, as well as the fiancé of the heiress of the Gremory clan. I said, So this means what? Grafia said, That's right. He's Miss Rias's fiancé. Bucho looked upset. Something in me wanted to hit Reiser's face like never before. Drake told me inside. Calm down, partner, don't cause a fight now. Bahamut told me, If you get out of control you can release my power and make things worse. I told them, Fine, I'll calm down and listen to the explanations. After that, Reiser sat on one of the armchairs while hugging Bucho with one arm while playing with her hair, and with the other hand he drank a cup of tea. Reiser said, Rias's queen's tea has always been delicious. Akeno said, It's a pleasure. I was trying to control my anger, but Reiser's arrogant face and seeing him play with Bucho's hair didn't leave me in my mind. He said, And this idiot is Bucho's fiancé? He touched her leg and made a happy face. Bucho stood up and said, Please leave me alone, Reiser. I've told you many times that I have no intention of marrying you. With a superiority complex, he said, But Rias, I doubt your family will accept your selfish behavior forever. Bucho said angrily, I do not wish to destroy your family. In fact, I gladly receive it. But I decide who to marry. Reiser said, After the last war, the number of pure-blooded devils dropped a lot, and that is a problem that affects all devils. Your father and Surzek-sama thought about that when they made the decision for us to get married. Bucho said angrily, My father, my brother and everyone in my family are too scared. At that moment I remembered what had happened yesterday, and I said to myself, Damn it, if I had known it was to help her I would have accepted, as long as it was to help Bucho. Bucho said, I'll say it for the last time. I will never marry you. Rias took her by the chin, and he said to her, Listen, Rias, I am the heir of the Phoenix clan, and I will not allow this to happen. Bucho looked at him with some fear. In an impulse I screamed, Bucho. Rias turned to look at us and said, Even if I have to burn all your slaves, I will take you back to the underworld with me. Both looked at each other, and their auras increased, until Graphis said, Please stop, Miss Rias-sama, I am here on orders from Sir Zek-sama. For your sake I will not let anything happen, Rias said with a mocking smile. For your precious queen to say that you scared me a little with that speech, Graphis said. My master knew this would happen. He gave me instructions to carry out a plan in a situation like this, Bucho said confused. A situation like this? What do you mean, Graphia? Graphia answered. If the miss wanted to impose her will so much, she ordered me to start a rating game to fix things. I said, Rating game? I think I've heard that before from the student council president, Kiba said to me. A rating game is like chess. The demons force their slaves to fight each other, Akeno said. How were we granted chess piece abilities, is that why? I said. That makes sense, Rias said. I've experienced many games and I've won several, and you not only have no experience, but you don't even have all the necessary pieces, Akeno said to me. For a rating game the demons must have all their pieces, I said. That leaves us at a disadvantage, Kaneko said. That's not our only disadvantage, Rias said. Rias, I'll ask this to be sure. Are they all your slaves? Bucho said angrily. So what if they are? Rias started laughing and snapped his fingers. Another magic circle appeared. Many women, Rias said. They are my 15. In short, I have a full team. There was a blonde girl with 2 tails in the shape of a swirl. She looked at us, and I felt something strange like a premonition. But I ignored it. I said, Has a full team and they are all girls. Rias said, I see that you envy me, Yubelina. My desire to kill Rias was increasing. A purple-haired girl approached, and they both began to kiss. Rias looked at him with disgust. After the kiss he put her in front of him and began to touch her breast while with the other hand he touched her face. He looked at me and said, This is something you will never do, stupid demon Kuin. I looked at him angrily and said, How dare you do that with other girls being engaged to Bucho? Besides, who said that I need a harem forced by reincarnation to fill my lack of manhood? This annoyed Riser and he said, How dare you to say that with the position you have? I shouted angrily, I'm not interested. Maybe I don't have a high position. Bucho told me, Stop, Issei. But I ignored her words and continued, I'm just your slave. Bucho was surprised with what I said and looked at me with some hope in her eyes. No longer holding back my anger, I took out the boosted gear and continued with what I said. I'm nothing more. Bucho was even more surprised and just said, I shouted angrily to Riser, I don't need a game. I'll finish you right now. I approached and the gauntlet gave me 2 boosts. Asia said scared. Issei-san, Riasa said. Mia. From his entourage came out a girl with blue hair and dressed as a samurai. I did not judge her, and I prepared for whatever. My anger was very strong, but I could not attack without thinking. The girl had a staff with 2 white spheres. She wanted to hit me with it, but that was when I stopped her with my gauntlet hand and I said, This is between me and your master. I do not know. Having said these words, a red aura covered me. To everyone's surprise, I pushed her aside without much strength and continued approaching Riser. But the samurai came back and hit me with a blow that I couldn't stop, making me crash hard against the wall. Asia, scared, screamed, Issei-san. Bucho came running to me and said, Issei, can you hear me? I told her, Bucho's sorry, and I fainted. When Issei fainted, Riasa said, Is that stupid boy the carrier of the boosted gear? Rias said angrily, still with her slave in her arms. Understood, let's fix things with the rating game. The members of the occult club were surprised and Graphia said, Whatever, miss. Riasa left laughing with his entourage. Rias said angrily, Riasa, I will finish you off, I swear. Riasa said, I will wait anxiously, my daring Rias. Until then, see you in the game. I created a magic circle that caught fire with him and his entire entourage. While Riasa continued laughing, Rias looked at her slave and said sadly, Issei, I will get stronger. I was carrying a very heavy backpack while Bucho, Akeno and Asia called me. Bucho told me, Hurry up, Issei, Akeno said. The water is delicious. When I trained on my own I carried heavy things, but this was new. It was getting a little difficult for me and I told them, I'm going. Asia said, Should I help him a little? Bucho told her, Don't worry, Issei has to carry that at least. Kiba walked faster and said, I'll go ahead. I looked at him and said, Don't brag, Kiba. Kaneko walked by with a giant backpack and said, Excuse me. Out of surprise, the weight of the backpack got the better of me and I fell. I got up quickly and said, Damn, this just means that I have to get stronger. Bucho looked at me surprised and then smiled. Flashback starts. Graphia said to Rias, Understood? The game will be in 10 days. Rias looked at Issei being healed by Asia and said, 10 days? Graphia said, judging by Reiser-sama and Rias-sama's experience, I think this decision is not the right one. Rias said seriously, it is a little annoying but we can't refuse. Instead I will gladly accept the 10-day extension for our training period. End of flashback. While Issei was recovering, Rias thought, Issei, during this retreat, I will make you become stronger. Much stronger, Moraishi. Couldn't finish thinking because Issei was already arriving. A beautiful country house was in front of us, Asia said. How beautiful, Bucho said. Well, let's leave everything inside and start our training immediately, I said to her in a mocking tone. Immediately? It is clear that you are a demon. Bucho just turned to look at me, smiled and said, that's right. Bucho gave us our rooms. I shared with Kiba. It was the most obvious because they would not expect me to share a room with any of the girls. While they were changing, Kiba and I did the same. I asked her, Kiba, when we were in the church you said you hated priests and fallen angels. Why? I remembered what he had told me before going in to save Asia. He said to me, you and Asia-san were saved by the president, to the rest of us. That's why we should win for our own good, right? He told me with a smile. And he was right. Bucho had brought me back from the dead when Rainer killed me without explanation. I looked at Kiba and smiling I said, of course, we won't lose. Once we were changed, we went out to the courtyard and they gave me a wooden sword and put Kiba in front of me and he said, Lesson 1. As he got into position to attack, I am not a master with the sword despite having Bahamut, because I have rarely had to resort to using my sacred gear, and now that I was hiding my sword it was less necessary, I said, as I supposed. And I approached to attack without any tactics, so I did not practice. While I attacked him, Kiba told me, not like that, do not just move the sword. You need to read the movements of your opponent. In an attack, Kiba dodged it and quickly disarmed me. I was surprised with his skill and I told him, as I expected from a knight. Kiba told me, do not let your guard down. And he hit me with his sword. Then we went to the living room of the country house and left me with Akeno and Asia. Akeno said, Lesson 2. Your magic gathers from the aura that surrounds your body. I reached out and closed my eyes to concentrate, and Akeno approached and touched his head, then began to pass her hand down my arm and said to me, concentrate and feel the flow of your magic. Asia excited, she said. I did it. I saw a green sphere between Asia's hands, Akeno said. Era, I knew you had talent for magic, I said. At least you can do it, Asia. Akeno put a bottle of water on the table and made the water rise and turn into ice, thus breaking the bottle. Asia and I looked at her surprised, and Akeno said, if you concentrate, you can manipulate not only water, but also fire, lightning and earth. Asia-chan, you can do this. Asia said happily. Yes, Akeno said. Issei-kun, continue practicing so you can manifest your magic. I nodded and Akeno said, magic comes from images. First you have to imagine something in your head before you can make it happen, I said. So imagine something. I started to think about what I wanted to happen and Akeno told me, that is concentrate. In my attempt to concentrate and see Akeno held by the table, I imagined her without clothes. I tried to ignore it, but Akeno came closer and she said to me, what's wrong, Issei-kun? I couldn't take it anymore and I started slapping and saying, damn man's brain, I have to get stronger. Akeno just laughed. Then in the forest she was with Kaneko, and while they slammed me against a tree she said, Lesson 3. When she saw me she said, you're weak. I stood up and began to analyze the situation to try to find a way to beat her. But while I was thinking she came and put me in a key that left me on the ground. She told me, in a fight you are supposed to hit your enemy, or catch them during the counterattack to hinder their movements. After the fight, I sat near a slope and said, my skills are nothing compared to Kiba and Kaneko's, and my magical skills are nothing compared to Asia's. I'm not good at this. Kaneko came from behind and said, everyone has their specialty. I asked her, what do you think my specialty is? She said, being a pervert. My body didn't have the strength to answer her until she told me, but you also have another one. I looked at her somewhat confused and she said, do you try hard? I said, do you really think I try hard? She said, yes. I told her, thank you, and remember that I'm not a pervert. I prepared myself to continue fighting, but I regretted it 5 seconds later. After that, Asia and I were with Bucho in the kitchen. She put aprons on both of us and said, Lesson 4, you're a demon. I told her, do you want to use magic to cook? Of course I don't care how you do it, just that you do it. Well, do your best. There were a lot of potatoes and onions along with a pot of water. Asia put her hand near the water and said, water, please heat up. And the water started to boil. I took an onion and looked at it while I also saw Asia's magic, and I started to think. Damn, I couldn't concentrate on the magic test, all because I was thinking about Akeno's sand naked and her breasts. As soon as this thought came to my mind, the onion peel flew off, When I saw it, I said to myself, it has to be a joke that my powers work like this. I have to try again. I took a potato and thought of Akeno naked again, and the peel came off again very easily. I looked at it in amazement, and Asia said, "Impressive, Issei-san." I just said with a face of disbelief, "Thanks, Asia." In my mind I said, because my powers are related to this, damn it. After cooking, we were all eating in the living room and I couldn't get the images of I had done it myself. Now I saw Akeno, Kaneko, even Bucho naked, and I remembered what Akeno told me about magic, and what Kaneko told me that I was a pervert. That wasn't true, but I thought, maybe it's bad, but maybe I can use this power to destroy my enemy's armor. It would be very useful to me. While I was thinking that, Bucho said to me, "Issei, how was today's training?" I told her, "Well, I'm still very weak." She said, "Yes, that is true. But like Asia's healing powers, the boosted gear can be very useful." I told her with Asia. "Yes." In my mind I said, "She's right. I must be stronger to protect Asia. I got her into all this anyway." Bucho stood up and said, "Well, since we finished dinner, let's take a bath." I asked. "Bath?" Bucho looked at me and said, "What's wrong? Do you want to spy on us while we bathe? Or is it that you want to come in with us? It doesn't bother me. What do you think, Akeno?" Akeno laughed and said, "I've always wanted to wash a man's back." Bucho said, "Asia, don't you mind bathing with Issei?" "So nervous," she said. "No," Bucho said. "And you, Kaneko?" Kaneko said. "I refuse." Bucho said. "Then no, how bad?" Kaneko looked at me and said, "If you spy on us, I'll kill you." In my head I was saying to myself while still looking confused, because I always say something inappropriate at times like this. And while I was screaming internally, the girls left. Kiba and I went to shower too. In the girls' bathroom, Akeno was saying to Rias, "These hot springs are very relaxing." Rias said, "Yes, they are. I hope this relieves the fatigue from training." Akeno told her, "It will." Asia looked at them with some envy because she thought that Issei wouldn't be with her because she had small breasts. Kaneko told her, "That's no luxury." Asia just looked confused. Men's bathroom. I was sitting in the hot springs thinking, and Kiba said to me, "Sorry because you couldn't bathe in them?" I looked at him and said, "That's not true." He just laughed. And then I remembered about the training and I said, "Kiba, do you think you could teach me how to handle the sword?" He looked at me confused and said, "Of course, with pleasure, Issei-kun, but can I ask, why does that seem more important to you now?" I looked at him and said, "I can't tell you yet." Issei's mind. "Are you going to tell the knight about my partner?" "He told me Bahamut," I answered. "I'll have to risk it. He can teach me better than anyone how to master the sword." Somewhere else, a man was saying to Graphia. Then Rias resisted. Graphia said, "Yes, my lord." The man said, "Typical of her." Graphia asked him, "Do you think the young lady has a chance of winning?" He said, "No." Graphia told him, "Then why did you suggest it?" He said, "I simply gave her the option, she accepted." In the Gremory country house, Kiba started training me when the girls were already asleep. He taught me many things in just one night. But seeing me train so hard, he said, "You are trying so hard, why the sword?" I had no choice but to lie to him. I always thought it was a very good weapon in the movies. Kiba looked at me doubtfully but continued training me until late at night. The next day we all met in the living room and Bucho explained to us the origin of the raiding games. A long time ago, for a period that could have been called eternity, the demons, the fallen angels and the angels sent by God, were at war, until they reached a point where no one lost and no one won. Only their spiritual powers were exhausted. Demons have a very long life expectancy, but it is very difficult for them to reproduce. As a result of the war, the leaders of the demon clans are under a severe crisis. After the war, a pure high-class demon called the Hashira split into several clans. My Gremory clan, Sona's Citri clan, Rias's Phoenix clan is the direct descendant of the Hashira. That's why the demons use humans to increase their clan. From there the raiding game arose. By facing the subordinates, the strength of the leader demon can be measured. The games that have taken place so far have granted both fame and prestige to the winner. Sighing, "Let's rest a bit. I'm sure everyone is tired." Akeno got up and said, "I'll put a kettle on the fire." Asia went behind her and said, "I'll help you." But then Kiba said to me, "How are you feeling?" I answered, "Maybe it wasn't that bad." Asia stopped and said, "Did something happen to you, Issei-san? Did Kiba-san do something to you?" We both looked at each other, and Kaneko said, "They are hiding something." We had the looks of Bucho, Asia and Kaneko waiting for an explanation. I acted quickly and said, "What happens is that last night I got up to drink water and I tripped without realizing it. I could see, but it was still an accident." Asia said, "Is that all?" I looked away and said, "If only that." Flashback starts. Issei-kun, stay focused on your goal. Kiba told Issei while they were training. Issei answered, "Yes." Both continued fighting with what Kiba had taught Issei up to that moment, and in a jump Kiba hit Issei very hard and made him crash into a tree. Kiba went and said, "Are you okay, Issei-kun?" Issei looked at him and said, "Yes, I'm fine." End of flashback. Bucho looked at Asia and said, "Asia, I also want you to tell us about your life as a nun." Asia nodded, and a while later she was standing in front of us and said, Exorcists have two objects, the first is this." She took a jar of water and said, "Holy water, it is highly recommended that demons stay away from it. If they touch it, horrible things would happen." I said, "Your explanation scares me." Bucho said, "Asia, you should also take that into account. Remember that you are a demon." Asia said, "Oh, that's true. I don't know what good it is, but I'll keep it hidden. And the second thing is this." She took a book with a cross on the cover and said, "My Bible. I've read this since I was a child. But now the fact of reading a verse gives me a horrible headache." Bucho said, "It's because you're a demon." Kiba said, "Yes, a demon." Kaneko said, "Demon." Akeno said, laughing, "A demon in every sense." Asia said, But. This verse is so beautiful." She opened her Bible, but when she tried to read, she said, "Oh, my head! Sorry, sir, for not being able to read your sacred scripture." She tried to read again, but she complained of a headache again, and she continued like that for a while. In my mind, I said, "Is she stupid or is she serious? She looks perplexed. Anyway, Asia has more abilities than me, unless I release all my power." At night, I was drinking a glass of water after having trained with Kiba. When I left the kitchen ready to go to my room, I heard Bucho's voice. "Issei." I saw her coming down the stairs. She had glasses and a book in her hand, and I said, "Bucho, what's wrong? What are you doing up so late?" She smiled and said, "Just in time, let's talk a little." We went to a part of the patio where there was a small place to be. I saw her reading her book, and I asked her, "Are they war plans?" She told me, "Yes, although making them like in a manual is a bit useless." I told her, "That's not true. I know you're trying hard for us even at night." She said something sad. "But our opponent is Phoenix. I'm sure you know it. A fierce and immortal bird. Besides being a demon, it bears the mark of a beast. It represents two pillars. Its spiritual powers are acclaimed by both. It's immortal. Also, I think it's invulnerable. Whenever it's been attacked, it has regenerated itself. Its fast healing gives it an advantage." I said, "Just like a normal phoenix." She said, "But that's also a disadvantage, since many clans have sought to confront him. And so far he hasn't lost." I looked in surprise, and Bucho said, "Since he started participating in the raiding games, his subordinates increased and became a barrier for him. Although it was to be expected, if he's immortal it's impossible for him to lose." I looked at her and said, "I'm sorry." Bucho said to me, "Why?" I provoked Rias. "If I hadn't, we wouldn't have to fight him." Bucho said to me, "You don't have to apologize. In fact, I thank you for rushing this. My dad and the others fixed this game knowing that I would lose. In chess vocabulary, it is a deception." I was quite upset. I had to make Bucho win, but I asked her, "Why do you refuse to marry him?" She said, "I am a daughter of Gremory. No matter where I am never Rias. I am always the Gremory clan, which means that what happens to me happens to my clan. But if I were to get married, I would like to do it as Rias, not as a daughter of Gremory. I want to be with someone who loves me, not my family. Maybe it's hypocritical of me, but at least I want this little dream to be granted." Seeing her with that sadness, I impulsively said, "The Gremory clan, the demons, the humans, none of that matters to me." Bucho turned to look at me. "None of that matters to me. I like you for who you are. For me to be standing here in front of you and being able to talk to you is the most important thing." She blushed in surprise, and I said, "Sorry, did I say something weird?" She smiled and said, "Not at all. Anyway, we should leave personal matters aside until the fight is over." I told her, "Kiba told me that they called you the Ruined Princess because your destructive powers were at genius level." She said, "My powers are not only mine, they include those that were once in the Gremory clan. These powers are mine and the Gremory clans. That's why I can't lose this fight. Winning is my only option." I looked at her and said, "You really are impressive, Bucho, compared to me who is nothing." Bucho looked at me and said, "Issei." I told her, "When I came here I reflected on how weak I am. The boosted gear may be impressive, but if I can't master it I'm useless. I can be very smart, but I get carried away by what happens, and I keep causing you problems. I'm useless." I bent down a little and Bucho hugged me, leaving my head on her breasts, and said, "Do you want trust, Issei? I will give you that trust." I looked at her and said, "Trust?" She looked at me and said, "That's right. For now rest your body and mind. Until you have rested I will stay by your side." In an impulse by her words I began to cry. She hugged me tighter and said, "Rest, Issei. I promise to give you confidence." The next day Kiba and I were ready to fight, and Bucho told me, "Use the boosted gear." I asked her, "Are you sure?" Bucho nodded and I activated the boosted gear. When I activated it, Bucho said to me, "Increase your power to the maximum." I screamed. "You heard Bucho. Drake, give me all the power I can handle. It was a lot of increases, and Akeno said, surprised. It was 25 increases. I was stunned. The most I had endured was 15. My power had increased, Bucho said. Hyoudou, will you be his opponent? Kiba said. Yes, Bucho, I said. Well, Drake, let's get ready to fight. Drake said. Very well, partner. Explosion. But this time, instead of releasing power everywhere, a small field was created around me and the gauntlet was covered in yellow lights. Asia asked. What is that? Bucho replied. It's a temporary energy field. It manipulates time and space around Issei while he fights. He ordered Kiba to attack me and I stopped his attack with the glove and sent him flying a little far, Bucho told me. Issei shoot a ray of magic at him. I charged the power of the dragon shot to the maximum, and when Kiba approached me ready to attack me again, I created a new technique. Meteo Dragonar. The ray transformed into 2 red dragons that shot out, sending Kiba flying to finally hit a mountain that was behind, making it explode completely. Akeno and Asia were covered from the wave of power. After it happened, Akeno, Kaneko and Asia said, he made the mountain explode. I fell exhausted and Bucho said, it seems that is his limit. Hyoudou, how are you? Kiba said to her. It really surprised me. That attack was at the level of a high-class devil. After this his wooden sword broke. Asia was holding me when Bucho said, Issei, you are a crucial player for the game. Your power will probably define victory or defeat for us. Believe in us. But more importantly, believe in yourself. I said, tired. In me and in everyone. Rias looked at Issei while thinking about what he told her the night before, and touched her chest, looking at him with some brightness in her eyes. The battle begins. I was sitting in my room as I looked at the clock. I said, only 1 hour for the game to start. I remembered what Bucho told us before returning. No matter if our opponent is Phoenix, we will show him how strong Rias Gremory's slaves are. We will make them remember it. I looked at my left hand and said, I trained as hard as I could. We can't lose. I stayed silent for a while and said, remembering. Kiba already accepted my power of darkness and trained me to use the sword. But will it be necessary? Flashback. Issei and Kiba were training in their night session when Kiba asked him, Issei-kun, why do you want to continue training with the sword if your boosted gear is already very strong? Issei wanted to avoid the question, but inside his dragons told him, you can no longer keep your secret from your fellow knight. Drake said, it's true, you have to tell him about me. Bahamut said, what if he doesn't accept me? Issei asked. Both dragons said, leave your insecurities and tell it. Issei said to Kiba, very well, I will tell you, Kiba. But you have to promise me that you will not tell the girls. Kiba was confused but accepted. At that same moment Kiba saw how some small purple rays came out of Issei's right hand that covered it, and his eyes were surrounded by a kind of purple fire. Kiba looked at him very surprised. Then Issei recited a chant. Dragon of the night that hides among the shadows of darkness, and that lurks from the depths of the black sky, give me your power, Bahamut. Kiba saw astonished how a purple light as fast as lightning appeared in Issei's hand and how it took the form of a sword, with a black hilt, a purple gem in the middle and a silver blade. Then he heard a voice coming out of the sword saying, Black Dragon Dark Blade. Kiba asked Issei, what is that? Issei said, the truth is that I have 2 sacred gear, the boosted gear, and the dark sword of Bahamut, the dragon of darkness. Kiba said, and why didn't you tell us anything? Issei answered sadly, the darkness of this dragon is not always well accepted, so I will understand if you want to leave me and never speak to me again. Kiba looked at him and said, I accept you just as you are, Issei-kun. We are friends and your power will not change that. You can trust me. Issei looked at him happily and said, but please don't tell the girls anything. Kiba accepted and also took out his sword and they both started fighting. End of flashback. Yeah, maybe Kiba accepted me, but nothing guarantees the fact that the girls will accept me. I don't think it's necessary to use Bahamut in the battle. I said. Then they knocked on my room door and Asia said to me, Issei-san, can I come in? I said, come in, come in. When I entered, Asia was dressed like the first time we saw each other. I asked her, why are you dressed like that? Asia said, I thought maybe I should dress like a nun since the president said that I will wear my favorite clothes. I said, I think you look good. She got nervous and said, can I stay near you for now? I said, yes, there's no problem. She came, sat next to me and hugged my arm. I looked at her and said, a scary fight is about to begin. But if you're with me, everything will be okay. From now on, can I stay with you? I said, yes, we will always be together. He looked at me and smiled. I smiled back. The alarm beep sounded, indicating that it was time. I turned it off and said, let's go, Asia. Occult Club. Everyone was preparing for the fight, but Akeno and Bucho were very calm. I expected it. The door opened and Sona entered the room along with Tsubaki from the club. She said, excuse me, Bucho said. Good night, Sona. Akeno said, welcome. I asked, why are the president and vice president of the student council here? Bucho told me. The raiding game is monitored by another clan. They will monitor ours, Sona said. We offered ourselves, because it is Rias's first game. Bucho told her. I will show you a fight that will make you feel proud to be considered my rival. A magic circle appeared and from there Graphia came out and said, Miss Rias, are you ready? Bucho told her. Yes, when it is, Graphia said. When it is time to start this magic circle will send you to the battlefield. Ask, battlefield? Akeno told me. It's a dimension created specifically for the game. It's outside of the real world so you can do all the reckless things you want. She laughed after this. Sona said to Bucho. I'll return to the monitoring room. I hope you win, Rias. Bucho said. Thank you, but I'll save the trial for the second half. Sona looked at Bucho and said, Naturally. Personally, I don't think that man is a suitable opponent for you. Sona left with Tsubaki, and Graphia said to Bucho, By the way, Lucifer-sama will be watching this battle. Bucho was surprised and said, I see Oni-sama. I was surprised and said, Wait, does this mean what? Kiba told me. That's right, Satan is president. Asia's brother, and I was surprised and I could only say, What? While in my head I was worriedly saying, His brother is the king of the underworld. He'll kill me to find out that he almost took Bucho's virginity and that I touched her breasts. Damn it, what did you get yourself into, Hyoudou Issei? I just wanted to have a normal student life and a girlfriend. But no, the wretch had to be a fallen angel and she had to kill me for everything to get complicated for me. Damn Rainer. In the room Bucho looked discouraged and answered my question. If he is my brother, Kiba said, the red-haired demon, Crimson Satan, Surzek's Lucifer, is the brother of the president. When Lucifer-sama was killed in the last great war, Surzek-sama took possession of his kingdom. Asia said, So that's why you are the heir of the Gremory clan. I looked at her and said, I had no idea. I remembered what I had talked about with Bucho. I felt very bad because she wanted to be loved as Rias, not as an heiress, and the fact that Lucifer is her brother complicated things. A magic circle with the clan mark appeared and Graphia told us. It's almost time. Bucho stood up determined and said, Let's go. We all got up and headed to the circle. Asia took my hand and we began to teleport. I closed my eyes and when I opened them we were in the club room again. I was confused but then we heard Graphia's voice. She said, Listen everyone, we welcome you to the Gremory and Phoenix clans. I am a servant of the Gremory clan. This battlefield was created according to the advantages of Rias-sama and Reiser-sama, the school in the human world that Rias-sama attends. We have provided a replica of it. I went to look out the window and saw that the sky was green and said, How much power do you have? Graphia said, The bases are the places where they were transported. Rias-sama's base is the old school building, where the occult club meets. Reiser-sama's base will be in the new school building, in the commissioner's office. If a pawn enters an enemy base he or she can automatically be promoted. I said, just like in real chess. Kiba said, but that also affects us. If any of your pawns arrive they can be promoted. Someone has to stay and watch. Kaneko brought me a very small red sphere and I asked, What is this? Bucho said, It's so we can communicate in battle. Then the sphere floated and got into his ear. Asia and I put ours on and Graphia said, Let the game begin. Meanwhile at Reiser's base, he was saying to his pieces, This job is too easy for you. But don't hold back, destroy them completely. We must finish off that proud red-haired girl. This stupid game is pointless. At the Gremory clan base, Bucho took out a map of the school and said, The enemy base is the new school building. The fastest way to get there is through the courtyard, but, Kaneko said, You can see it perfectly from the new building. Bucho said, The risk is very great. I said, If we go through the training fields behind the new school building. Bucho said, I think that's what the enemy expects us to do. They will surely have towers and knights there. Akeno said, It's a very obvious first move. Kiba said, President, from the gym we could see the new school building well. Could we go there first? Besides, it is close to our base, it would help us gather information. Bucho said, In terms of chess the gym is the center. Whoever takes possession of that place first will have an advantage. Then it is decided. I think a powerful rook, instead of a skilled knight, would be more suitable for this task. Kaneko nodded and Asia said, The war is difficult. I told her, That's right, we just have to listen to what Bucho says and we will win. Asia said, That's true. Bucho said, We need to protect our front. Hyoudou, Kaneko, set some traps in the forest. Both nodded and Kaneko summoned her familiar, and they left. Bucho said to Akeno, Akeno, after the traps are set, cast some spells around the perimeter of the forest and in the sky. Akeno said, Understood. And she left? I asked. Bucho and us. Bucho said, Asia will take care of the wounded and will stay here with me. If she gets hurt no one will be able to heal us. Asia said, Yes. I asked her, And me? Bucho. She sat down on one of the armchairs and pointing at her legs she said to me, Lie down here. I was stunned and Bucho said, Hurry up. I said, What are you doing? I sat down and a feeling of warmth came to me. It was so soft but at the same time so strong. Then I remembered everything Bucho told me about what she really wanted. Without realizing it, I had started to cry. And Bucho told me, "Why are you crying, Issei?" I said, "We have to win at all costs." Asia looked jealous at the scene and Bucho said to me, "Issei, I'll remove the restrictive magic I put on you now." I stared at him. Kaneko and Kiba were placing traps outside, and Akeno was sending her familiar to put the spells. Bucho told me, "Do you remember I told you that I will restrict your powers to improve your development?" I told him, "Yes." Bucho told me, "You were very strong but you needed a more resistant body, that's why I divided your power and put seals on it to maintain it. Now I'll remove them." A greater power flowed into me but I got scared. If Bucho had felt my power, she could have felt Issei's inner Bahamut. "You don't have to worry about me. I reduced my power and Drag covered me," Bahamut told me. Yes, a sigh of relief as I heard Asia say. "And the president had such noble intentions. God forgive me for being so jealous, ouch." She complained of a headache that came to her. "Bucho," she said to me, "whoever you face, fight and defeat them. Don't hold back, they won't do it." I said, I will win this for you." She said, "I expect a lot from you, my cute pawn Issei." Then Akeno spoke to Bucho to tell her that it was over. We both got up and she sent me with Kaneko to go to the gym. She sent Kiba to the courtyard and Akeno stayed in the heights. Bucho said, "Are you ready? Our plan starts now." We all said, "Yes, President/Bucho." Bucho said, "Our operations begin. Remember, our enemy is the immortal Phoenix. Let's give him the fight of his life, my dear slaves." I went to the gym with Kaneko and we hid behind the curtains. When we heard a voice that said, "Gremory slaves, you do not have to hide. We know you are here." I said to Kaneko, "I guess we can't hide anymore." We left our hiding place and saw 4 girls. One of them with Chinese clothes was the who was speaking and said, "We have a rook and a pawn, although it is not as strong as Mira." When I looked closely, I realized that one of the girls was the samurai who had defeated me. She saw me and said, "I am Mira the pawn." The girl in Chinese clothing said, "I am Shui the rook." Then 2 girls with green hair and sports clothes spoke. One said, "I am Kira, a pawn." The other said, "I am also a pawn, Meru." Kaneko said, "The level of that rook is definitely high. Its fighting skills could be at the level of a queen." I told her, "Well, from the start we would know that we would be at a disadvantage." I took out the boosted gear and gave me an increase. Kaneko said, "I'll take care of the rook. Issei senpai, you take care of the pawns." I told her, "No problem. Let's go, Kaneko-chan." Phoenix Rias, a clan base. Yubelina called her. So they went for the center. "What about the other units?" She answered him. "Yes, Shuria, Mario, Violent, the 3 pawns, are on their way to infiltrate the enemy base." Riasa told her. Well, in the gym, Kaneko had started her fight with Shui. The two were very evenly matched. Shui had the power to light her fists or feet with fire to give more power to the blow. Shui dealt a few blows to Kaneko. But when Shui wanted to kick her, Kaneko caught her and hit her. Rubbing, Shui said, "Not bad." She couldn't finish because Kaneko attacked her with great force, and Shui ended up on the floor. Shui, surprised, said, "Who are you?" Kaneko looked at her and said, "I am Rias Gremory's slave." And she subdued her. I had my own problems. Mira was attacking me and I dodged all her attacks. Until at one point she hit me and sent me flying. When I sat down, I heard the noise of an electric saw and saw the twins approaching me with a smile. I was running away and the 2 told me, "Don't run away, come back here. Be a good boy and let us kill you." I told them, "There's no way I'm going to listen to them." In front of me, Mira appeared to try to hit me, but with a jump I dodged her attack. She was surprised and I looked at her with a superior smile. But the twins appeared in the air saying, "You are ours." Now I took out my demon wings and began to avoid them, until I reached the ground and said, "I trained a lot for this. I can't let down Bucho or everyone who supported me. Let's go, boosted gear." Drea gave me a boost and said, "Explosion." A red aura covered me and my power began to raise. I approached the twins in a jump and threw them against the ground. After landing, Mira approached me with the intention of hitting me. But I stopped her weapon and broke it. She looked surprised and said, "You broke my con." Without realizing it, I threw it along with the twins. The 3 got up and the twins said, "We lost against him. Reis-sama will be very upset." The 3 jumped, invoking power, and said, "We will kill you." I told them, "Not if I do it first." "Charge your power, Drake," the gauntlet said. "Boost." And I charged red energy while the 3 angrily approached to attack me. I pointed at them and said, "Dragon shoot." A red power sphere shot towards them. "Look," she said. "Block it with your chainsaws." The twins listened to them, and I said, "I wasn't going to wait for it to hit you." Explosion. Before the twins blocked my attack, it exploded, releasing all its power, leaving them out of combat at the same time. Observation room. Tsubaki said to Sona. What an incredible power, Sona said. She knew when to use it. Impressive. Jim. Kaneko, when she saw, said, I'm starting to respect you more, perverted senpai. I looked at her and saw that the enemy tower had already fallen, but was trying to get up, I said, as I expected from our tower. Kaneko blushed a little and Bucho spoke to us through the communicators. Kaneko, Issei, how are things? I said. Very well, Bucho. Kaneko and I managed to buy time. Bucho said. Very well, you can continue the operations. Akeno has already finished the preparations. The pawns that I had defeated were getting up, but Kaneko and I were already leaving, Shuei said. This fight is not over yet, you are abandoning your honor. We ignored him and then we saw how the gym exploded by one of Akeno's lightning. Graffia's voice was heard and said, 3 pawns and a rook of Rias-sama are no longer usable. I looked impressed and Kaneko told me, it is the demonic identity of Akeno-senpai, the priestess of lightning. I told him, so the priestess of lightning, anyone would die for that kind of punishment. Akeno just smiled and mined her fingers. Observation room. Eliminating the strongest position and then turning your defense into attack. It was such a reckless move that I don't think it's been used before, just what I expected of Rias. But I don't think Rias-sama will let this go without launching a strong counterattack. Battlefield, Bucho said. Our enemy has started to move. Until Akeno can place spells throughout the area, we must support her. Akeno's magic is as good as the protection we give her. That said, let's start with the next operation. I asked Kaneko, what's next? She told me, the training camps with Hyoudou-senpai. I said, I wonder how Kiba is doing? Everything happened like in normal high school DxD. Kiba went to attack Rias's pawns. I guess his face is helping him. Come on, Kaneko-chan. She ran away and I went after her, but then something fell and exploded. I screamed. Kaneko-chan. I saw her suffering the effect of the explosion. Bucho, scared, said, Kaneko, what happened? Please answer. Kaneko fell to the ground and I went to help her. From the ashes, Yubelina came out flying with a smile and a sickle in her hand. The endgame. I had Kaneko in my arms and said to her, Kaneko, are you okay? She said, I would have liked to help the president more. I looked at her and said, Asia will heal you right away. She just screamed and I saw how a blue light made her disappear. I was stunned and then I turned to look angrily at Rias's queen. Graphia said, Rias-sama's tower has retreated. I looked at her very angry and said, How dare you? Come down here, I will fight you. Bucho spoke to me through the communicator and said, Calm down, Issei. When a piece can no longer fight, it is transported to another place to be treated. Bucho tried to appear calm, but anger was noticeable in her voice. Rias's queen said, Give up, boy, you have no chance against us. At that moment Akeno came down from the sky and said, Issei-kun, I will take care of her, so hurry. Don't worry. I will use all my strength to avenge Kaneko-chan. I told her, Yes, Akeno-san. Akeno began to increase her power, and Rias's queen said, I've wanted to fight you for a long time, Lightning Priestess. Akeno told her, I feel honored, Bomb Queen-san. Both began to increase their power, and Graphia said, 3 pawns of Rias-sama have withdrawn. Surprised, I asked. 3? Someone pulled me through one of the passages. It was Kiba who greeted me. Smiling, I said, So you left the 3 pawns outside? He said to me, Thanks to Akeno-san's barrier, it was very easy to finish them off. Observation room. With this, Rias-sama has 9 pieces left, and Rias-sama 5. Tsubaki said. Sona answered, We still don't know who will win. Battlefield. I said to Kiba, I'm sorry, Kaneko-chan. He told me, normally she is expressionless, but today she looked very excited. It's a shame. I approached her and said, We will win this no matter what happens. He said, Of course. And we bumped fists. Bucho spoke to us through the communicators. Hyoudou Issei, you can hear me. Asia and I will make a surprise attack on their base. So distract as many enemies as you can to give us some time. I asked him, A surprise attack? She said, It's my only option. I was planning to wait for Akeno to return, but since Rias has sent his queen, I'll go. Kiba said, But it's very risky for the king to leave his base. Bucho said. I looked at Kiba and said, What if we teach them what the male duo from the occult club, the term, and said, Can do? We went out to the courtyard and I shouted, I know you're all hiding, come out now. A girl with armor and a sword appeared and said, I'm Carlemagne the Knight. You must be crazy to come fight me head on. But hey, I like idiots like you. She pulled out her sword and it lit up in flames. Kiba stepped forward and said, I'm Rias Gremory's knight, Kiba Hyoudou. I was hoping to cross swords with another knight. Carlemagne said, Well said, Gremory knight. And they started fighting, I said. I have nothing. A voice told me, Not necessarily. Then the blonde came out and said to me, All Carlemagne thinks about is swords. Swords and more swords. She also seemed a little annoyed by the sacrifice of the other pieces. what an unrefined girl, and just when I thought I had found another cute boy, it turns out to be another sword-obsessed. 3 pieces approached me while Kiba continued fighting with Carlomagne. More pieces were getting closer, and the blonde said, "Seriously, that's bad luck." Without realizing it English, I was surrounded by 6 of Rias's pieces. In my mind I said, "She's using the pieces she has left." I looked at Kiba and confirmed that we thought the same thing. When I saw the passageway I realized that Bucho and Asia were heading to fight Rias. The blonde said to me, "But seriously, Rias-sama has a strange taste in men." I activated the boosted gear and she said, "You're wrong, I won't fight." I looked at her and said, "What?" She said, "Isabella." A girl with orange hair, with a mask split in half, came and started attacking me. I dodged her blows and said, pointing at the blonde, "Who does she think she is?" Isabella said while continuing to attack me. "Although she is here as a bishop position, she is really only a spectator. She is Miss Revel Phoenix." I said, "Phoenix? That pervert has his sister in his harem." She kept attacking me while I evaded her blows until at one point she said to me, "You've changed a lot since Mira defeated you. Rias-sama has trained you well." I told her, "As her pawn I can't do anything but get stronger." Phoenix clan base. Rias and Asia had arrived, but as soon as they entered they heard Rias's voice, who said, "I was waiting for you." Patio. The Carlomagne broke Kiba's holy eraser and said, "That won't work on me." Kiba smiled and said, "And how about this? Freeze!" From Kiba's empty hilt came out a new sword, this time made of ice. Carlomagne said, "Do you have 2 sacred gear?" Kiba broke his sword, but she took out a smaller one from her pocket and set it on fire and said, "We the servants of Phoenix control fire, air and life." Kiba broke his ice sword and created another one with a black hole at the tip. Carlomagne said, "How many sacred gear do you have?" Kiba answered, "I don't have several sacred gear. I'm creating them. That's my power sword. Birth allows me to create as many magic swords as I want." I touched the ground and many swords came out of there. I said, "What an impressive ability." At that Isabella told me, "We are fighting, don't get distracted." She hit me and sent me to the ground. The boosted gear gave me another boost and I said, "Okay, take this dragon, shoot." This time I threw it in the form of lightning. Isabella saw it amazed and said, "That sacred gear is dangerous, I have to defeat you at once." And it came to attack me. I said, "Let's go drag again." He gave me a boost and I charged my power in my left fist. I hit it and sent it flying along with the other Rias pieces. Carlomagne said, "What an incredible power." Kiba told her, "That's the power of the Gremory pawn." Revel said to me, "Hey boy, what is that?" He pointed to the highest part of the new building, and there I saw Bucho carrying Asia, and I shouted, "Bucho," lowering her voice, "it's too soon for a direct attack." Kiba said, "Unless they have discovered our plan." On the roof of the building, "I knew you would come here," Rias said. Rias answered him, "A virgin like you should not underestimate my experience." Rias told him, "As vulgar as always." Patio. Revel told me, "Ruined Princess, Twilight Healing, the Priestess of Lightning, Sword Birth, and Boosted Gear. What fancy names your team has. But we Phoenix are immortal." The rest of the pieces surrounded me and Revel said, "Now do you understand that your team has no chance of winning?" She called 2 cat girls and said, "Ri and I bet this pawn is stronger than you think." Both of them jumped to attack and I couldn't land a hit after hitting me for a while. They said, "Cirrus finished." A swordswoman with a giant sword jumped to hit me and I miraculously dodged it, and she started attacking me and I said, "I can't against the 3 of them." Kiba turned around and shouted, "Issei-kun." Roof of the building. Rias had just blocked an attack from Rias and Asia said, "President." Rias said, "Let me have a little more fun. I want to enjoy a premarital fight. Do you understand?" Rias shouted angrily while launching a power of destruction. "Don't be ridiculous." Rias created a fireball. Both collided and created a huge explosion. Patio. I was trying to take the fight when I saw an explosion where Bucho was and I shouted, "Bucho." Through the communicator she said, "I'm fine, you should worry about your opponent." Cirrus tried to slash me but I avoided it. Bucho said, "I trust you, show them what a subordinate of Rias Gremory can do." Cirrus tried to attack me again but I stopped it with the boosted gear. Revel said, surprised. She stopped Cirrus's sword. Cirrus said, surprised, with her arm. In my mind I was saying, "What is making me doubt? I am here to help Bucho." With this strong thought I broke Cirrus's sword and sent it to her other companions and said, "Drea, give me much more power." The gauntlet gave me increases until I reached 12 and I prepared to continue fighting. Training camp. Eubelina fell to the ground from Akeno's power and said, "Lightning Priestess, you are truly formidable, but your magic has run out." Akeno told her, "After a little I will recover, so do not worry." Eubelina said, "I do not know if you will have time to rest." I take out a red jar and Akeno, surprised, said, "That's it." Eubelina said, "You fell." Patio. I kept fighting but they were very strong. Not even a joint technique called transfer, which I did with Kiba, worked. Only defeated Carlomagne. Graphia said. A knight of Ryusoulger has retreated. They kept hitting me and I said, I'm fed up. I backed up to where everyone was in my range of sight and said, Drag, use all the power we've gathered now. The boosted gear said. Boosted gear second liberation. And a very large green aura covered me. The boosted gear had transformed again and I heard Bucho say, transformed. I said, well then this ends here. Red Dragon Divide, Mateo Dragonar. A sphere of power was created and from there came out two small red dragons that advanced to where the Ryusoulger pieces were. I heard the screams of everyone and Ravel said scared, what is this power? The two dragons crashed into them and a big red explosion came out of there. I heard Graphia say, a rook, 3 pawns, a knight, and a bishop of Ryusoulger have retreated. I said, that's my power added to my newly discovered boosted gear gift. I heard a loud explosion from the training camp and saw Akeno fall defeated, and heard Graphia say, Rias-sama's queen has retreated. With that said, Akeno disappeared as Kaneko did. I said confused, Akeno-san? Roof of the building. Rias had heard what she said, Graphia, and said, Akeno. Asia was healing her and said, Akeno-san. Ryusoulger said, it seems you lost your precious right hand. Rias said, I still have Hyoudou Issei. Ryusoulger said, you wish. Courtyard. I kept looking and said, who could have defeated her? I heard the phoenix scream and then I saw Kiba falling in pain. I went quickly and said, Kiba, Kiba. But he disappeared and like Kaneko, I fell to my knees and heard Yubelina's voice saying, take. I looked at her angrily and said, you're again. Graphia said, Rias-sama's knight has retired. Roof of the building. Rias said, Yuto. Ryusoulger said to her, give up already, Rias. She replied, I won't do it. She threw a power at Ryusoulger that hit him in the face. He got up while healing himself and said, you still don't realize the only thing you'll achieve is that your pawn and your bishop will be injured. Asia said, Issei-san. Patio. Ravel flew over and said, you took a long time, Yubelina. Yubelina said, that queen was as strong as the rumors said. As I thought I had to use this. She showed Ravel a red bottle and Ravel said, it's still a victory, I knew I could trust you. I shouted, what is that bottle? Ravel said, Phoenix Tears, a treasure of my family that can heal any wound completely. I said, that's cheating. Ravel said, what? We are allowed to use 2 items maximum. You have a bishop with twilight healing. It is an expensive item that only my family can make. Immortality. And these tears have given much fortune to the family since the raiding game began. I left and Ravel said, hey, don't ignore me. I entered the building and said, promotion, queen. When I got the promotion I went up the stairs as fast as possible and said, calm down, Bucho, I swear I will grant you victory. When I arrived I opened the door and said, Bucho, Hyoudou Issei has arrived. Bucho said happily, Issei. Asia said, Issei-san. Yubelina appeared behind Ryusoulger and said, I'll take care of the pawn and the bishop. Ryusoulger said, no, I'll take care of them. That way they'll learn. Bucho said, don't talk nonsense, first you'll have to defeat me. Bucho launched 2 attacks that cut off Ryusoulger's arm, but he started to laugh and said while reverberating, give up already, Rias, it's over. I anticipated all your moves. Checkmate. Bucho said, shut up, Ryusoulger, checkmate? Did you anticipate my moves? Don't make me laugh. I'm still standing. Ryusoulger said to Yubelina, then I have no choice, do it. She rose, and I realized that Asia was healing me and she said, you had a tough battle. Even so you were able to get here. I told her, I promised, remember? She said, yes. I said, thank you, you are the one who takes care of our lives, please leave. In that instant a purple circle covered Asia and Yubelina appeared in the sky. She launched an explosion. But I took care of Asia, I heard Bucho say. Asia Issei. As the smoke cleared, Bucho saw that I had protected Asia and I said, is she okay? Bucho said, if she only lost consciousness from the shock. Yubelina said to Ryusoulger, sorry, I didn't think the boy would cover her to protect her. Ryusoulger said, it doesn't matter, she can't use twilight healing anymore. I yelled at him. Damn it, Yubelina said, even after receiving my attack. Ryusoulger told her, now she has the defensive ability of a queen. The promotion saved him. I said to Bucho, will we continue fighting? She said, yes. I told her, I'll keep fighting as long as I can raise my fist. Bucho said, well said, Issei. Together we will defeat Ryusoulger. Ryusoulger just smiled. I looked at Asia and said, calm down, Asia. We will win and we will return together. I left her on the floor and I saw how Yubelina laughed. I got angry because I remembered that she had eliminated my friends and Drake gave me 2 more increases. I had reached 20 increases. Yubelina just looked at me and I looked at her and said, before finishing off Ryusoulger you will fall first. Yubelina told me, you will fall like all your friends. Angry I shouted, you have fed up with me. Dragon shoot. The shot came out too fast and Yubelina surprised said, what? The power hit her and Graphia said, the queen of Ryusoulger-sama has retreated. Ryusoulger was surprised and I said, Drake, give me all the power. available. I heard several boosts from my glove and started to fight with Rias. I was quite even with him. I landed many hits, and just when I was going to give him the final blow, the gauntlet said, burst, and disappeared. Rias healed instantly and kicked me. That sent me to the lower part of the roof. I got up and spit blood and said, I can still fight Bucho. I will become the strongest pawn. Rias came and continued hitting me. I said, I will keep my promise. Rias I continued hitting me and Bucho said, Issei retreat. I was still in the field and crying. Bucho said, why don't you obey my orders? I looked at her and said, it's because of your smile. Rias looked at her slave, and when he said those last words she remembered what he had told her when they were in the country house and said crying, Issei you? But she hears Rias's voice. You bother me. You are a simple subordinate, and you dared to face me, Rias Phoenix. Rias said, what are you trying to do? Rias said, I will respect your feelings and burn him, so that the treatment cannot save him. After all, the deaths that occur in the raiding game are considered accidents. I opened my eyes and saw Rias with fury. He said, damn, and created a bigger fireball. I heard Bucho shout, Rias stop, and she ran. She hugged him to stop his attack. With tears in her eyes she said, I lose, I give up. I fell looking in disbelief, and Rias said, checkmate. I looked at her and just said, Bucho? Why? I heard Grafia's voice saying, Rias-sama gives up. Rias Phoenix wins this game. While my vision blurred and fell, I will keep my promise. Where am I? Saw my 2 dragons and said, what happened? Drake told me. Did you faint from the damage? I told him. We lost. Bahamut said. Did you get confident? I told him. You're right, but what about Bucho? Drake told me. I can hear what you and the Phoenix said, that the engagement party would be the night of the day after tomorrow. I told him. What can I do? Bahamut told me. Right now you won't be able to move for 2 days. I said. I would wake up for the engagement party. I won't be able to do anything, and I still haven't mastered my armor. Drake told me. Besides you using your true power now without any fear, is there something else? I asked him. What? Bahamut told me. There is a special ability that will allow you to train here and that your power increase will receive your body. I told him. I accept. Drake told me. But your arm will become that of a dragon. It is the cost for the power. I told him. I will do it for Bucho. 2 days passed and I woke up in my dark room. Drake from my arm and said, your arm will deform when you activate your power. I reflected for a bit, and remembered what happened in the game, but then a silver circle appeared and Grafia came out of there and said to me, it seems you woke up. I told him, Grafia-san, where is Bucho now? She is at her engagement party. In a few minutes the engagement will be announced. I said, it's because of me. It's because I am very weak. I cried remembering Bucho and asked Grafia, the others? He said to me, Asia-san is taking care of you by Rias-sama's orders. But everyone else came as Rias-sama's guests in the underworld. I remembered everything we went through and what she told me, that she wanted whoever she married to love her for who she was. And I said, I'm sorry, Bucho. I couldn't make myself stronger. Grafia said, it seems that you keep denying it, but Miss Rias is following her family's decision. Besides, she wanted to solve things with a duel. I said, I know, I understand. But Bucho accepting someone she hates, she's being forced to accept what her parents decided. I can't stand it. Remembering, I can't stand that she marries that bastard. Grafia said, you are an interesting man. I have seen all kinds of devils these years, but never one that says what he thinks and acts according to it. Like you, Sentai-sama also thinks you are interesting. He gave me a magic circle and I said, what is this for? Told me, you can transport yourself to the party with this. I said angrily, and you think I'll also go as a guest? Grafia said, if you want to get my sister back, attack the place. I looked at her confused and she said, Sentai-sama asked me to tell you that. When I turned around I saw another symbol and Grafia told me, that side will help you come back once you get her back. Then she went for a magic circle. I looked at the circle she gave me and said, I don't need to think about it twice. At that, Asia opened the door to my room. When she saw me standing, she dropped the bucket of water she was carrying and ran to hug me, throwing me down on the bed. I said, Asia, what's wrong? She said, I'm glad, I'm really glad, even though you were completely healed. You didn't wake up for 2 days. I was worried that you would never wake up again. I said while stroking her head. Sorry for worrying you again. She said, as long as you're okay, it's no problem, Issei-san. That's all I need. I looked at her and said, listen to me, Asia. She looked at me. I'll go see Bucho now. She said, I don't think it's to congratulate her. I told her I won't go to get her back. She said, I'll go with you. I said, no. You stay here. She said, no. I want to fight by your side. Now I can use magic and I can help you. I want to be more than protected. I told her, don't worry, I'll just hit Rias. And she said, you won't be okay. You'll be beaten up and covered in blood again. You're going to get hurt a lot. I don't want to see you like that again. I took her by the shoulders and said, I won't die no matter what happens. I got out alive when you saved me. Remember? Asia told me then promise me one thing. That you will return with the president no matter what happens. I told her of course I will. Asia left my room and I spoke to my dragons. Alright friends, now I will rescue Bucho. Both told me, are you sure I know this? I told them yes, more than ever. Underworld. Rias walked towards a mirror in a white dress and said, this is supposed to be an engagement party, but this looks more like a wedding dress. Rias's voice was heard. You're right. Rias appeared in the room and one of the maids told him, Rias-sama can't. This area is not allowed for men. Rias told her, don't tell me what to do. I'm the star of the night. He approached Rias and said, right, my fiancé is the star of the night. Rias told him, I'm not your fiancé yet. Besides, what's up with this dress? Rias said, it's perfect. I'll show the underworld the union of the Gremory and Phoenix families. Wearing this makes it easier to give up. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. Your dress for the royal ceremony will be next level. Following the tradition of the Phoenix family, your dress will be the most beautiful in the underworld and will be decorated with wings of fire. Rias disappeared in a magic circle and Rias said, what horrible taste, as I expected from such a pretentious family. Then she began to remember what happened at the end of the battle, Issei falling defeated, and she congratulated his effort and said, Issei, a maid told her, Rias-sama, it's time. In the party hall many important people were seen. Ravel was smiling and said, Oni-sama won a fiancé in a rating game. Although it was obvious who was going to win. But either way it was a great show. The Gremory group looked at her, and Kiba said, look at her bragging. A familiar voice said, surely she forgot it was broadcast. Kiba recognized her. It was Sona. She said, leaving aside the result, it was quite impressive, or rather exceeded everyone's expectations. Akeno said, thank you, but you don't need to be so considerate. Sona looked confused and Kiba said, we don't think this is over. Kaneko said, it's not over yet. Rias came out dressed in white from a magic circle and said, acclaimed nobles of the underworld, for the Phoenix family it is an honor to have you here. We invite you to share this historic moment in which I, Rias Phoenix, and the heiress of the Gremory clan, Rias Gremory, will formally announce our engagement. Without further ado, allow me to introduce you to my Empress Rias Gremory. Rias came out of a magic circle. It was then when a roar and a scream were heard and said, explosion! The door quickly opened wide and several guards flew out. Rias was surprised as well as everyone else, and then she saw Issei with his fist pointing towards them and breathing heavily. Issei's POV. I entered the ceremony with brute force and heard Bucho scream. Issei. I screamed. Bucho. Rias told me, damn you, how dare you. I didn't let him finish and said, I am Hyoudou Issei, a member of the Kuoh Academy Occult Club, and my Bucho Rias Gremory's virginity belongs to me. This I had said because of the excitement of the moment. Rias said, how dare you? Ravel said, what is? Rias thinking, he said, catch him. Many guards appeared in front of me. The club kids were there and Akeno said, why don't we join? Kiba said, okay. Kaneko said, understood. Suddenly Kiba and Kaneko appeared in front of me attacking the guards. Kiba said, Issei-kun, we will take care of them. Kaneko said, you're late. Then I heard a wow behind me and Akeno said to me, now you're finally here. Go Issei-kun. I said, thanks guys. People were wondering what was happening until someone said, it's a little show I prepared. The man was tall and had red hair. Bucho said, Oni-sama. I said, then he is. A noble said, Surzex Lucifer-sama. I said, the Demon King. Rias said, Surzex-sama, what do you mean spec? I didn't let him finish and said, Rias-kun, it was very interesting to watch the rating game. But against my younger sister who had no experience and had half the pieces. Well, Rias said, do you have any complaints about the fight? Surzex said, stop nothing. If I had them the rating game would become useless, not to mention the present circumstances this time. My former family would be dishonored. Rias looked at me in surprise and Surzex said, I wanted something interesting for my sister's engagement party. He said to me, you the boy over there, wanted to see for myself the power of the dragon you possess. So I asked Grafia to arrange this. Dragon versus Phoenix? That confrontation would make this interesting, don't you think? Bucho said, Oni-sama. Rias said, as expected from the Demon King, it is an interesting idea. Surzex spoke to me and said, Dragon Boy. I said, yes. He said, would you like to show us the nobles and me your power again? I said, yes. In my head I said, this time it will be all my power. Bucho said to me, Issei no. Rias stopped her and said, you will be my last flame before I become a married man. Surzex said to me, Dragon Boy, what do you want as a reward if you win? A noble said to him, why are you rewarding him, Surzex-sama? He is a low-class devil. Surzex said, anyway, he's a demon, and we're asking him for a favor, so we should give him fair compensation. He looked at me and said, what do you want? Nobility? A beautiful woman? Ask for whatever. I said, all I want is Rias Gremory back. We were transported to a battlefield and Surzek said, "Okay, let's get started." I said, "Bucho, I'll solve this quickly." Ravel came out of a screen and said, "Will you defeat Oni-sama quickly?" "Are you crazy?" Rias said. "Then I'll shut your mouth faster." He took out his wings and started to get closer. I said to Bucho, "Bucho, let me use the promotion." In the classroom, after hearing Issei's request, Rias said, "Issei, what are you trying to do?" While the nobles watched the fight. "Battlefield," I said. "Promotion, Queen," Rias told me. "It's useless." I approached and took out my demon wings and said, "I will show you that the dragon's flames burn more than yours, bird." He said to me, "Idiot, you'll see." I exchanged a few blows with him. I realized that I was not going to be able to beat him, and said, "Well, Reiser, I will show you my true powers now." Reiser began to laugh and said, "You are just a low-class demon. You have nothing to show." Hall, Rias, and the rest of the spectators were surprised by what Issei said, all except Kiba. "Battlefield," I said to Reiser, "I will show you otherwise." My power began to increase and purple thunder began to cover my right hand while my eyes turned purple. Reiser kept watching and I said, "I did not want anyone to know about this because I thought they would despise me. But if I have to save those who matter to me, I do not care about anything anymore. Dragon of the night that hides among the shadows of darkness and lurks from the depths of the black sky, give me your power, Bahamut." Then a sword with a black handle, a purple gem in the center, and a silver blade appeared in my right hand fast as lightning screaming. "Black dragon, dark bald," I said to Reiser as a purple and red aura covered me. "This is my other, sacred gear, the dark blade. This is my true power." Hall, seeing Issei's hand and eyes, the attendees were stunned. Rias said, "What happened to Issei?" Akeno and Kaneko didn't know what to say and Kiba said, "You'll see." After the sword appeared in his hand, Rias, Akeno, Kaneko, Sona and Ravel said in surprise, "He has 2 sacred gear." Rias said to Kiba, "You knew this." Kiba told her what had happened in the training battlefield. I looked at Bucho through one of the screens and said, "Bucho, when I damaged the fallen angel, I lied to you. It hadn't been with the boosted gear but with my sword. I didn't tell them anything because I thought they wouldn't accept me." I looked at Reiser, who was still stunned, and said, "In the game I trusted that I wouldn't need all my power, but I ended up losing." Reiser, who recovered from the astonishment, said, "But this is impossible, you are a low-class demon." I told him, "That's where your problem is, Reiser. You judge me for being a low-class demon. But don't you realize that you are only a high-class demon for being born in the Phoenix family, not for your effort? Also, I remind you that before reincarnating as a demon I was human." I said to Bucho, "Bucho, I know I don't have the same talent as Kiba for swords, I am not a prodigy in magic like Akeno-san, I don't have super strength like Kaneko-chan, and I don't have Asia's healing abilities, but even so, I will become the strongest pawn. If it were for you, I would even end God." She was surprised by what I said. I looked at Reiser and said, "This is my true power, Overbooster." A red and purple tornado covered me completely, so that an armor, red on the left half and black on the right, covered me completely, and I said, "This is the power of the 2 dragons, double balance breaker scale male." Salon. Rias, stunned by what she was seeing, said, "A balance breaker, a forbidden technique." Battlefield. Reiser approached me furiously. I put the sword in my right arm and we started to fight. I hit him too many times, but he also hit me very hard. I threw my dragon shoot at him, and they hit him. He came out quite affected, but I continued with the intention of fighting. We were fighting for a while until he made me spit blood, but with one hit I did the same to him. Reiser told me, "What did you do to me?" I said, "That's my increased power." Reiser told me, "You gave part of your arm to the dragon." I smiled inside the armor, and with a kick I sent him flying towards one of the columns. I stood on the battlefield and took out my sword ready to end this. The sword took out purple and red flames, which then turned into a tornado. All that power was concentrated in the blade. Reiser threw a fireball at me, but as soon as it got close to the sword, the gem said, "Absorb," and the fireball began to disappear, giving power to my sword. Reiser was surprised, and I told him, "The ability of the boosted gear is to increase my power. The ability of the dark blade is to absorb." Reiser, very badly injured, said, "Wait, you don't understand how important this marriage is for the demons. A child who doesn't know anything like you shouldn't intervene." I told him, "I don't care how necessary it is. But I remember something before I fainted when you defeated me." Bucho was crying. My power continued to charge more and said, "I will not forgive anyone who makes her cry." With a slash, my attack shot straight towards Reiser. He wanted to fly but hit him. A tornado of fire of 2 colors was created around him. Then the tornado fell to the ground and exploded. Reiser could not continue. He had won. Ravel said, "Oni-sama," and came flying, putting herself in front of Reiser as a defense. I said, threatening her with my sword, "You also want to fight? I do not care how many come. I will continue fighting. I saw a slight blush and she took Rias. I deactivated the armor and stuck my sword in the floor to hold on to it using the balance breaker had left me exhausted. Rias was happy and said, Issei, you did it, Zen-Aku said. The confrontation ended. Battlefield. I felt like the floor began to break, so I returned my sword to my right arm. I had no strength to fly. But Kaneko caught me, I said. Thank you. I could not finish because Kaneko I get up and said, there it goes. He threw me and what I saw was Bucho crying with happiness. With open arms she caught me and said, Issei. Thank you, Issei, my Issei. When we went down, I used the symbol that Graphia gave me, and from there a griffin came out, Akeno said. Era, it seems that you need to escort the president back. Nervous, I said. Me? Bucho said. Yes, I think it would be best, I said. As you wish, Bucho. I helped her up, and when we were both there I said to the boys, we waited for you in the club room, and we took flight. Underworld Castle, Zen-Aku says to Graphia. The griffin was prepared to help him escape if he lost, Graphia said. That would have been problematic, Zen-Aku said. My father and the Phoenix leader seemed sorry. But unfortunately the engagement is broken, Graphia said. Your expression doesn't tell me that you're sorry, Zen-Aku said. I didn't think the Welsh dragon would come to this world. Also with an unknown sacred gear, Graphia said. Perhaps the encounter with the vanishing dragon won't take long. With Issei, we were flying when Bucho touched my face and asked me, why didn't you tell us about your other sacred gear? I said, I was scared that they would reject me because of the darkness of my other dragon. But when I realized that you were in danger, I decided to use it, Bucho told me. Also, you gave her your arm for someone like me. I told her, it wasn't a bad deal. Besides, I couldn't trust you if it was about getting you back, Bucho said. Now it's cancelled, but at any moment another proposal could come. I told her, next time it will be my right arm and then my eye. Bucho looked at me and said, Issei. I told her, I will come to save you as many times as necessary. After all, I am Rias Gremory's pawn. As soon as I said that, Bucho kissed me on the lips. She had her eyes closed, but I left them open in surprise. After we separated, she said, that was my first kiss. That is important for Japanese girls, right? I said, why yes, that's right. But it was good that you gave it to me, Bucho said. What you did was very valuable. Consider it as a reward. I just smiled, and the warmth returned to my chest, this time stronger. Bucho said, also, I've decided that I will also live in your house. I looked at her and said, what? She said, I want to be closer to my servants. We were at my house and Bucho was explaining to my parents that she was going to live with us. I saw that Asia had her jealous look very noticeable. At the club, Akeno and Asia healed my arm and it returned to normal, until it activated again, and they healed again. At school, Renji, Kuoh, and I found the perverts again, and we got them out of the girls' locker room. The girls were screaming, alleged by our noble action. And I went to be with them in front of the old building. Then I saw Bucho opening the windows like every day, and in my mind I said, I wanted to protect her, not because of a contract or an agreement. She has to be there, noble and worthy. There is only one person that I admire. Bucho saw me and smiled as I went out the window to see the school. In my mind I followed. It's her. Prologue Part 2. The girls from the occult club watched a fight closely. It was Kiba and me clashing our swords, Kiba told me. It seems like I trained you well. I told him. That's true, Kiba said. But remember that the president said to use all our power. Sword birth. Several swords came out of the ground and I said, if I remember what Bucho said, then I will have no mercy. Dark flames. Black flames covered the blade of the sword and we started to fight again. My power was great, but Kiba's skill was superior. We continued fighting until he used his holy eraser and in a clash we both fell. I deactivated the sword and he said, not bad, Issei-kun. I told him, you were great too, Akeno said. Era, it was pretty good. Now, Issei-kun, will you tell us the reason for your doubts? Bucho looked at me and said, yes, Issei, we will not be able to help you if we do not know. Kaneko and Asia also looked interested and I said, 3 years ago, active the sacred gear for the first time. I felt incredible knowing that 2 dragons lived in my arms. I began to train to be able to give it a better use. Besides that, at that moment I became more studious. I wanted to know more about what was inside me. And one day Bahamut and Drake contacted me, explaining to me about the sacred gear. I was happy using them for good until that day. Bucho looked at me moved and said, what day, Issei? I told him, the day I discovered that people are ungrateful, even though you saved them. Everyone was surprised and I began to narrate. Flashback. Issei was walking at age 14 through Kuoh at night and wearing a mask. When he saw something incredible, a monster attacking a lady and her daughter, Issei ran and activated his sword and said, don't worry, lady. I will finish off this monster. Release your power, Dark Bald. The sword that time released such black flames that they covered and consumed the monster completely. Issei wanted to get closer to the lady and she screamed, "What kind of monster are you?" And he ran away. Issei did not understand why. But then Bahamut spoke to him. "Partner, people have always been ungrateful and always despised me, from ancient times until now." Issei did not believe him and continued looking for someone to defend. But then all the people, when they saw his power, fled from him. That left him with no desire to continue protecting Kuoh, and stopped going out to look for trouble at night. End of flashback. Bucho said, "People will always be afraid of the unknown. You were just doing the right thing." I felt happy about what Bucho told me, and she also added, "We trust you." Everyone nodded and I said, "But not all the congratulations have to be for me. Kiba really is a master of the swords." Kiba said, "It's not that much, Issei-kun." I said, "But where did you become a sword master?" He didn't answer and Bucho said, "Well, it would be best if we go back home." We left while I was left wondering what was happening to Kiba. I'm back, even if it's just this short prologue. I promise that the chapters will come soon, and I decided that it was best to continue this story here. Without further ado, I'm leaving. Kiba's secrets. I woke up and the first thing I saw were breasts. I said, surprised in my head. I was just saying, why did I wake up with breasts in my face? Wait a minute. I looked up and saw that the president was sleeping with me and hugging me against her breasts. I couldn't believe it. That's when she woke up and said to me, "Good morning, Issei." I said, "Good morning, Bucho. One question, what are you doing in my room?" She said, "It's just that I couldn't sleep at night, and I came here. Besides, you are more comfortable than any pillow." I said to myself, she just called me a human pillow. She got on top of me and said, "It's still early and we can deepen our master and servant relationship." I looked at her surprised and blushed. I asked, "What?" She said, "I'll let you do whatever you want to." Me. I was in shock when Asia knocked on the door and said, "Issei-sen, you have to wake up for your morning training." Bucho got up and said, "I had forgotten that you have morning training." Asia asked, "Are you still in bed, Issei?" I told her nervously, "No, I'm already awake." Bucho said, "Let's go, Asia, can you wait a bit? My pawn and I have to get ready." I looked at her and said, "What did you just do, Bucho?" Asia opened the door and saw us both. Nervously I said, "Good morning, Asia." Bucho said, "Asia, good morning." Asia said jealously as she approached and took off her shirt, "I can dress just like the president. I can't allow her to get ahead of me." I just said, "What?" The alarm clock rang announcing 5 in the morning. After the scene we went to have breakfast and Bucho prepared breakfast. We sat down to eat, and my father said, "I can't believe that a foreigner made this." Bucho said, "I've been living in Japan for a long time, it's not that bad." I took some of the soup and said, "This is delicious, President." She smiled, looked at me and said, "Thank you, Issei." Asia pouted and started pinching my arm and I could only scream. My mother said, "Asia hasn't been living with us for a long time, but I was surprised to see that Rias would also come. I didn't think she would help me cook." Bucho said, "I just want to help with whatever you want, mother." Hearing her tell me that, the warmth returned to my chest. My mother continued and said, "Asia also helps me a lot with my homework. Thanks to her I can rest a little. You are very useful, babe." Asia said happily, "It's the least I can do for letting me live here." Bucho asked, "Dear mother, can I organize a small meeting with the boys of the club this afternoon?" My mother said happily, "If it's not a problem." I asked Bucho, "Bucho, why here?" She said, "It's the annual cleaning of the building, so we can't use it today." Asia said, "I'll take care of preparing the tea." Bucho said, "Thank you very much, Asia." Kuoh Academy. I was lying on my table and said, "After my battle with Rias, Bucho has become more affectionate with me, although that puts Asia in a bad mood." Renji said to me, "Are you still thinking about what happened?" I nodded and Kuro said, "I can't believe you faced a high-class devil and defeated him alone. Now you are really scary, friend." I told him, "It wasn't me alone. It was with the help of Bahamut and Drake. I also said that I would protect her and bring her back." Renji told me, "I've noticed that there is always a sparkle in your eyes whenever you talk about Rias Gremory senpai." I didn't say anything and started drinking a juice while Asia talked to the girls in class. Then Kuro said to me, "So have you heard the rumors that are circulating about you?" I looked at him with a confused face and he told me that there were rumors that he was dating Bucho, Akeno-san, Kaneko-chan, Asia, even Kiba. I spit out what I was drinking and asked, "Who is saying that?" Both pointed at Matsuda and Motohama. I got up from my seat and approached them and heard them saying to other boys, "Is it true Hyoudou Issei is even in something with Kiba Yuto?" I cracked my knuckles a little and said, "What am I doing, what?" Both perverts turned around in fear and proposed a hit to each of them. I did not dislike them as much, but sometimes I needed to correct them. That was when Aika approached and said, "I really do not know what you saw in Asia for him to be your boyfriend." Asia, who was next to her, said nervously, "And in boyfriend?" I told him, "Asia arrived in Japan recently and I take care of her." I was wanting to argue when my arm started to hurt. Mentally Drake told me. You need the treatment now, partner. I hid my arm. I made a sign to Renji and Kuoh, who understood. Then I said, sorry, I have to go. Asia saw me and I approached her. She asked, is this happening again? I whispered to her, yes, I'm going with Akeno-san, she said as I left. Issei-san has important things to attend to. Aika told him. I thought he was your boyfriend. You always go out with him. Also the other day you told me that. Asia covered Aika's mouth and Matsuda and Motohama said, why does everything touch him? In the occult club, for some strange reason to heal me, Akeno made me take off all my clothes and left me only with a towel. I was sitting on one of the armchairs when Akeno came in. She was only wearing a robe and said, well, we can start. After healing me by chipping my fingers for a while she explained to me the reason for the healing, she said to me in a very sensual way, I really see that you enjoy it. After that she hugged me and said, if Rias finds out that I laid a finger on you, she would probably kill me. When it comes to you, she is completely different. I didn't know what to think about that, but then Akeno continued healing me. When she finished, she said, when you fought with Phoenix. I asked her, with Phoenix? She said, you stood up until you couldn't anymore, all to protect the president, and then you went to face him alone, interrupting the president's engagement party just to bring her back. You gave your arm. You even showed us a power that you had refused to accept. Seeing you so brave awakened in me an interest in you. She touched my chest and said, could this be love? I didn't know what to say, and she laughed a little and said, I'll see you later. At Issei's house, Bucho said, I will count the contracts that each one has made this month. Akeno had 11, Kaneko had 10, Hyoudou had 8, Asia had 3. Everyone started to congratulate Asia, who felt very happy, and Bucho said, and Issei, who only has 1. Everyone turned to look at me and Bucho said, what are you doing not signing contracts? Everyone looked at me with curiosity and I said, well, the truth is that. Flashback. Issei was seen attacking a wooden dummy with his dark blade sword. Issei said, I've been practicing every night to improve. I know I won't make many contracts, but he stayed silent for a while and said, looking at the sky, I can't allow anyone to hurt you. End of flashback. Some important things, I said. Before Bucho could tell me anything, my mother came in with snacks and Asia told her, Mother didn't have to cook anymore. My mom said, no problem. Besides, they are in their math club, right? I said in a low voice. I'm glad you think the club is like that. My mom said. Also, I have something that might interest you. I saw that she had photo albums and said, oh no. Without realizing it, all the girls in the club were looking at my childhood photos. There was one where I won a science contest. Others where I entered school, and I heard Bucho say excitedly, Little Issei, how cute. Asia told him, I understand how you feel, President. Bucho told her, see how precious Asia is. I said, somewhat annoyed, why did I have to take out that photo album? Before I could object, I saw that my mother had the album of my nightmares. She said to the girls, here is Issei's talent album. Before she could open it, I took it from her as quickly as I could, hid it in a drawer and locked it. I breathed heavily and said, we agreed that no one would see that album. My mother laughed, and I saw disappointment on the girls' faces. Kiba told me, you have a good mother. I told him, don't support her, he said seriously. I would also like to have a family. I remained silent when he asked me, Issei-kun on this page. He pointed to a photo. When I saw it, it was me as a child with Irina, I said. I felt like after saying that name, the jealous looks of Asia and Bucho came towards me. Kiba said to me, do you remember anything about this sword? I said, no, it was a long time ago. Kiba said, I never thought I'd find a sacred sword in such an innocent photo. I just looked at him thoughtfully. After that, at night, I appeared in front of a house and said, I have to sign at least a contract this time. I rang the bell and a blonde man with black locks opened the door. I told him, you summoned a demon. He said, that's right, come. And I entered his house. It looked very tidy and nice. I said, wow, what a nice place. The guy doesn't look Japanese, maybe some kind of millionaire foreigner. The man came in with a tray and said, let's have a drink. I said, sorry, but I'm not of legal age to drink. He said, wow, that's a shame. I wanted to have a drink with someone. I asked him, was that your request? He said, there's nothing wrong with that. I told him, well, that's true. But the contract will only be signed when I fulfill a request. I can't receive much in return. He told me, I only have whiskey. Do you want a glass of water? I told him, thank you very much. A while later he was laughing and said, so you ring the doorbells because they can teleport you but not inside a house. I said, yes, that's right. He continued laughing and I mentally said, your laughter is starting to irritate me. He said, well, I think I can pay you. I suppose you want my soul? I said, it's not that bad. It was just a nice chat. He said, wow, how kind you are. I said, my master always says that transactions should always be happy. He said, well then what do you say about that over there? He pointed to a painting that looked expensive. I said, don't you think it's too much? He said, it's the only thing I can give you. Unless you want my soul, I said, I'll take the painting. With a magic circle I appeared in my room and left it there. I said, what a man, how strange. My phone rang. It was Bucho asking me to go to where they were. It was an abandoned factory, and I met my colleagues. I asked, what's going on? Kaneko said, there's a rogue demon in the factory. Bucho said, it must be very dangerous for them to ask us to eliminate it tonight. I looked at her seriously and asked, so? Bucho nodded and said, fine. Bucho said, Asia, you stay here. Akeno and I will wait for them to take him out. Issei, Kaneko and Hyoudou will take care of getting him out. Kaneko and Akeno said, yes, President. I said, okay. To me, Bahamut. My sword appeared and I also made the boosted gear appear. Akeno said, Era, it seems that Issei-kun is going all out from the beginning. I told her. I promised that I wouldn't trust him again. Whatever it was, I noticed Bucho blush. Then I turned to see and Kiba didn't say anything. Bucho said, Yuto. He reacted and said, yes, President. I didn't know what was wrong with him and I said, let's go. The two followed me. Before entering I said to Bucho, Bucho, if I overdo it and kill him, I will do it in your name. Bucho blushed as we got closer. Kaneko destroyed the door, and we entered. Everything it was dark. A monstrous woman came out to attack us. Kiba still did nothing and Kaneko said to him, Hyoudou-senpai attack, Hyoudou-senpai. Kiba did nothing and the demon attacked Kaneko with a kind of spider web that melted part of her clothes and hurt her. I jumped to protect her and with a punch I sent the demon away. The gauntlet kept giving me boosts. That's when I screamed, Kiba, do something. He reacted and split the demon in half. But he stumbled and the demon approached him. I didn't know what to do, so the only thing that occurred to me was to tell Kaneko, get Kiba out of there, Kaneko-chan. She listened to me and I transferred all my augmentations to the gem of my sword so that it could absorb them. Kaneko took out Kiba and my sword began to generate black lightning. I shouted, take this in the name of my master Rias Gremory, Hell Thunder, and I slashed at the demon. Outside, Rias, Akeno and Asia were waiting when they saw a lightning bolt in the shape of a black dragon fall from the sky. They recognized that it was their partner's other power, and saw how it created a huge explosion inside the factory. The three were surprised and Akeno said to Rias, he completely destroyed it. Rias said, he has more power than we thought. With Issei, I left the factory after destroying the demon a little tired because my attack consumed a lot of energy. Outside were Akeno, Bucho and Asia. With a smile I said, I think I overdid it a little. Akeno said, I see why they asked us for the job so urgently. Asia came running to Kaneko and said, Kaneko, are you okay? Kaneko said, help me please. In that we heard a slap and saw how Bucho had hit Kiba and said, now if you're paying attention, another mistake of yours and someone would have died. Kiba just said, I'm so sorry. Bucho, he said, tell me what's wrong. I've never seen you like this. He said, nothing, I just had a bad day. With your permission I'll go. Bucho stared at him. I caught up to him and said, wait, Kiba, what's wrong? You don't behave like that. He said, it's not something that matters to you. I said, yes, it matters to me. He said, why? Devils are selfish by nature. I said, why are you talking to me like this? He said, it doesn't matter. I said, if something happens to you, you can tell me. We're supposed to be friends. He said, friends? I'm sorry to say no, although you are very enthusiastic, Issei-kun, but I remembered something fundamental. The reason why I'm still alive. I asked him, is it supposed to be because of Bucho? He said, no, I live for revenge. I live to see the sacred sword, Excalibur, shattered. I just stared at him. Issei's house. Bucho told Asia and me a sacred sword is a demon's worst enemy. A cut causes a burn and a full cut causes instant death, although only a few are chosen to carry them. That's why the church tried to create artificial carriers. It was known as the Sacred Sword Project. Asia said, but when I was still in the church I didn't hear anything about that. Bucho said, it was a long time ago, and I heard that it failed. I told her, that's good. Bucho said, Yuto Kiba is a survivor of that experiment. Asia and I were speechless and I said, I remembered something. I took out the old photo album and put the page where my photo with the sword was. Bucho said, yes, it is a sacred sword although not a true Excalibur. Asia said, scared. Issei-sen, you were very close to one of those swords. I told her, now that I remember we went with the Shida family to church very often. Bucho said, that explains why the previous bearer disappeared. We looked at her, and then she reacted and said, sorry, it's very late. We should go to sleep. That's when she started to undress and I asked her nervously, Bucho, what are you doing? She said, you know that I can't sleep with clothes on. I told her, I already know that, but why in my room? She said, because I'm going to sleep with you like yesterday, can I? Asia said as she undressed, then I'll sleep with Issei too. Both were naked and Bucho said to Asia, Asia throws in the towel at once. Asia said. It's not fair that you stay with Issei president. They began to argue while internally I did not know what to do. What do I do? If this continues, I'm going to start seeing your breasts. No, Issei bad, I have to calm you down. I told them. Girls, calm down, Bucho said. Then let Issei decide who will sleep with him, Asia said. That seems fairer to me. Both stared at me and I said I can't choose. Both tried to seduce me, but I did not know what to do. That's when they grabbed me by both arms and started to pull me. Asia said. I have been here longer, I have the right of seniority. Bucho said. Are you crazy? He will stay with me. They continued fighting and pulling me by the arms until I fell off the chair and they fell on top of me. The computer monitor fell on top, causing me more pain. While they watched me go church, 2 hooded women arrived and one said to the other, this place is too damaged. The other said, I heard rumors about a problem between a fallen angel and a demon. Could that be why? The other replied, it's getting late. Both took off their hoods, revealing a blue-haired girl with a green lock and a brunette with 2 pigtails. The blue-haired girl said, are you sure you see us with him here? The brunette answered him, of course, of course, of course. I lived in this city when I was little. Here I have a photo of my childhood. Streets of Kuoh. Kiba reflected on what Issei had told him and said to himself, I'm sorry Issei, but I'm not worthy of having something as good as friendship. At that a priest fell at his feet asking for help. Kiba only said, what? Until he heard a familiar voice. Hello, it's been ages since we last saw each other. But what are we here for? It's the fucking demon prince. Kiba stood on guard, pulled out his sword and said, Fried, are you still hanging around here? Fried said, this meeting makes me so happy. I was getting tired of killing old people. Fried began to spin his sword and it began to emit a glow. Kiba said, that glow, that aura, it can't be. Fried said, that's it, you recognize it, right? I'll make you pay for what you did to me with this wonder, the sacred sword Excalibur. Kiba just stared at him. The bearers of Excalibur. Fried and Kiba were fighting. The fight happened just like in the anime. I'm too lazy to write the fight. At Issei's house, the alarm clock rang and I wanted to get up, but I felt very heavy. When I woke up I realized that Bucho and Asia were sleeping with me and they were also naked. I screamed in surprise. What's going on here? They both woke up and explained to me that I fell asleep while they were arguing and that they also agreed to use me both as a pillow. Inside I said, I don't know if I should take it for good or for bad. Asia said startled, it's very late and I have to make breakfast. They both got dressed, thanked me for letting them sleep with me and went to the kitchen. I stayed in my room meditating and said, how did we get to this? A perverted thought came to my head and I hid it to get rid of it, but then 2 lights appeared in my hands, one green in the left and one purple in the right. I said, what happens now? Drake told me, we have felt a presence near you. Bahamut said, you have to be careful. I told them, I will become stronger if I have to protect my friends. Both dragons laughed and said, you have your goal well set. Drake said, remember that the target can appear at any moment. Bahamut said, besides he does not know of my existence. I told them, I know. I will be prepared for that moment. Kuoh Academy. Sona and Tsubaki were walking when they saw 2 hooded women looking at them intently. With Issei, Matsuda and Motohama they were inviting me to karaoke. I know they had the false hope that some girl would approach them if I was with them. I told them, I'll think about it. A cult club. Asia and I were admiring how clean the club had been left. But then Asia said to me, pointing to a door, Issei-san, that door is very protected. I told her, she's always like that. We call it the Forbidden Room. We went to the central hall and Bucho said, they finished cleaning so we can have the meetings here again. I asked her, and Kiba? Kaneko told me, Hyoudou-senpai didn't come today. I looked at Bucho and said, could it be because of yesterday? Bucho told me that besides Kiba other children had been used to see if they could use the sword. She also explained to me that Excalibur was divided into 7 fragments, since the original had been shattered, and also saying that Kiba had failed along with the other children. Bucho said, then the manager wanted to get rid of the children. I looked at her surprised and she said to me, I saved Hyoudou in his last moments of life because he had escaped from all the massacre. I saw that he had hatred in his eyes and I turned him into a demon hoping he would focus his energy on something else. I said, seeing that photo brought all those memories back. Bucho said, just watch him for now. EJ, that moment Akeno arrived and said, Era, nobody told me you were already here. Bucho told her, Akeno, you are late. Akeno said, I bring visitors for you. Sona and Tsubaki entered the club room. Sona said, Rias would like you to go to my house to talk about something important. I do not want to expose myself to someone else hear it. Bucho said, it must be very serious. Sona said, yes it is. After class I was talking with Asia and Kaneko, and we talked about Kiba, and then Kaneko left. At Sona's house, everything happened exactly the same as in the anime. I'm not going to describe the whole scene. At Issei's house. I was arriving with Asia when we both felt chills, Asia said. I've never felt this before. I told her. I have, when I left you at the church and when. I remembered that I felt that in my fight with Fried and I ran in and said, my parents are in danger. Sona's house. Rias stood up and said, sorry Sona, I have to go. Issei is in danger. At Issei's house. I entered and saw the living room light on. I heard my mom's laughter saying, yes, I remember that. When I arrived I saw two girls, a blue-haired girl with a green streak and a brunette with pigtails. The brunette, when she saw me, smiled and said, don't you remember me anymore? Nervous, I said. Irina. At what moment? Irina became happy and said, I'm glad that Issei-kun remembers me. Also, I realized that many things have changed in recent years. His friend looked at me with a face of hatred. Without stopping, a while later, Bucho hugged us and said, I'm glad you are okay. I thought of the worst and prepared to fight. Promise I'll take better care of you now. I was suffocating in Bucho's breasts and I said, Bucho, your breasts. She said, I see Issei. You are very honest with your carnal desires. I said, what? Asia stopped her and said, don't do that kind of thing. Bucho said after explaining what happened. They came here. I said, yes, I had to make up an excuse to come to the room. But it seems she knows what we are. Bucho said, calm down. Tomorrow I will talk to them at the club. Later at night, she said while looking at the sky. I can't believe Irina is affiliated with the church. The blonde man who called me last time had taken me fishing with him at night and said, are you worried about something, young devil? I told him, nothing's wrong, I was just thinking. He said, a young devil shouldn't worry so much. I don't worry that much, there are problems that solve themselves. After that we continued fishing. A cult club next day. Irina and her friend were in the club and Bucho told them, well, what's the problem? Both introduced themselves and the blue-haired girl said, my name is Zenobia Korda. Irina said, I am Irina Shidu. Bucho said, why do two envoys from the church want to talk to a demon? They told us that the Excalibur had been stolen by fallen angels, and they also showed us their swords. Excalibur Destruction was Zenovia's and Excalibur Mimic was Irina's. They were arguing because Zenobia believed that the devils were going to support the fallen angels and Bucho explained that we wouldn't. Zenobia said, that was what we wanted to hear and our leaders too. Bucho said, we will not side with the fallen angels or God. Zenobia said, as long as you don't interfere there will be no problem. Bucho said, you have my word. Zenobia said, we really appreciate this talk. They got up ready to leave. Bucho offered them something to drink but Zenobia said, sorry, we are forbidden to live with devils. We better leave immediately. Zenobia looked at Asia and said, there is a doubt that has been bothering me since we went to Hyoudou Issei's house. Are you Asia Argento? Asia fearfully said, yes. Zenobia said with contempt, I never thought I would meet a damn heretic. Asia was affected and Irina said, you are the nun who became a heretic. I heard many rumors about you. You had powers to heal everyone, even demons and fallen angels. Who would say that now you were a demon? Asia did not know what to say and Zenobia said, who would say that such a pure person would become a demon? But what can I say? Nobody is perfect. My aura increased to its 2 colors and I yelled at her, shut up. Don't say more about Asia. Kaneko stopped me and said, Senpai, calm down. Irina and Zenobia were surprised by my power. Recovered from the scare, Zenobia said, and tell me, do you still believe in our Almighty Lord? Irina said to her, what's wrong with you, Zenobia? She doesn't believe anymore. Don't you see she's a demon? Zenobia said. Some blasphemers feel guilty and keep some faith. That's why I ask you again. Asia started to cry and said, yes, I still do. Since I was little I believed in him. Zenobia said, then let me kill you. Asia froze and Zenobia said, our Almighty Lord is always willing to forgive. Bucho said, enough, you are not allowed to insult my servants. Zenobia said, I have not insulted anyone. Zenobia approached Asia and I could not contain myself anymore. I got away from Kaneko and shouted, Bahamut! The black sword came to my arm while a dark aura and black lightning covered me. I approached Zenobia quite angry. She and Irina had not recovered from the scare. Bucho was not even able to say anything to me because of the fear of my unleashed power. I told her, you called Asia a heretic. Zenobia said, it was the most elegant word for I yelled at her, shut up. You yourself said that Asia was a pure person. But she felt so alone and had no one. Zenobia said, a pure person only needs the love of God. I said, you guys don't understand the kindness in Asia's heart. Zenobia said, what do you have to do with Asia? I said, I am her family, her friend, her protector, but above all I am the person capable of killing God to protect her. Zenobia and Irina looked at me and Zenobia said, how dare you say that? I said, I will fight against the entire church if necessary. Zenobia said, then it is a challenge. Bucho said, Issei, that's enough. She couldn't finish because she saw that my eyes were purple and decided not to continue. A voice said, I also accept the duel. It was Kiba. Zenobia said, and who are you? Kiba said to her. A person you should fear. On the outskirts we were prepared to fight and Zenobia and Irina took out their swords. Kiba started to laugh and Zenobia asked him, "Why are you laughing?" Kiba said, "It's funny that if I don't go where those damn swords they come to me." He activated his sacred gear and Zenobia said, "Sword birth, I remembered, a patient of the sacred sword experiment who survived." Irina asked me with a sparkle in her eyes. Hyoudou Issei, why? I told her. I what? She said, I find it hard to believe that my childhood friend became a demon while I was gone. When I finally managed to be compatible with the sacred sword and take this long flight, I find this. It must be a test from God. But if I overcome it, I will be closer to his side and to eternal happiness. I understood what was happening and said, "Wait, Irina," she said. "What's wrong?" I asked her, knowing how she was going to react. "Are you still in love with me?" Irina turned red and Bucho and Asia looked at her with surprise and jealousy. Zenobia said to her friend, "Irina, are you in love with a demon?" Irina said, That's not true. Now I will punish your sins, amen. I said, "Then I have no choice." Boosted gear. Bahamut. Zenobia and Irina were speechless when they saw my two sacred gears and said, "Impossible." I smiled and looked at them saying, "This is my power." Bahamut, the destroyer of sacred swords. Irina and Zenobia were still impressed while I stared at them and said, "This is my power." Irina said, "Then I guess I have no choice, amen." Irina threw a slash at me that luckily I was able to block with my sword. I said, "You are attacking to kill Irina," she said, moving in a very strange way. "I was away from you for so long, and now that I have you close I only have the mission to kill you. How cruel fate is to me." Meanwhile, with Zenobia and Kiba, Zenobia told him, "The boosted gear of the Dragon Gales, the twilight healing of Asia Argento, and your sword birth, in addition to the sword of the boy I don't recognize, your team of heretics has a good collection of sacred gear." Kiba told him, "The only thing I want is to destroy those cursed swords to avenge my deceased friends, along with its wielder." Bucho and the girls watched the fight and Akeno said, "A sacred sword can do a lot of damage to a demon." Bucho told him, "Yuto is very fast. Besides, Issei has been training." Irina wanted to cut me and my boosted gear blocked her. Surprised, she said, "It's not possible. You're being too bold, dear Issei." I told her on purpose. "Irina tries to hide that you still like me at least." Irina told me while launching into the attack with a smile. "You're provoking me on purpose, dear Issei." I told her, launching myself into the attack as well. "You already know me, Irina." Our swords clashed a lot and Irina told me, "Wow, it seems that you learned some sword fighting." I told her, "I've had a good teacher, but it's not the time." The boosted gear increased my powers and I gave them to the sword to attack. "It seems that someone got serious, dear Issei." While with Kiba and Zenobia, Kiba took out an ice sword and a fire sword, and launched himself to attack Zenobia. She told him, "How weak." He destroyed Kiba's swords and stuck his sword into the ground, causing a loud bang and generating a crater. Zenobia said, "The power that destroyed everything of the sacred sword, Excalibur Destruction." Kiba said, "For a fragment it has a lot of power. It seems that I will have to shed blood if I want to destroy those swords." I didn't recognize that side of Kiba. Irina stood up and said, "Zenobia, you always have to be causing disasters, but well, we still keep fighting, dear Issei." At that moment Irina stopped because Bahamut emitted a dark aura. Zenobia and Kiba also stopped. Bucho and the others looked without knowing what it was. I said, somewhat nervous, "What happens now?" The sword said, "Excalibur Destruction recognized. Excalibur Mimic recognized. Activating destroyer mode." I just looked as the aura covered the entire blade and said, "What do you mean by destroyer?" I didn't have time to react because Irina launched herself into the attack, but when she collided she threw Irina back. With a great impact, Irina said, confused. "What happened?" Bucho said, "The power of the sword increased." Akeno said, "How did she do it?" I decided to continue fighting with Irina and I realized that each cut she gave was more powerful. Until I saw Kiba summoning a demonic sword but being stopped by Zenobia. She told him, "It was a demonic sword of great power, but it was too heavy for you. Your speed was gone when you took it. I didn't think you were that stupid." The gauntlet gave me 6 boosts and I transferred them to the sword, which lit up with more energy, and I approached Zenobia and said, "What did you do to Kiba?" The swords collided, generating a large wave that sent me back and Zenobia too. Bahamut at that moment lost his power and disappeared and I fell without much energy. Irina said, "That gives us the victory." Zenobia said, "That's right, win." She couldn't finish because we all looked surprised how her sword cracked from the part where I hit it. Bucho and the girls said at the same time, "Issei, did you do that?" I looked at my right hand and asked the same. "Did I do that?" There was no response from Bahamut. Zenobia wanted to divert attention and said, "Well, we have to go." Bucho said, "I have a question. Do you know which was the fallen angel who took the sword? Zenobia said. It has to do with the leader of the Gregory clan, Kokabeel. I asked. What is Gregory? Akeno said. They are also known as the protectors of the Son of God. They are a group of fallen angels, Bucho said. Do you plan to fight against him? Are you looking for death? Zenobia said. Irina said. You know what we do, one of ours died in this city, Kiba said. I saw him. He was killed by Fried Surson. I got angry at that moment, and I could see fear in Asia's expression. I said angrily. I should have killed him when I could, Zenobia said to Kiba. Thanks for the information, but do not intervene or I will not respond, you are warned. Zenobia started to leave and Irina said, Wait for me a bit, Zenobia. Dear Issei, call me if you want me to cut you in half. Mwah, amen. He left and blew me a kiss. That same night in our club, Bucho was yelling at Kiba. Yuto, nobody gave you permission to leave. Remember that you are still a knight of Rias Gremory, Kiba said to him. I know, and excuse me, President. And then he left, ignoring Bucho, who was calling him. I just saw him leave without knowing what to do at that moment. Meanwhile, at Kuoh Church, Irina was seen naked bathing while complaining. We can't even bathe in a decent place. It must be another test that our Lord put in our path, Zenobia told her. Stop complaining. It's your fault for spending our money on that ordinary and simple painting. She said this while pointing with a finger at the painting that Irina had bought. Irina told her, Have more respect, there's a saint painted there. The man who sold it to me at the art gallery assured me, Zenobia said with a hand on her face. What mistake am I paying for so that they have made you my partner? Irina said. You will never stop taking things to heart, right? Zenobia told her. The one who is in love with a demon tells me this. Irina told her. Issei was not a demon when I met him, Zenobia said. So do you accept that you are in love with him? Irina told her. That's not true, that's not true. At that moment the stomachs of the two growled and Zenobia told her. Before looking for the swords we have to eat. Irina told her. How about we pressure pagans to give us their money? It wouldn't be bad because they are pagans, I think. Zenobia told her. I think it would be better to accept the offerings from the pagan temples. Irina told her. That sounds like a good idea. Zenobia told her. It's still wrong. Irina told her. You're right. Tomorrow Kuoh Academy. I was thinking about what to do. Besides, yesterday I had spoken to Bahamut to ask him what had happened. Flashback. Issei said to his dragon. Bahamut, what happened during the fight? The dragon replied. I think my other power manifested. Issei asked him. Another power? Bahamut answered. That's right. I have the power to destroy the sacred swords. Issei said, surprised. What? Bahamut told him. In ancient times, before being captured, the bearer of the original Excalibur wanted to fight me and I was the one who destroyed the original Excalibur. Issei incredulously said. So you are capable of destroying its 7 fragments? Bahamut told him. Yes, but in my current state it will cost me more to do it, Issei said. In your current state? What's wrong with it? Bahamut only told him. The second release of the Black Dragon, and he went to sleep. End of flashback. I was still thinking when I saw the two perverts inviting Asia to karaoke. At that moment Saji arrived and said, A beautiful lady shouldn't be with these perverts. Both got angry and Saji left. I said, I'll talk to him. I didn't realize that Kaneko was watching me from a distance. In a cafeteria, I was sitting waiting and Saji arrived. He said to me, I'm glad you invited Hyoudou. I told him, Thanks for coming, I need to talk to you about something. After the talk, Are you crazy? Saji yelled at me. I told him, I really need help. He told me, You know what my president can do to me if she finds out that I got involved with sacred swords? I can calm your Rias down if you talk to her nicely. But our Sona, when she gets angry, is worse than hell itself. Saji left, but at one point he stopped moving. It turned out that Kaneko was holding him by the shirt. She told me, I followed you because I assumed you would do something like that. I don't like hiding things from the president, but if it's for our friend I will. If we want to destroy those swords, the first thing we have to do is find those two. I told him. They may not want to cooperate, but I have to try to persuade Irina. Saji said, I have to see. I told him, that you help us. We were walking when Saji said, How will we find those girls? I said, You're right. I don't think they walk around the city in their white capes. At that moment, I saw Irina and Zenobia standing there begging for money. Zenobia said, Help these lost sheep. Irina said, Be kind to the Lord and do some charity. I said, I should have known this would happen because of Irina's compulsive shopping spree. In a few moments, they were eating at a restaurant with us. Zenobia said, This is delicious, Irina. Irina said, Japanese food is the best. I had forgotten how the dishes at these restaurants taste. Saji said, looking at them. It seems like you haven't eaten in days. When they finished, Zenobia said, We've fallen so low that we've accepted help from the demons. Irina put her hands together and said, Forgive us, Lord. We sold our souls to the demons, I said with a disappointed smile. And if they thank us, Irina said, looking at the ceiling, At that moment I could feel a horrible headache and I saw how Kaneko and Saji were also suffering. I told her. We didn't need blessings, Irina said. Sorry, it's a habit I have, Zenobia said. Well, talk, why were you looking for us so urgently? I told her. We want to help you destroy the Excalibur, Zenobia said. We could accept, Irina said. What's wrong, Zenobia? She answered. Our enemy has the support of Kokobile himself. We were sent on this mission to sacrifice ourselves, Irina said. From the beginning we knew the risks, and sacrificing yourself is part of being a person of faith. After that we went to look for Kiba and we found him in a park. We explained the whole situation and he said, I never thought that those of the church would help us destroy the swords, Zenobia said. I heard that you left the Gremory house. Now nothing prevents me from cutting your throat. I stood between the two and with a serious tone I said, Enough, you two, Zenobia said. I understand your hatred of the sacred sword experiment. I would also feel the same. Some of the church also hate it. The person in charge of the experiment was expelled and classified as a heretic, Irina said. His name is Valper Galilei. You also know him as the Archbishop of the Massacre, Kiba said. That is the man who killed my, Zenobia said. He also had an exorcist English support, I said. It must have been fried, Zenobia said. It is not strange that people expelled from the church work together. They are garbage. We suspect that Valper is involved with the theft of sacred swords, Kiba seriously said. I no longer have reason to reject your offer, Irina said. Well, then the deal is sealed, Zenobia said. We will return the food to you someday. I hope you accept that, Hyoudou Issei. Irina smiled at me and they both left. Relieved, I said. At least it didn't go so bad. Saji told me. Idiot, forget your plan to destroy the swords. We almost caused a war between the church and the demons. Kiba told me. Issei-kun, thanks for the support. But I have to ask you something, I said. What? He told me stay away from this matter. I told him. I won't leave you alone. We are a family. Besides that, we are friends. We will do it for our family and for Bucho, Kiba said. President. Kiba explained her story to us, just like in the anime. Saji started to cry and said, Kiba, I didn't think you suffered so much, and you are so admirable. I don't care what my president says, I will help you. I told him. Well, thank you very much. Kaneko approached Kiba and said, I want to help you too, Kiba said. But Kaneko said, I would be very sad if Hyoudou-senpai leaves. Kiba said, if Kaneko herself gets in the way, I will accept all her help. I told him seriously. Besides, I am the only one who can destroy the swords. Kiba, Kaneko, and Saji looked at me surprised and said at the same time, What? I told them while summoning my sword. Bahamut is the original dragon that destroyed Excalibur. That is why this sacred gear has the power to destroy the sacred swords. Saji said, You have two sacred gear? I told him. Right, you didn't know, Kiba said. That's why you cracked Zenovia's sword. I told him. Yes, besides I will help you with my power. For something, we are a family. Kiba smiled. Meanwhile, at Sona's house, the conversation happened the same as in the anime, and I don't have the patience to write it. At Issei's house. Asia, what are you doing dressed like that? I asked her somewhat nervously since she had entered my room wearing a nurse's dress. Asia said to me, What do you think? I told her, You look very pretty, but that doesn't answer my question. Asia said to me, Since you lost the afternoon battle, I decided to ask Aika for some advice to cheer you up. Flashback. Same as in the series. End of flashback. Asia told me. Aika told me that this cute dress lifts everything on a man. In my mind I was only saying, Aika is more perverted than Matsuda and Motohama. I told her, Don't worry about me, Asia, what I feel is nothing like how Kiba feels. Asia said, Will Kiba-san be okay? I told her, Just trust him. But well, it would be best if you change your clothes. Asia said, Why? If it still hasn't lifted your spirits. In my mind I was saying, I can't tell you that it lifted you, damn male anatomy. I told her, I'm fine now, calm. Asia leaned down a little, letting me see her breasts, and said, In what way? I said, Asia, go change. After that incident I went out and said to Asia, Sorry for leaving so late, but I have a client who is calling me to sign a contract. Asia told me, I'm glad that you already have frequent clients. I told her, Yes, too, at Kuoh's church. Yes, sorry. Something came up and I don't think I can go. That's what I was saying to my client while I was at the church with Kiba, Kaneko, Saji, Zenobia and Irina. The man answered me, I understand. If you're busy, don't worry, I'll summon you another time. While with the client, the man said, It's not the first time a demon cancels a contract on me. He looked at a young man with white hair and said, Have you come to keep a lonely old man company? The boy said, As if I would believe you are lonely. The black-haired man just smiled. Surprise attack. Do you want the demons to visit us as priests? I asked Irina and Zenobia. Irina said, I would prefer not to. Kiba said, I will do whatever it takes to get my revenge. Zenobia said, going together we won't achieve anything. I said, fine, then we will go through the east of the city. Zenobia said, we will go through the west. If something happens, call Irina. I said, okay. Zenobia said, Hyoudou Issei, wait. I looked at her somewhat confused and she said, since I owe you a favor I will tell you this. The white dragon has awakened. I was surprised. Then while we were walking through the city with Kaneko, Saji and Kiba, I mentally spoke with Drake. I just want you to be careful. You never know when it can appear. I told him, I know. Bahamut told me, I know this is Drake's business, but I think with our combined power we can easily defeat him. I told him, I will do whatever it takes. Outside, Kaneko asked me, is something worrying Issei senpai? I said, I'm just thinking about where they could be. Kiba said, they must be in a more desolate place. I asked him, do you have any clues? He said, yes. Kiba took us to a known place and I said, so here, where we came to the renegade demon. On my first mission, Saji asked, renegade demon? I told him, if we had to kill her, because she lost control of her powers and turned into a monster. Kaneko said, Yuto-senpai. I told him, I feel chills. Kiba said, up. I saw up and someone scream and we saw Fried jump towards us with a sword in hand. Kiba stopped him and Fried said, hello fucking demons, we meet again. Saji asked surprised, is he an exorcist? Seriously, I looked at that bastard and said, Fried. He said, wow, but if the idiot demon and the dwarf. Kaneko looked at him angrily and Fried scared said, sorry miss. He changed his expression and said, how bad, I thought I had found priests to be able to hang out. But they are just demons doing cosplay. How disgusting. Kiba took out his sword and Kaneko said, Yuto-senpai, be careful with that sword. I said, it has an aura like Irina's. It's an Excalibur. We all took off our costumes and Fried said, wow, how abusive 4 against 1. I activated my 2 sacred gears and said, good time to test my new ability. Kiba stopped me and said to Fried, don't be mistaken, only I can fight against you. Kiba launched himself to attack and Fried began to move. Both were equal in speed and Fried said, the sacred sword Excalibur Swift, although I call it my butcher sword. I said, that's why he has the same speed as Kiba. His abilities as a knight aren't helping, there's no other choice. Drake give me boosts to pass them to Bahamut's absorption gem. Drake told me, sure partner. Kiba continued fighting against Fried and Kaneko called someone. I passed my boost to my sword and said, okay, Bahamut, now destroyer of sacred swords. The sword began to emit a purple glow, but then I heard Bahamut's voice say, incomplete release. And the energy was gone. Not understood, but there was something more important. I began to formulate a plan and increased my energy a lot. I said, if there was a way to stop them I could help Kiba by giving him my energy. Saji told me, you just want to stop him then lying. His sacred gear appeared and I said, so a dragon king. Saji said, it's Vritra, take this line. A lasso came out of sacred gear and caught Fried. He was trying to free himself. I said to Kaneko, now Kaneko-chan. She lifted me up and threw me to where Kiba was. I pointed with my glove and said, receive my energy Kiba, boosted gift. Kiba told me, I don't like doing this like this. But thank you Issei-kun, sword birth. Several swords began to appear. Fried destroyed them with his Excalibur, until a voice was heard that said, sword birth. Kiba angrily said, who said that? An old man came out of the warehouse and said, that sacred object can be deadly with the right bearer. Fried still not used to using the sacred sword? Fried said, it's old Valper. Kiba said angrily, Valper Galilei. Kaneko said, the leader of the Sacred Sword Project. The old man just said with a smile, that's me. Fried said to him, listen old man, I have a problem. This lizard's tongue has me trapped. Valper said, send all your power to the sword. Fried did what he was told and said, yes, all my power. The sword shone and I felt Fried's power increase. I shouted, careful Saji. But Fried cut the rope that held him and said, so I can use my holy power to empower the sword, then I think I'll crush it with your filthy demon blood. Fried launched himself to attack Kiba, who made his swords disappear. While I didn't know what to do, what can I do? I still haven't mastered the sword destruction technique. But then I heard a clash and saw Zenobia clashing swords with Fried and excited I said, Zenobia! Irina appeared next to me and said, hello? She took off her cloak and jumped to the ground. Saji said surprised. You are Irina Shido. Irina said, I received your call and I came. Saji didn't know what she meant and Kaneko showed him her phone and said, that was the plan, remember? Zenobia was clashing swords with Fried and said, damn blasphemers, Valper Galilei. I will kill you in the name of Lord. Fried, she said, mentioning the name of that thing only makes you a nobody. Kiba jumped to attack him but Fried jumped laughing. Valper said to him, Fried, your mission is to kill the spies. But those women have very dangerous sacred swords, so we better retreat, Fried said. As orders, old man, there you see them. He threw one of his smoke bombs and disappeared. Zenobia and Kiba went after him and Zenobia said, Irina, let's go. Irina followed her and I said, can't you think for once? I heard a voice that made me get chills behind me. It was Bucho. But such disobedient kids. We turned around and saw Bucho with Akeno accompanied by Sona and Tsubaki. Saji and I said, scared at the same time. President, Bucho said, could you explain to me what happened here? Issei, Sona said, and you will tell me by force, Saji. I looked at her and did something stupid that I regretted minutes later. Mentally I said, Drag, give me all the power available to increase my speed, the dragon told me. But, I told him, no buts, my life is at risk. In the warehouse, Bucho kept looking at me while Saji was shaking in fear. The gauntlet was heard saying, boost, and I said, Bucho, I think Kiba needs help. And I ran away, but the moment I believed that the gauntlet had saved me, it said, burst, and it deactivated. I heard Bucho's footsteps and I said, shit, because at this moment, mentally Drake told me, I was trying to tell you that we gave everything to the knight. I heard behind me, it seems that you will receive a worse punishment, Issei. I just said, oh shit, that's it. Inside the warehouse, Bucho was talking to us. I know we promised not to get involved, but I asked Akeno to keep an eye on those girls. Sona said to Saji, Saji, how dare you make a decision of that caliber on your own? Saji said, I'm sorry, President. Sona said, bad boy. Saji lowered his head in fear. Bucho said to me, so Hyoudou went after that Valper guy. I told him, that's right, Irina and Zenobia are accompanying him. I want to believe that they will call us if something happens. Bucho said to me, do you think so? You know that Hyoudou is biased by his revenge. I don't think he's going to call us. I told him, you're right. Bucho said, Kaneko, I didn't think you were going to get involved. Kaneko said, I just don't want to lose Hyoudou-senpai. Bucho said, there's no point in complaining, but are you aware that your actions affect the demon world? We both said, yes, we're sorry, President. We heard Saji's screams and I saw that Sona was hitting him with a magic circle on his butt and saying, you'll have to learn your lesson the hard way. Saji said, suffering, I'm so sorry. Don't be bad, President. Sona said, I'm not bad. You deserve 1,000 spankings. I looked at him scared, thinking that the same thing was waiting for us. Bucho approached us. I just expected the worst, but she said while hugging us, Issei, Kaneko, don't be reckless again. You had me very worried. Saji said, you see, President, this is how conflicts should be resolved. Sona hit him harder and said they have their ways and I have mine. I kept hearing Saji's screams and in my mind I was thinking, I'm grateful that Rias is my Bucho. At that moment Bucho told me, now lift your ass, Issei. I said I knew I couldn't sing victory yet. Bucho said, of course, as your mistress I have to correct you. That's why now I will spank you 1,000 times. My brain just said, oh shit. Kaneko stopped her and said, wait, President, Issei. Senpai wasn't the only one involved. Give me half of your punishment. Bucho said, fine, Kaneko, give me your ass. I stopped her and said, no, President, I got Kaneko into this. Give me 2,000 if you want, but leave her out of it. Kaneko blushed a little and Bucho said to me, Issei, get out of there. I did it reluctantly and Bucho said, are you ready for your punishment? Kaneko, she nodded and I saw how she gave her a soft spank and said, that's all for you, Kaneko. You acknowledged your mistake, so it's only fair. Kaneko told her, thank you very much, President. I said, that's my Bucho, strict but kind. She told me, okay, now it's your turn for the rest. Poor Kaneko received one, so you'll receive the rest. Also, as far as I remember, you tried to escape, so you'll receive 999 spankings. I just thought, oh shit, now that's it. 999 spankings later, I was getting home in pain accompanied by Bucho, and I said, you are an ass killer. Asia opened the door for us, but I saw that she was only wearing an apron. She said, I feel bad that you have to work so late. I'll prepare dinner immediately. She asked her, Asia, what are you doing dressed like that? She told us what happened. Aika told me that this was the best way to pamper a tired man when he gets home. In my head I was just saying, that pervert again. Bucho said, now I understand. That is an excellent idea. I just looked at her and said, what? Bucho said, wow, Asia, you seem to have the potential to be a good succubus. How sensual, Asia said. I don't want to be a sensual demon, I told her, and if you better change your clothes, if my mom sees you dressed like that she will. I heard my mother say, but I am in favor of her dressing like that, I told her. Don't take away her innocence. My mom told me. Yes, I helped her dress like that. In my mind I said, this woman wants a grandson no matter what. Bucho said, Mother, get me a dress apron please. My mother said, right away, I have many come with me. Bucho said, thank you very much. Bucho said to Asia, this time you got ahead of me. I congratulate you for that. Asia said, do you think? I said, well, I think I'll never understand women. Asia told me, am I making you uncomfortable, Issei? I told her, no, it's not that, you look very pretty. But I just want to tell you that if those from the church want to hurt you, I will destroy them. If something scares you, I will take it away. She said, you know, I don't regret for a second having become a demon. I can't get rid of my faith. But I have found people who are more valuable than the Lord himself, the boys from the club, my friends from school, your parents. But above all, your Issei-san, I love you with all my heart. I don't want you to leave my side ever. I don't want to be alone again. She hugged me and I got nervous. I was desperate internally. What do I do now? My instincts want to take over, but I have to calm down. I was in that dilemma when I heard Bucho calling me. I told her, I didn't do anything, I swear, Bucho. She only had an apron on and she said, what do you think? Stuttering, I said, you look beautiful. She smiled and said, it's very late, so let's cook. They both cooked very close and Mom said, it seems my son has 2 wives. I was sitting reading something and said to myself, why do things always end up like this? Meanwhile, elsewhere, everything happened the same. Fried's battle against Irina and Kokabil's appearance. Kuoh Academy the next day. I looked at the window thinking, we haven't heard from Kiba since last night. Rinji saw me and worriedly asked, are you okay? I told him, yes, nothing's wrong. Kuro asked, did you find out anything about that ability? I told him, not much really, Rinji said. According to what you told us, it appeared the first time by surprise, and it also did damage to a sacred sword. I told him. Yes, Rinji continued. Then I think your fury increases the power of the sword destroyer. But I still don't know the mystery of its release. I told him. You have a good point. In the occult club. Then Kiba still hasn't reported. And I said after listening to Bucho, Akeno said, we don't know anything about him. Bucho said, I thought he would finish off the exorcist, since the 2 envoys from the church were accompanying him. I said, then it was my fault. All this is happening because of me, right? Bucho said, well, we just have to wait for him to contact us. Akeno said, we have sent our familiars all over the city. After that we went to a place where Bucho's familiar had been. When we appeared I saw something that made me feel worried and too angry. Irina, I said while I saw her on the lap of Bucho's familiar. She looked very badly hurt. I quickly called Asia to heal her, and with her twilight healing she began to heal her. She regained consciousness and I said to her, what happened, Irina? Weren't you with the others? She said, they ran away. I couldn't do anything. That guy was very strong. I asked her worriedly. Who? She said, be careful. And she fainted. I only saw her. I couldn't even say anything because from a magic circle came out Sona, Tsubaki and Saji. Bucho said, Sona, I'm glad you came. Sona said, what did you expect if you called me that way? Sona gave orders to Tsubaki to take Irina, and she did. Saji told me, your ass is already healed. I told him, yes, Asia healed me. He laughed a little and I said, forgive me, Saji. I got you into this and you received a punishment. He said, don't worry, I just want to know what's going on. I told him we are also looking for answers. It was when we felt pain in our chest and from a bush came a voice that I recognized. Well, all the rats fell into the trap. It's been a while since I saw you pieces of shit. It was Fried sticking out his tongue and I said angrily, you did that to Irina, idiot. He ignored me and said, but look who we have here, the traitor Asia. Are you enjoying your new life as a shitty demon? I took out both sacred gears and said, don't even think about coming closer, imbecile. Sona jumped and together with Bucho threatened Fried. He said, calm down, I just want to talk to the tomato hair. Bucho said, talk? Fried said, well, more like my boss. A voice said, first time we see each other, heiress of Gremory. The place was covered in a dark field and we could see a fallen angel. Bucho said, he has 10 wings. He is supreme class. The angel said, my name is Kokabil. Bucho said, nice to meet you, supreme fallen angel. I am Rias Gremory. I never thought we would see each other. Kokabil said, you have beautiful crimson hair. You look a lot like your brother, the Crimson Satan. Thinking about him is disgusting. Bucho said, then tell us, what is the purpose of the conversation? It's not very common for a leader to come and talk. Kokabil said, I want to spend some time at Kuoh Academy. It's your domain, right? Bucho told him. What do you mean, the academy? He said. If I go there, Surzex will come to the rescue. Bucho said. That would cause another war between God, the fallen angels and the demons, Gabriel said. I was hoping that Archangel Michael himself would come for the sacred sword, but he only sent 2 girls with Excalibur. It's very boring. I need something else, Buchos said. Do you want to start another war? Gabriel said. That's right. I've been very bored since the Great War ended and Azazel and Shemhazai don't want to know anything about the war. I said. Azazel, Shemhazai are the names that Rias said, Akeno said. Azazel is the supreme leader of the fallen angels, Gabriel said. Azazel was against starting another war, and he got an obsession with collecting sacred gears. Although I don't know why he wants them, I said. They don't only want the holy swords, but also the sacred objects, Gabriel said. The boosted gear you have could be useful to someone else, but I don't care. Although Azazel would like it, he loves large collections. As for your sword, I can say that it looks interesting. I told him. Don't even dream about it, Gabriel said. The angels, the demons and the fallen angels are on the verge of starting another war. I can only shake things up, Buchos said. You are obsessed with war, Gabriel said. The demons are going to help me shake things up. Lucifer's sister Rias Gremory and Leviathan's sister Sona Citri. The place where you study must be full of magic and enough power to cause chaos, and thus be able to start the war, Saji said. She is crazy, I told him. He went completely crazy, Fried said. Isn't it fascinating that my boss is a fucking maniac? He also gave me some gifts. He opened his suit, and we saw 2 swords in addition to the one in his hand, Buchos said. Are they Excalibur? Fried said. That's right, and since I'm compatible with all the Excalibur, I'm practically invincible. Plus I have this Excalibur mimic that I took from that idiot girl. It was very easy after all. I looked at him angrily and without realizing it Bahamut began to release more power than usual. Gabriel said. Let the war begin, sister of Lucifer, Rias Gremory. I created a magic circle from which spears of light came out, Buchos said. Guys run. But at that moment, many of the spears were absorbed by the ability of my dark blade. Everyone looked at me surprised because it was very different from the power of Rias that I had blocked the previous time. Gabriel said. Impossible. And threw more but this time to the floor as a distraction and disappeared next to Fried. I said. Those bastards escaped, Saji said. But where did they go? Kaneko said. They are heading to the Kuoh Academy, I said. I was not joking then, Sona said. The academy will be the place as indicated. A fallen angel with that power has the ability to destroy the city. Images of the city being destroyed came to my head and I saw my parents die. I said, angry and determined. I will not allow it. You will have to kill me if you want to do that, Buchos said. Let's go. I told her. Yes. Kuoh Valper Academy had created a circle in which Fried began to put his sword. Zenobia and Kiba looked at him from a distance and said, my biggest dream will finally come true. The battle at the academy, Sona said to Bucho. We have created a magic barrier that covers the entire Kuoh Academy. If all goes well, the damage from the battle will not leave here, Bucho said. Very good plan, Sona said. But I do not know how much the barrier can resist. From a magic circle Tsubaki came out. When she saw her she asked, Tsubaki, how is Irina? She told me. Her life is no longer in danger. This was more because of Asia's healing, Asia said. I'm very glad. She asked. And Zenobia? She is nowhere to be seen, Saji said. Neither is Kiba. I told her. Yes, I already tried to call him, but I know he's fine. Asia asked me. Are you sure? I said. Yes, Sona said. The barrier will protect the city, but our academy will suffer great damage. It is a price we must pay, Buchos said. I will not allow it, Sona said. Rias, there is still time. Call your brother, Buchos said. In that case call your sister too, Sona said. I do not trust my family, but I know that King Serzex would know what to do in this situation, Akeno said. Calm down. I myself contacted Serzex-sama. Bucho looked at her angrily and said, I did not give you authorization for that, Akeno said. Rias, I understand that you do not want to cause more problems to your brother, but we are facing a supreme fallen angel. You are not at the level of his strength. We need the help of the Demon King. Bucho sighed and Akeno said, I appreciate you supporting my decision, President. Serzex-sama will arrive in an hour. We just have to resist a little longer, Bucho said. What can I do? You always have a plan B, decided Bucho said. Well, let's wait an hour. We were walking in the academy when Bucho told me, Issei, we will need you as reinforcement. I told him, well, I will give them as much energy as I can and absorb what I can, Bucho said. So that Issei can charge energy we will have to wait for him, Akeno said. For me there is no problem, Kaneko said. Okay, Bucho said. This time we will attack. It is not like the battle against Reiser. Here our lives are in danger. But I promise you that I will not let you die, my adorable servants. So let's fight so you can return to the academy. We all said, yes. We went out to the main courtyard and saw a glow and a lot of energy that it gave off. Asia, scared, asked, What is that glow? a voice from above said. I understand that old man plans to fuse the Excalibur swords. We all saw it, and Bucho said. Kokabeel said. Have you already called your brother King Serzex? Or I will fight against Seraphal. Bucho said. You will not fight with my brother or Seraphal. We will be your opponents. He laughed and created a spear of light by snapping his fingers. I stood in front of Bucho to protect her, but the spear only destroyed the gem, leaving us surprised by its power. Kokabeel said. How boring. At least I can laugh. Internally, Drake told me. You look distressed. I told him. I just saw his huge amount of power. Bahamut said. That bastard fought against God and the devil a long time ago, so don't be surprised. I told them. I have to make a plan to defeat him. Drake told me. If things go wrong, we'll have to turn you mostly into a dragon. I smiled and told him. We'll see what happens. Outside, Kokabeel said. At least I'll give you the grace to play with my pet. I created a magic circle that disappeared, but opened the earth, and from there came out 2 dogs with 3 heads. I recognized them instantly. Cerberus, the guardian of the gates of hell. Asia was scared by what I said, Bucho said. Akeno, Kaneko, let's go. Both said. Yes. Bucho told me. Give us power, Issei. I told him. Yes. I activated my 2 sacred gear, and I saw how Bucho, Akeno and Kaneko tried to stop the 2 dogs, but they did not receive damage to my head. I said. What can I do to help them? It was when I heard Asia's scream and saw another Cerberus behind her. I said. Damn. The glove gave me increases and I ran to rescue Asia. I told her. Get out of here as quickly as possible, I'll take care of it. I took the sword and said. Black fire. The sword burst into black flames. But at that moment Kaneko appeared and kicked the dog. I said to her. Be careful, she said to me. I can stop it long enough. She began to hit the dog, but it bit her, tearing her clothes, and then another of the heads ate her. When she was about to do something, Kaneko opened its mouth with a kick, and with a few blows she left it on the floor. Asia ran to heal it while asking. Are you okay? Kaneko said. Nothing happens. I told Asia. Asia, you heal Kaneko. I'll take care of it now. With the sword on fire, I went to where the dog ready to attack and said, It's your final demon dog. But at that moment when I slashed it, the flames went out, and the gem of the sword said, Incomplete release. I said, Shit, this wasn't the best time. The dog got up to chase me. With the glove boost, I gave myself speed and ran away from Asia and Kaneko. While with the Citri group, Saji asked, President, do you think they are okay? Sona said, They are part of the Gremory family. With Issei, the dog was chasing me, and the moment it lunged, its head was sliced. I saw Zenobia with her sword smiling. She said, Did you miss me? Then she cut the dog in half and it disappeared. Mysteriously, its demonic energy was transferred to the gem of my sword that absorbed it. Akeno said. It was to be expected that they can't stand a sacred sword. Bucho said. I hate to admit it, but I'm glad you helped us. Zenobia sliced another one, and again its energy remains went to my sword. The boosted gear charged more power, and internally Drake told me. It's already charged, partner. I told him. Fine. I said to Bucho and Akeno. Bucho, Akeno-san, I'm ready. Both of them went to where I was. I caught up to them and said, Boosted gear gift. Both gained power but began to moan. Zenobia said, It's a very useful ability. Hyoudou Issei. Bucho and Akeno, who had more power now, went to attack. Akeno threw a ray that made the dog fall. When Bucho was going to attack, the dog went to where Asia. I was running when swords came out of the ground that stopped the dog. It was Kiba. Bucho smiled when she saw him, and said, Akeno, let's attack the 2. Akeno said, Yes, President. Akeno threw a ray that was enhanced by Bucho's magic, destroying the dog. Its energy was absorbed again by my sword. I saw Kiba and said, Thanks for coming to help, Kiba. Kokabeel said, But what a good show you gave me. Bucho threw a power of destruction more powerful than before, but Kokabeel deflected it, causing it to go to the ground. What surprised me was that the sword absorbed from far away as much as it could until it hit the ground. Kokabeel said, I see that the gift of the Dragon Emperor increased its power. Now I am intrigued, very intrigued. I heard Valper's voice saying, I finally did it. She is finally ready. We all turned around and I saw a sword coming out of the magic circle. Somewhere else, a white-haired young man watched the lights of Kuoh Academy with intrigue. At the Kuoh Academy, Kokabeel said, I will absorb all the power of that sacred sword. That was the deal with the old man. I told him. So with that power you think to destroy the city and our families? Valper said. I recommend that you leave. This place will be erased in 20 minutes. Kiba, Zenobia and I got defensive with our swords. I told him. If you think we will leave, you are wrong, he said. If you want to stop him, you will have to defeat me. What do you say? Rias Gremory, Bucho said. You know my answer. She and Akeno launched attacks at him, but he stopped them, combined them, and threw them back. Akeno stood in front of Bucho to protect her and fell defeated. I put away the sword and ran to save her. We both fell to the ground and she said, "Sorry Issei-kun, you gave me your power and I told him, that doesn't matter anymore, I'll solve this. If they hurt you I'll destroy them myself." And I left there, Akeno said. He looks so manly when he has that attitude. Asia went to heal her. We saw that Kiba approached Valper angrily and said, "Valper Galilei, I am a survivor of this sacred sword experiment. I almost died because of you, but now I am here to avenge my friends." We were just looking at him, but Kokobile threw an attack at him that he almost dodged. But it left him unconscious. Then Valper said, "Fried, come here." I saw him and said, "You're again." Valper gave him the sword to Fried and he said, "I'll take my renewed Excalibur and kill some demons and a traitor nun." He was going to attack us, but then Zenobia appeared to fight him. She wanted to attack him, but Fried disappeared and said, "Very slow." He appeared behind her at that moment, but Zenobia with a turn kicked him. Fried said, "Damn hitch, now you'll see." He used the Excalibur mimic ability to stretch the blade. Zenobia dodged it, and Fried said, "I'm going to get serious, Nightmare." It split and then said, "This is the Excalibur Nightmare ability. Now transparency." The sword disappeared and began to attack Zenobia. She said, "She is using the abilities of several Excalibur." I said, "Not even Zenobia is a match for Fried." Fried reunited and raised his sword. But at that moment the Bahamut gem lit up, everyone saw, and the sword said, "Original Excalibur recognized. Maximum increase." While with Kiba, Valper said to him, "Yes, I heard that one of those rats escaped, but I never thought it would become a demon. I should have thanked you for participating in that experiment. But none of you had enough power to be a worthy bearer of Excalibur." Kiba looked at him furiously. Valper said, "Well, but I had a great idea. Squeeze all the power of your friends and crystallize it." He showed him a crystal and said, "This is the power of your friends." Kiba was just on the floor, unable to do anything. Valper said, "This was the last crystal I made." Fried said, "Those rats couldn't withstand the power. I was made to be invincible." He started attacking us and I told him, "Shut up at once." Zenobia said, "Irina received one of those. Before being bearers of Excalibur, they gave us the power to handle the swords." Valper said, "Now we have more technology that helps us take power away from people without killing them. Or well, before too. And I'm surprised that although they have called me heretic still use my experiments." Kiba said angrily, "Then it was not necessary to take their lives." Valper said, "They were laboratory rats. I did not know what to do with them, so I exterminated them." Kiba said, "We believed that we served the Lord, but we were just rats." Valper threw the crystal to Kiba and said, "I give you the last one, maybe we can do more." Asia said, "How cruel." Bucho just looked in disappointment. I yelled at him, "Crazy old man." It was at that moment that the crystal that Kiba was holding began to shine and disappeared. Many lights appeared around it, and we saw some people. I realized at the moment, and said, "His friends." Kiba said, "Why am I the only one alive? They had bigger dreams to achieve, and only I survived." The lights began to surround him, and said, "Don't worry, we are not afraid anymore. Be happy, Kiba." The lights entered Kiba's body, strengthening. While we looked at him, inside me Drake told me, "Your friend made it, partner." I told him, he broke his limits. Fu when Kiba summoned a sword and said, "Before I wanted the revenge of my friends. But now I know that I was wrong. What I must do as a knight is to end the evil that is in front of me." Valper of fear and said, "Fried." Fried arrived and said, "To the rescue." Inside me Drake told me, "It will not be enough." I asked him, "What?" Bahamut said. He released his balance breaker and created a wholly demonic sword, but it's still not enough. I started cursing and Bucho asked me, "What's wrong, Issei?" I told him. Drake and Bahamut talked to me. Kiba still can't beat him. All because the damn holy sword is only one. Kiba was joined by Zenobia and said, "We're still on the same team, right?" Kiba smiled and Zenobia said, "I'm glad, because that holy sword must be destroyed." Then she summoned a very large blue sword and said, "Durandal." Valper said to him, "I can't believe you're the wielder of Durandal." Zenobia said, "This sword cuts everything it touches in half. It's so dangerous that it has to be kept in another dimension. I can't even control it well. Worse, unlike her puppets, I'm a natural wielder." Fried told me, "Don't brag, you little boar." Zenobia launched herself into the attack, but Fried dodged her. Kiba too, but they couldn't do anything to him. In my thoughts I was only bothered. "Drake, Bahamut, what can I do?" Drake told me, "Not much with your current power." I told him, "But I can help my friends, even if it's something small." Without realizing it, the conversation stopped being just mental. Drake said, "You still haven't completely released Bahamut." The girls just listened. I told him, "I know, but what can I do? What kind of friend am I?" Bahamut said, "Don't lose your confidence, partner, they need you." I realized that the sword was with a very strong purple glow. The girls looked astonished while Valper said, "What is that?" I said to my dragon. But, at that moment everything went black and I only saw Bahamut in his dragon form, and he said to me, "You do not use all your power. Because you block it yourself thinking that you are weak. Your power is very great, that is why 2 dragons chose you. I understood and said, you are right, this is my power. I returned to reality and walked slowly towards where Kiba and Zenobia were. Bucho told me. What do you plan to do? I said. Help. Kiba. The sword shone much more, and Fried told me. Do not act like a hero, use shitty demon. I ignored him and said, Black Dragon, that is locked in the eternal fire. The one who challenged the demons and destroyed Excalibur. I, Hyoudou Issei, your bearer, order you to release your power and return to your real form. Free yourself. Bahamut. A black lightning fell from the sky hitting me, Bucho said. What is happening? Akeno said. Is releasing too much power, Kaneko said. Incredible. A black dragon formed as an aura behind me, and I saw how my sword began to be destroyed, leaving me only the hilt and the gem. These began to transform. When the rays ended, the gem was heard saying, Dark Bald Seconds Liberation. The sword had completely transformed, leaving a completely black and lighter design. The hilt no longer had dragons on the sides. It was completely straight. The blade was also black with silver edges. I felt the power inside me that covered me with a dark aura, Bucho said. It can't be. Akeno, Asia and Kaneko said. He transformed. Fried said. Don't get too carried away just because your toy transformed. Kiba and Zenobia were amazed. Seeing Zenobia, I felt the same heat I felt when I saw Bucho, Asia or Irina. But it wasn't the time to think about that, I said. Kiba, I'll do what I should always do. Sword destroying technique, Black Purgatory. Dark energy covered the sword and I gave it more power with the boosted gear increases. Internally, Bahamut told me, you can only do it once, because of the recent liberation. I told him, I know, Fried said. It won't do you any good, idiot demon. I told him, shut up, Fried. We both clashed swords. He wanted to threaten me with the power of the sword, but Bahamut absorbed it completely. Fried was speechless, and I gave him a slash that separated the Excalibur in 4 swords. Valper said, It can't be. I took Excalibur Mimic and said, I'll return it to its owner. Tired, I looked at Kiba and said, It's your turn. They launched themselves to attack Fried, who took 2 of the 3 remaining swords, but Zenobia and Kiba destroyed them. Angrily, Kiba approached and said, Valper Galilei, it's time for you to die. Valper wanted to understand Kiba's sword and how he fused the demonic and saint energies. But Kokabil killed him with a spear of light and Fried escaped, Kokabil said. It seems that the old man realized. He is very intelligent. The fact that he realized the balance proves it. Bucho said. Kokabil, what are you up to? Kokabil said. These puppets are no longer necessary. I want to stop being a spectator boy. I said. What do you want? He said. Increase your power to the maximum and give it to Rias Gremory. Bucho said. Do you want to give us a chance? Kokabil said. Do you still think they can beat me? Bucho said. I will accept your offer. A black and red aura covered me, and I said, I will not allow it. Bucho said, surprised. What do you mean? I told her. I will not allow them to hurt them. I know that bastard knows something that we don't, but I will not allow anyone to get harmed. That's why I will go. Bucho said. Wait. I ignored her and said to Kokabil, I will not allow you to harm those I love. Overbooster. A red and black tornado covered me completely. The armor was back, but I felt stronger. Inside, Bahamut told me, it's because of the release of the sword. I told him, well, Kokabil said, you surprised me more, Dragon Emperor. Bucho said, surprised? I mastered it. The others could not say anything either, I said. Lu started to laugh and said, come for me. The Battle of Issei. Bucho, scared, told me, Issei, you may be in balance breaker, but you are still very strong. I told him, I promised that I would protect you, and I also promised myself that I would protect my friends. I don't think they are just words. Ma launched to attack Kokabil, but with a couple of hits he left me out of combat. Bucho ran to where I was. I deactivated the armor and took her hand while I saw tears coming out of her face and said, boosted gear, gift. All the power that had accumulated was transferred to Bucho and I said, it's your turn, sorry. I got up and Bucho went to attack him. His power had increased too much, but although he launched an attack, Kokabil returned it and began to mock. It was what I expected from the sister of the devil himself, Rias Gremory. But then Akeno attacked him with lightning. Kokabil told him, you use the same powers as Barakweel. Akeno told him, don't relate me with that name again. Kokabil just laughed and returned the damage to Akeno. She held herself in the air. I asked, who is Barakweel? Zenobia said, is a supreme fallen angel who uses lightning powers. He is known as the Great Lightning. Kokabil said, wow, Rias Gremory, the Welsh dragon, a survivor of the sacred sword experiment, and the biological daughter of Barakweel. Do you like to have garbage? Hearing Kokabil's statement, I was surprised. Akeno was the daughter of a fallen angel. Bucho said, I will not allow you to talk like that about my servants. Kokabil said, then attack me, mistress of the Welsh dragon. sister of Satan and ruined princess. I approached him and said, "Shut up, bastard," he said. "So you want more," I said. "You dared to hurt my Bucho and my Akeno." At that moment I saw a blush from Akeno. I said, "Did you think I was going to stand idly by?" The power of the boosted gear increased incredibly. Kiba, Zenobia and Kaneko went to attack him, and Kiba told me, "Charge more power." I said, "Yes." Zenobia and Kiba attacked him with their swords. But Kokobile had stopped flying and took out 2 light swords with which he defended himself. But when Kaneko was going to attack him, she sent them flying, doing a lot of damage. Asia went to heal them. Kiba angrily said, "Sword birth." Several swords came out, but Kokobile stopped them and said, "Is that your best attack?" Kiba went to attack him, but he stopped his sword. Kiba took out another one and attacked him with his other hand. But Kokobile stopped it again and said, "Think you can beat me?" Kiba said, "I still need one." He pulled out another sword that he held with his mouth and cut him. He released Kiba and said, "Insolent, you'll see." And he threw a sphere of light at him. Zenobia stopped it and split it in half. Kokobile said, "Wow, I'm surprised you keep fighting even without having anyone to pray to." Bucho said, "What do you mean?" Zenobia said, "Explain to me what you meant with that last thing." Kokobile said, "Oops, it came out." And she started to laugh. Zenobia said, "Explain to me, Kokobile." Kokobile started to laugh more and said, "I had forgotten. I want to cause a war. I don't have to hold anything back. In the last great war, God died along with the 4 original Satans." We all stayed in shock, and Zenobia said, "No." Bucho said, "God is dead, that can't be." Kokobile said, "In the ancient war, the 4 original Satans and many high-class devils died, as well as angels and fallen angels. That's why they turned to humans to survive. But with the death of God and the 4 Satans, it was decided that the war would no longer make sense, so we were forced to retreat. I can't stand it, and I get angrier when the damn Azazel said that there would never be a war again." Zenobia fell to the floor and said, "You're lying." Asia said, "If the Lord is dead, where does all the love we receive come from?" Kokobile said, "Archangel Michael covers him very well." Zenobia said, "Archangel Michael is replacing God." Kokobile said, "That's how the system works. So prayers, exorcisms, and miracles work to a certain point." Asia fainted and Zenobia said, "Her reaction is acceptable, but I can't digest the information." Kokobile said, "But fewer and fewer people believe in God. That's why aberrations like that child's sword exist. Light and shadow should not meet. I will end this war as it should have been." Kaneko put Asia to safety and Bucho said, "I put my pride above my servants again." I yelled, "Shut up!" Everyone turned to look at me. And I said to Kokobile, "Your damn complaints are no reason to destroy our city and our friends." Bucho looked at me surprised and said, "I will be the strongest pawn and protect the people I love." All the girls blushed at that moment, and only a few words came out of my mouth. "You will die, Kokobile." Kokobile said, "You want to be the strongest, then join me. I will give you all the power you want." The girls looked waiting to see and I said, "I'm sorry, but you're thinking of destroying this city where the people I care about are, and I won't allow that." Bucho and the others just looked at me and said, "I know you can win, Issei." In my mind the 2 dragons said, "She's supporting you, partner." I told them, "That's right, the woman I admire is giving me her support. I don't plan on losing." The gauntlet began to shine with immense power, and surprised everyone. I said, "I know the balance breaker won't be enough. That's why I will break the limits even more." Kokobile wanted to attack me, but I destroyed his spear with my fist, and I said, "I feel the power to end God with one blow." "Oh right. It no longer exists, forget it." Kokobile wanted to attack me and Bucho said, "Let's fight to Issei's rhythm." Everyone said, "Yes." But in that moment my power increased in a giant way and I said, "My friends want to help me. That shows me that together with them I am invincible." A chant came to my head and I said, "I, the one who will awaken. I am the celestial dragon who stole the principles of domination from God." Everyone saw how my power increased in an incomprehensible way and Akeno said, "What are you doing?" I continued, "I laugh at infinity and despise the dream. I will become the Emperor Dragon of Domination." Bucho said, "His power is incredible, and it is only from the boosted gear." And I said to finish, "I will sink you in the depths of the Crimson Purgatory. Juggernaut Drive." Kokobile made a scared face after a giant red aura covered me, making the sword disappear. Everyone watched in amazement as the balance breaker activated and transformed into a larger armor. When the transformation finished I looked at Kokobile and said as I flew to attack him, "It's your end." He wanted to attack with a spear of light but I destroyed it with my fist. It was filled with energy and I said, "Take this Longinus smasher." The fist hit him and made him spit blood. Everyone looked surprised at my power. Kokobile wanted to escape but I grabbed him by the leg and slammed him into the ground. Then after he got up I gathered a lot of power and used one of my techniques. Kokobile disappears. Mateo Dragonar. 2 giant dragons appeared and hit him. After that the armor disappeared and I returned to my normal size, but I was tired. While in the shield, Saji said, "What is that incredible power?" Sona said, "I can only say that power is from Rias's pawn." Saji was impressed. With Issei, I was tired and Bucho and Akeno went to where I was. Kokobile was still standing but was very weak. It was at that moment that a white light appeared and destroyed Sona's shield. A person with my same armor but white appeared and said, "Albion." He beat up the finished Kokobile and said, "I have to take you by orders of Azazel." Drake said, "You are going to ignore me, Albion." Albion said, "It is not yet time for our confrontation." Albion said to his bearer, "I feel that he is stronger than before." The bearer said, "I will be careful." Then he took Kokobile and fried and left. Sona arrived and said, "Well done, Rias, now we will take care of rebuilding our academy." Bucho said, "We will help you." Sona said, "No, that is the job of the student council." Bucho accepted. I heard Kiba say, "It's over, but I know that more evils will come that I will have to defeat with this sword." I said, "Good job, friend." He looked at me and I said, "But let's take advantage of the peace that everything is over and rest from swords and revenge." Asia approached and said, "Kiba-san will come back with us." He smiled. And I said to myself, he must be very bad for the news. Bucho said, "Thanks for helping Hyoudou." Kiba said, "I'm sorry, President. I got carried away by a selfish desire and turned my back on my companions. I understand if you don't want to forgive me." Bucho said, "Then it matters that you are well now, and that you embrace the friendship you have." Kiba said, "Then I will swear loyalty again. I am Hyoudou Kiba and I promise to serve Rias Gremory as her knight. I will protect you and your allies until death." Bucho went and hugged Kiba and said, "Thank you very much, Kiba." I got a little jealous and said, "I think that was enough." Bucho laughed and said, "I may be a swordsman, but the only worthy knight is your friend." Kiba told me, "Thank you, Issei." In my head I became serious. What was that transformation? Drake told me, "You reached a phase more powerful than the balance breaker, but it was for a moment. Because you still haven't mastered the balance breaker completely." That's when I came back to reality and saw Bucho with a punishment circle and said, "You will receive 1,000 spankings." Kiba said, "What?" I started laughing and said, "You are going to suffer, Kiba." He said, "Don't be bad, Issei. Zenovia just watched us from a distance." The next day, we were in the club when Zenovia came in and said, "Excuse me." I saw her, and she was wearing the academy uniform. Bucho said, "Welcome." I looked at her, and she said, "Let me introduce you to the newest knight of the Gremory family. This is Zenovia." Zenovia took out her wings and I said, "So you became a devil?" She said, "Finding out about our Lord's death was too much for me. That's why I begged to be reborn." Bucho said, "Having the wielder of Durandal can be very useful. She and Kiba can be the two wings that boost the family." I smiled, and Zenovia said, "I will be part of the second year of the Kuoh Academy." I was surprised and said, "What?" She said to me in a soft voice, "It will be very fun, dear Issei." I said, "Why are you talking nice now?" She said, "I just wanted to imitate Irina, but I need more practice." I said, "Are you sure of your decision?" Zenovia said, "The Lord is no longer here. My previous life lost all meaning, but I feel strange for having joined my enemies the demons. I don't know what to do. Enlighten me, Lord." The headache came and Kaneko said, "That happens a lot in this club." I laughed a little and asked, "What happened to Irina?" Zenovia said, "She returned to the headquarters." Flashback. Zenovia saw Irina at the airport. She told her, "Here are the remains of the sacred swords. Get a good alchemist to repair them." Irina just looked at her, and Zenovia continued, "Irina, did you manage to complete the mission you had?" Irina told her, "That was a mission that we both had." Zenovia said, "I think the same." Irina said, crying, "Why? Why did you join the side of the demons? And why did the church allow that? I don't understand anything." Zenovia gave her a bow that was the Excalibur mimic and said, "Hyoudou Issei recovered it for you." Irina became sadder and left saying, "You are a traitor." Zenovia, one thought, said, "I guess if we see each other again it will be as enemies." End of flashback. Zenovia told me, Irina had a greater faith than mine. I don't know how she would react to finding out about the death of our Lord. Knowing a secret like this has made me very dangerous for the church. I am a heretic. Asia said, "Is that why you wanted to be reborn?" Zenovia said, "I want to apologize to you, Asia Argento. The Lord does not watch over us. But when I remember how everyone saw me when they knew I was a danger, I understood." Asia told her, "I do not regret the decision I made. Being a demon has given me the best friends I could have." Zenovia said, "Then would you do me a favor?" Asia said, "Which one?" Zenovia told her, "Since I am new, I do not know the school, so I would like you to give me a tour." Asia said, "Yes, nice to meet you." In my mind I said, "She will be somewhat strange, but she is a good person." Bucho stood up and said, "Now that we welcomed our new partner, let's return to club activities." We all said, "Yes, President/Bucho." Relaxing day at the pool. The man who had become my regular client had summoned me. When I got to his house, he took out his wings and said to me, "My name is Azazel, the leader of the fallen angels." I said, "Why?" He said, "I found out about Kokobil's plans and came to the city. Besides, I'm interested in the sacred gears that you possess." I looked at him with some anger, and he said, "I think Albion fulfilled the job I asked you for." I said, "The white one?" Azazel said, "I wasn't going to get my hands dirty with all this mess, so I asked another entity to take care of it." I told him. "Then he obeyed you?" Azazel just smiled and said to me, "With everything that has happened, the leaders of the 3 factions will have a meeting to clear things up." In the occult club, Bucho told me angrily, "It has to be a joke. Like the leader of the fallen angels entered my territory and also interfered in our fight, and worst of all is that he approached my adorable Issei. He deserves to die 1,000 times." "It was the first time I saw her so exalted," Kaneko asked. "Is it true that the factions will have a meeting, President?" Bucho said. "That's right. They just confirmed to me what will happen in the future," Zenovia said. "So what Kokobil did affected the angels, the fallen angels and demons," Bucho said. "Thinking that all the leaders will be in the city makes me think that things will get worse, and I don't know what will happen." Regarding Azazel, I told her, "I think he wants my sacred gears." She hugged me, leaving my head on her breasts, and said, "Calm down, Issei, I will protect you from any enemy." I was just blushing. The next day, Zenovia said to us, "Good morning, Asia." Bucho and I greeted her back. I said, "It seems you have gotten used to living here." She said, "The place that the president prepared for me is very comfortable." Bucho said, "Those condos are protected by demons, so your comfort is assured." We went to school and headed to the pool. The water was disgusting, and I could only say, "How disgusting." Akeno said, "No one has come here for a year." Zenovia asked, "If we are the occult club, why do we clean the pool?" Bucho said, "Actually it is the student council's job, but I offered to help them because of their help against Kokobil, and they also promised me that we could use it after finishing." I said, "That's good, it's been getting really hot lately." Bucho said, "In the name of the occult club, we will leave this pool clean." We all said, "Yes." I was changing in the locker room. Note, this Issei has been training for a long time, so his body is more toned, when Kiba told me, "Issei, I wanted to tell you that if any enemy wants to hurt you, I will protect you." I said somewhat nervously, "Thanks, Kiba." He told me, "This is something difficult to say in front of the girls." In my head I said, "I still have faith that he likes girls." Kiba said, "You helped me in that fight. If I don't help you, I wouldn't be a knight of the Gremory family." In my mind I said, "He is telling me in the locker room." At that moment I felt pain in my arm, and we saw that it was deforming, and I said, "I thought Akeno-san had extracted all the power." Drake told me, "This happens when you get close to powerful enemies." I told Kiba, "This is what you meant." He nodded. In the girls' locker room, everything happened the same as in the anime. Rias and Akeno came out already changed, and Kiba told them, "We have a problem." Rias asked, "Which one?" Kiba said, "It's Issei." With Issei, I saw that Bucho and Akeno came in. Seeing my arm, Bucho said, "There's no other choice. Akeno, I'll have to suck all the dragon's energy." Look at Akeno and ask, "Would you do that for me?" She said, "Of course, I would do anything for my cute partner." Bucho looked at her a little angrily, while Rias was cleaning with the others, but she kept looking at the dressing room and said, "This is bothering me." With Issei, Akeno was sucking my fingers like last time and said, "Treating you like this reminds me of the pranks I used to do before." I asked a bit nervously, "What do you mean?" Akeno asked, "Don't you want to have an affair with me?" I just looked at her nervously and said, What? She said, "I promise I won't tell Asia or the president the things we'll do together." She started to get on top of me and said, "Doesn't it turn you on? This will be our secret. I'm dying to sleep with someone like you and have you devour me completely." While in my head, I said, "What the hell is going on?" Drake said, "They're going to take away your prince." Bahamut said, "That's right." With Akeno, she started pushing me further onto the bench and said, "Go ahead, do whatever you want to me." I felt the heat in my chest, and I said mentally, "Don't tell me Akeno does too." She started getting closer to my lips and mine automatically rose, until Bucho said, "This doesn't seem like a healing ritual, guys." In my head I just said, "Oh shit, now I'm screwed." Akeno said, "I was just distracting the dragon." Bucho said, "Well, it didn't seem like it, did it, Issei?" I said scared. This I can explain it." Bucho pinched my cheek and said, "You were trying to get to know your beloved Akeno in private, right, pervert?" I told her, "It's not what you think, Bucho." She looked angrily and said, "What nonsense," and then she left. I said, "Bucho, wait." Akeno said, Era, how cute the president looks with jealousy. You see that our relationship deepens more." And I saw her smile. We finished cleaning the pool and the girls changed into their swimsuits. I entered the locker room and put away my shirt. When I left, I saw that all the girls had their eyes on me. I noticed that Bucho was drooling, Akeno was smiling, Asia was blushing, and Zenovia, who still hadn't changed, too, I wondered. What's wrong with them? In the minds of the girls? Rias. I had never seen Issei shirtless. How hexy. Akeno. I will definitely steal him from Rias. Asia. Issei-san looks so strong. Zenobia. I definitely chose the father of my children well. Then she went into the locker room with Issei. Akeno filled the pool with magic and I just smiled waiting to get in. When Bucho said, "Guys, you can swim whenever you want, Issei," I said. "What's wrong?" she asked me. "Do you like how my swimsuit looks?" I said. "Yes, you are very pretty, Bucho." Akeno appeared and said, Era, it seems that the president likes to compete. You will die to show your swimsuit to Issei," Bucho said. "And what about you? Didn't you want the same, Akeno?" Akeno said. "Yes," I told them. "You both look beautiful." In my head it was something else. Shit, how hexy. I have to resist the urge for perversion. Issei reacts. Asia called me and said, "How do I look, Issei? I really like this swimsuit." Unlike Bucho and Akeno who were wearing bikinis, Asia was wearing a school swimsuit. I told her, "You look very cute, Asia." Asia said, "I'm glad you like it." Kaneko was wearing a school swimsuit too and I said, "You look very pretty too, Kaneko." She said, "I don't know why I feel an internal conflict now, but it's weird that you don't see me like the others." In my head I said, "And now what did I say?" I asked Asia. "And Zenobia?" Asia told me she was having trouble putting on her swimsuit, so she told me to go ahead. Bucho said to me, "Issei, could you do me a favor?" I told her, "Of course, which one?" And there I was helping Kaneko learn to swim. It wasn't a problem at all. In fact, I had fun. It reminded me of some things that had pictures that were in that album that no one would ever see. Kaneko was trying hard and Asia said to her, "You can do it, Kaneko." Kaneko said to me, "Issei-senpai, thanks for helping me with this." I told her, "Don't worry, I like to help." It was at that moment that we hit the wall and Kaneko hugged me. I said in my head, "There, he's not going to hit me," she said blushing. "You're behaving very well with me. But that doesn't mean you're a pervert." I told her, "I already told you that's not true. But well, I'm glad to help my friends. And this way I make up for the problems I cause you." I caressed her head and she blushed. But then we heard that two people had jumped into the water. They were Bucho and Akeno. But I didn't hear anything they said. While Rias was swimming and said, "It seems I have a great rival." Akeno told her, "You will have to fight against a woman in love." Rias told her, "Even if you are my friend, I do not plan to lose against you, Akeno." Akeno told her, "We compete fairly, Rias, with Issei." I said surprised. "They are competing, but why is that? Phantom, how can he be so stupid?" "Oh right, I did it like that." 5. Kaneko told me, "You already forgot that you were going to teach Asia how to swim." I said, "Right." And the same thing as with Kaneko was repeated. We were having fun for a long time, and I said, "This is a relaxing day." Bucho told me, "Issei, can you put suntan lotion on me?" I told her, "Okay." I approached her and started to apply the suntan lotion. She told me, "Issei, would you like to put suntan lotion on my breasts?" I was speechless. She said to me, "You like girls' breasts, don't you?" I didn't answer because I was still recovering from the shock, and I said, "Are you serious or are you testing me?" She said, "Are you serious, and then I'll let you grope them." I said to myself, "What's going on?" Bucho is behaving more daring than usual, and that's saying a lot. I heard Akeno say while pressing her bare breasts to my back, Era, why do you pamper President Issei so much?" I said, "But what?" Bucho stood up, without covering herself, and said, "Let it go, Akeno. Issei hasn't finished putting on suntan lotion yet." Akeno said to her, "President, you don't mind if I stay with Issei, right?" I just said, "QQ that." Bucho said, "No way, he belongs to me. I won't let you take him." Akeno told me, "Issei, the president has already let you lick her breasts." I told her, "No, that hasn't happened." She told me, "Well, I'll let you lick mine all you want, sweetheart." And she gave me a soft bite on the ear. Bucho launched a power of destruction to one of the pool games and said, "Akeno, don't you think you're already overstepping your limits?" Akeno said while her hand was filled with lightning. "If you want to fix our conflicts that way, that seems perfect to me." And she launched her lightning against the bars. I got scared and saw how Asia and Kaneko woke up. Bucho and Akeno continued generating more power, and Bucho said, "You won't steal my Issei," Akeno said, "but if I just want to give him a lot of love," Bucho told her while throwing her power. "Now that I remember, you hated men, right?" Akeno threw her lightning bolts at him and said, "Says the woman who wasn't interested in men because she said they were all the same." My eyes started to look like reptiles, and to avoid problems I summoned my gauntlet, and with a small increase I hit my face with the Longinus smasher. It hurt, but it was to not bring out my wild instincts. After that I ran to the locker room and said, "That was dangerous. There are customs that demons have and I can't understand." I heard Zenobia say to me, "What are you doing here?" I said, "Zenobia, why did it take you so long?" she said to me. It's the first time I've worn a swimsuit, so I had problems. I told her. In the church they didn't let you swim or something like that. She told me. It's not that, it's just that I was never interested in those activities. I told her. That doesn't explain the delay. She told me. When I finished putting on the swimsuit, I started to think. I asked her. About what? She said to me. Hyoudou Issei, I have to talk about something very important with you. I told her. Just tell me, Issei. She said. Okay, Issei, I'm going to start. Would you like to make a baby with me? The moment I reacted, I ended up being thrown against a piece of furniture in the pool's storage room, and Zenovia told me. Did you understand what I said, Issei? We have to make a baby. I said. What? She said. Before this, my whole life revolved around serving our Lord, but that dream is gone. When I asked the president, she told me to live my life as I want, and like every woman, my dream is to have a child. I told her. But because I said to me, when I saw you fight against Kokobile, I realized that you possess extraordinary abilities. You also have the aura of 2 dragons, and I want my son to inherit those gifts. But well, let's not waste any more time and get started. She took off her bikini top, revealing her breasts, and threw herself on top of me to say, hug me. While we are in the process of making the baby, you can do whatever you want to me. At that moment, Bucho came in and said, Issei, what are you doing? I screamed in fear, and Akeno said, that's cheating, Zenovia. Issei-kun's virginity is something that belongs to me. Asia said. Issei, you are very bad, you should have told me first. Kaneko said. He will never learn. Zenovia said. What's wrong, Issei, let's make that baby. I said. Zenovia, what did you just do? Bucho said, surprised. 1. Akeno continued. Bah. Asia and Kaneko too. Bah. While in the pool, Kiba came out of the water and only heard Issei's manly cry of suffering. In the occult club, Bucho was saying, what are we going to do? Issei's perversion has no limits with his classmates. In my head I was saying, screw being a polite boy. Why is this happening to me? Zenovia said. None of that. Issei was just helping me so we could have a baby. I said. He's not much help, Zenovia. We heard a voice behind us and a magic circle appeared. It seems like they're having a lot of fun around here. It was Serzex and Graphia. Serzex said. Are they celebrating or something? Bucho, surprised, said. Oni-sama. We all bowed. Asia's thoughts. He's the Demon King, the president's brother. Serzex said. You are Asia Argento. Asia nodded and Serzex said. I've heard a lot about you. You've been a great bishop to my sister. Asia didn't know what to say and Serzex said. Relax, I just came to see some business here. Zenovia asked. Are you the demon lord? Nice to meet you. I'm Zenovia. Serzex said. It's a pleasure, Zenovia. I found it hard to believe when they told me that the wielder of Durandal became one of my sister's knights. Zenovia said. Becoming a demon was a hard decision for me to make. She started saying nonsense and Serzex laughed and said, I'm glad to see such happy people in my sister's family. Zenovia, keep supporting the House of Gremory. Zenovia said. If the Demon Lord asks me, I will do my best. Bucho said. By the way, Oni-sama, why did you come? Serzex said. Why are you making that face? Remember the academy meetings are approaching. Bucho said nervously. I didn't remember. Serzex said. I'm dying to see how my little sister performs in her classes from Earth. Bucho said. Graphia, I'm sure you were the one who told her about the meeting. Serzex said. Relax. Our father will come too. Bucho said. But you are the king of the demons. Are you going to neglect your position? Serzex said. Not at all. This is part of my job as king. Bucho looked at him and Serzex said. We want the faction meeting to take place in this beautiful academy. We were all surprised and Bucho said. At Kuoh Academy, at Issei's house. Serzex was talking to my parents and said. I'm glad to know that my little sister hasn't caused you any problems. My mother said. Not at all, sir. Miss Rias has behaved wonderfully. My father said. That's right. She is an exemplary lady and behaves better than our Issei. Come on, does she want another drink? Serzex said. Of course. Head down, I said. Dad, you talked to the Demon King, Asia said. But your father doesn't know the identity of the Demon King, Bucho said to me. Issei, why did you offer them your house to spend the night? I said. It was just a gesture of kindness. Also, she promised to find a hotel tomorrow. Bucho told me. This is so embarrassing. In my head I said. I didn't know that Bucho could feel like this. Later, a gasp was heard from Bucho, who said. What do you mean I can't sleep next to my Issei? Serzex said. I would like to chat with him a little before going to sleep. Let me talk to him for tonight. In my head I said. He's not going to complain that I'm sleeping with his sister. Bucho hugged me and said. Will you be able to sleep without me? Will you be okay if I'm not protecting you? I feel like dying. I can't imagine sleeping without you by my side. Graphia said. It's time to go to sleep, miss. Bucho said. You don't have to remind me, Graphia. Graphia said. Rest, Hyoudou-san. I said. Good night, miss. Bucho, she said to me. while Graphia took her. Try to dream nice, I said. Rest Bucho, Asia said. Issei. Unfortunately, I'm going back to my room tonight, I said. I understand. Good night, Asia, she said. Rest Issei. In my head I said, why do I feel so guilty? At night I got up and said to Surzex, excuse me, he said. Why? I told him. The king is sleeping on the floor. He told me, don't worry. At least you treat me like a normal person. In the other world everyone treats me with respect. That's why I'm more comfortable here. I thought, he really is a modest man, he said. Besides, I've never seen my sister so happy. Not even in the underworld. And it's all thanks to you, I told him. But I haven't done anything. Surzex told me. Tell me something, Hyoudou Issei. I can count on you to protect my sister, I told him. You don't have to ask that. After all, I'm from Bucho. I mean, I'm Rias Gremory's pawn, he told me. Thank you very much. By the way, would you allow me to call you Issei? I told him. It would be an honor, Surzex said. Then I will also ask you to address me informally and call me by my name. If it bothers you, call me brother, I told him. I would feel very strange if I do that. How about if I continue addressing you formally? And Surzex said. He told me. For now it's fine. By the way, Issei, I found out that you were able to meet Azazel in person. I told him. Yes, and I think he is interested in my 2 sacred gears. Surzex told me. Yes, I knew that he is interested in collecting those things. But he does not want war like Kokobile. In the last great war, the fallen angels were the first to retreat. I learned that Azazel punished Kokobile with the freezing. I said. Then he wants to make me his servant. He has some power that will brainwash me. Surzex told me. Do not worry, I can assure you that you have my protection. I told him. Thank you very much, Surzex. Surzex said. It is very rare for a celestial dragon to join the demon clan. But changing the subject, I learned that you have interest in breasts. I told him. That is not true. It is just that there are really many coincidences dedicated to ruining the image that I create of an educated boy. Surzex laughed and said to me, well, I will just say that my sister is well endowed. I told him. I cannot deny that. Surzex told me. Good night. I said. Good night. The next day, I was walking with Bucho and Asia as usual, and Bucho said to me, I'll show my brother the city, so it will take me a while. Surzex said. Graphia, I want to see some tourist places. Graphia said. First let's see the academy. Bucho said. Why did you have to come? We went to Zenovia's house, but she didn't come out. I said to Asia. What happened to her? Asia said. She told me that she would stay up all night trying to understand her homework. I'll go see how it is, you go ahead. I told her. It's okay. She entered and I went ahead. I thought, I'm glad that Asia and Zenovia get along better. When I arrived, I said to myself, it's been a while since I came to school alone. Now I always come with girls. At that moment I felt a pain in my right arm and I saw a white-haired boy. He approached me and said, this is the second time we've seen each other. I said, so you're the white one. He said, that's right, Hyoudou Issei. I'm Vala the Vanishing Dragon, bored at Kuoh Academy. Vala was watching me, but my right arm was still throbbing. He said to me, you are very vulnerable. If I use a little magic, I wonder what will happen. At that moment, Kiba and Zenovia's swords threatened him. Kiba said, your joke isn't very funny. Zenovia said, we won't allow an unnecessary battle to start. Vala said, if they couldn't defeat someone as weak as Kokobile, they won't be able to take me on. Kiba and Zenovia put away their swords and I said, what do you want? He said, I saw that you were able to reach the balance breaker, but you haven't mastered it yet, Welsh dragon. Noticing how confident he looked, I said to myself, he only knows of Drake's existence, and he also hasn't seen the Juggernaut Drive. Drake said to me, so it seems, partner. Bahamut said, we will teach that brat he's messing with. Vala continued, if we made a ranking with the most powerful, you would have a power of 4 digits. But you still wouldn't reach me. He looked away and said, Hyoudou Issei is someone very valuable. You should train him better, Rias Gremory. I looked back and saw Bucho. She looked serious and said, what are you looking for, White Dragon? Vala said, I only came to see my rival. I am a very busy person. I don't have time to fight with him now. And he left. I looked at him angrily. And Bucho took my hand. I felt her very tense and said to myself, is she worried? I swear that I will destroy that damn thing. I was in the infirmary resting when the pain in my arm disappeared. I relieved a little and said, at least it's calmed down. Too bad Akeno-san can't help me during class time. I looked at the ceiling and said, so that's the Bear of Albion. If that's his full armor, I only know that I have to train. Drake and Bahamut manifested as 2 lights in my hands, and Drake said, you look very motivated, partner. I told him, I will show that idiot that he is not as superior as he thinks. Bahamut said, that's true. Besides, you have another sacred gear and you reached the Juggernaut Drive, although quite incomplete. I told him, well yes, Drake already told me the story. That's why I know that the current bearer of Albion will be the rival I will face. and I will show him the power of the bearer of two dragons. Both dragons laughed and told me, we really expect great things from you. I got up, put on my clothes and said, well, I know I'm stronger than him, and smiled confidently to leave the infirmary. I went to the class, and when I arrived I found Renji and Kuoh, who said to him, watch your head. I didn't know what they meant when I felt the blow from Matsuda and Motohama. I told them. What's wrong? Matsuda said. We already know that the new girl Zenovia joined the occult club. Motohama said. Because you always get showered with women, I said contemptuously. Maybe because I don't spend my time spying through a hole in the female locker room. Renji laughed and said. Something happened with Zenovia. I told him. Not at all. Zenovia came and said, Issei, I wanted to apologize for what happened the other day. I remembered that he almost grazed me, and I approached her and said, it's not a good time to talk about that. Zenovia said, I have a suggestion. I looked at her attentive and saw how she took out 4 packs of condoms, and she told me, I got these so we can practice without any problem. Renji and Kuoh were left with nothing to say. Matsuda and Motohama said, it can't be, and I just said, what the hell? Asia approached her and said, what is that, Zenovia? Zenovia said, you should have one. Asia gave her one, and Asia started looking at it and said, well, thanks. At that moment Aika appeared and said, what's going on here? Hyoudou causing trouble. I looked at her and said, you had to come, pervert. She told me, that's not the way a gentleman should treat a lady. I said, gender equality. I treat you the same as those two, because all 3 of them are perverts. Aika just smiled, and Asia said, what's this for Aika? She whispered some things in her ear, and I saw how she got redder. I said, don't corrupt Asia, Kiryu. She told me, don't be shy, Hyoudou. Admit it, being so close to Zenovia you would make Asia have cell. Asia shut her mouth and said, please don't say anything. At that moment I felt how the 2 perverts threw me to the floor and said, damn bastard. Renji and Kuoh took them away in an instant, and Asia helped me get up and said, Matsuda, Motohama, don't call Issei what he is not. I told him, thank you, Asia, you always defend me. She told me, I will always believe in you. Zenovia appeared from behind and said, showing me a condom, then we will practice. I took it from her and said while running, leave that, Zenovia. While I walked to the club I was thinking about how absent-minded Zenovia was until I heard Bucho calling me. I saw that Sona and Tsubaki were with her. Bucho asked me, how is your arm? I told her, it's okay now. After a little rest, Sona told me, did you run into the white dragon? I told her seriously, that's right, although she only came to see me. Sona said, did she come to see you? Bucho said, I also found it strange, but since she works with the fallen angels, I don't think it will be a problem. Sona said, I don't want another fight to break out in the academy. Bucho said seriously, a bigger problem is coming. Sona said, that's right, and it will be soon, see you. And she left with Tsubaki. Bucho said goodbye. I said, the presidents look very angry. Akeno told me, it's nothing, they are just stressed because of the family meetings. I said, I see, I understand about Bucho, but why Sona? Akeno saw me and said, does your arm feel better? I told her, if that's right. Akeno told me, if you had any power left I would have extracted it from you. She took my arm and started to bring her mouth closer to my fingers. Bucho said angrily, Akeno. She left me and said, era he he he. Bucho told her, I can't be careless for even a second because you. Akeno said, but I was just checking her arm. Bucho said, I highly doubt it. At Issei's house, I was feeling unwilling to go take a shower, saying to myself, so Azazel and the White Dragon are working together. You'll see what awaits you if you try to harm my girls. Drake said in a mocking tone, your girls? I reacted and told her nervously. I wanted to say to the girls. Bahamut said laughing, there's nothing to worry about, mate. Dragons usually have big harems. I told her, I don't want to know more about the subject. I entered the bathroom and saw Asia and I said, I'm sorry, and I left instantly. But then Bucho appeared and said to me, wow, Issei, are you going to take a bath too? I told her, the truth is. She opened the door and saw Asia and said, wow, Asia is here. Asia told her, sure. Bucho said, I don't feel like waiting for you. How about we all go? I just stood there with a confused face while inside Drake and Bahamut whispered to me, King of the Harem. King of the Harem. Mentally I told them, shut up both of you. Without realizing it I ended up in the bathtub while Bucho was washing Asia's back, complimenting each other. I was just trying to keep my gaze away to avoid seeing them, and I said in my head, my physiological structure will give me away if I have any perverted thoughts. Damn it, how come I always end up in these situations? Both dragons were telling me again, King of the Harem. I couldn't hold it in any longer because Bucho got into the bathtub and stuck to me. I didn't know what to say, and she said to me, you know, I've always wanted to bathe with you like this. I looked at her nervously and said, really? She said, that's right, unless you don't like sharing the bath. She started to get closer, letting her chest collide with mine chest. I told her, even more nervous. And none of that, she said. It makes me very happy, because I would like to always bathe like this with you, but I think it would be too much, since we will do it every 3 days. Or maybe one day yes and one day no. Asia saw us and became alert. Bucho continued. If we do it once a week it wouldn't be enough. I didn't know what to say since she was getting closer and closer to me, and I said to myself, what do I do at a time like this? Bucho said to me. What are you going to do to me? I said. What? She said. I'm sure if Asia wasn't here you would have done something to me. We need time alone. Before I could answer, Asia jumped into the bathtub and said, I don't want you to do things without me. She hugged me by the neck and said, I would also like to accompany you like this always. Bucho said. Enough, Asia, I'll tell you very clearly, this is my man, he's my servant, and part of my clan, he's my Issei. Do you understand? Asia said. That may be true, but he's also my Issei, Bucho said as she got up. Oh yeah? You spend your time sticking to Issei like gum, you should leave us alone from time to time. Asia got up and said, No, I don't want to. It stresses me out that Issei tries to avoid me when I get close, and that's why I should get closer. Bucho put my hand between her breasts and said, She would never do something like that to you, right Issei? Asia did the same and said, That's not true, look at her hand. I told her, You too, Asia. Asia told me, They may be a bit small, but I'm not going to give up. Bucho said, I know my Issei likes them big, because every time he sees them he only says breasts. In my head I said, I say it because it's the first thing I see. Asia said, So who do you like the most? I moved them away a bit and said, Well, the truth is. They were waiting attentively for the answer, and I said, The truth is that I'm clean now. I'm leaving. I ran out of there and heard both of them shouting, Issei. I said to myself, Oh shit, I don't want to answer that. Not yet, in fact. I don't know if I like one more than the other. Kuoh Academy. The parents were watching our class and the teacher said, For today's class you will use the block of plasticine in your desks to do whatever you want. Visualize what you like the most in your mind and let your hands do it. I said, So what I see in my mind, huh? I heard my mother say, Good luck, Asia. My father said, You look very pretty, Asia. I looked at them and said, What do you do now? I said to myself. I had forgotten how embarrassing this day is. I realized that everyone had started and I said, Damn, I haven't started yet. I was wondering, what can I do? I need it to be something strong and unique. I already know a dragon, I have 2 with me. Drake said to me, Do it, partner. Bahamut finished. If you can. I told them. They say it as if I couldn't mold plasticine. They both said, We say it for your mind. I said, What can come to my mind at this moment? At that moment I remembered Bucho, and without realizing it I began to move my hands without stopping, until the teacher told me, Hyoudou-san, hey Hyoudou-san. I woke up from the trance and said, What's wrong, sensei? I saw that in front of me there was a sculpture of Bucho naked made to perfection. Everyone was looking at me and Kate said, Isn't that Rias-sama? Murayama said, Yes, it looks a lot like it. The teacher told me, Interesting. I didn't know you had the gift of sculptor, Hyoudou-san. I said, I just moved my hands a little. Aika came closer and said, You touch her so much that you know the shape of her body by heart. I told her, Curious, shut your mouth. Motohama said, My suspicions were right. You're touching Rias senpai. Kate said, Issei-san would never do that. Murayama said, But if he does, no one would be able to hear how the other girls complained. And Matsuda told me, Hey Issei, I'll trade your sculpture for the potato head man I made. Motohama said, Don't accept it, because I'll pay you 5,000 yen. Kate said, I'll offer you 7,000 yen. I heard my parents taking pictures and Mom said to Dad, Look honey, our Issei has even more talents. Dad said, More pictures that will go to his talent album. In my head I said, Not that shit again. Zenobia said to Asia, It seems I was wrong, Asia. I didn't think family gatherings were so fun. Asia said, I think they should be like that. I said, Now what did I get into? After class, Bucho said to me, It looks really good on you. Akeno said, Era, that was something obvious. Issei always sees the president's body naked. I said, That's not true, Akeno said, But I bet you recorded very well. I said, I really don't know how my brain works. Akeno said to me, Would you like to make a sculpture of my body? I'll even let you touch me. I said, Well. Asia and Bucho said at the same time, Don't do it. I told them, Fine, then I won't do anything. I heard several boys, the perverts included, said, A photo shoot with a magical girl. As former members of the photography club we have to go and take as many pictures as possible. I saw a pack of boys going to the theater, Bucho said. So she's here, Akeno said. Era, so it seems. We went to the theater and saw how many boys were taking pictures of a black-haired girl tied in 2 pigtails and violet eyes. I saw her costume and said, That's an alternative cosplay of the magical girl Milky Spiral 7. The girl winked and I realized how cute she was. Asia said, Issei, It scares me that you know about those things. I told her. It's because of a client. He forced me to watch a marathon of that series with him. I remembered Mutant and chills came to me, Asia said. They forced you or you asked for it. Before answering I heard Saji saying, enough, this is not a convention, leave at once. He stood in front of the girl, so the boys would leave. I heard the two perverts say, this is a great injustice. What's wrong with taking photos? Saji said. Don't make a scandal, this day is for family meetings. Disappear. I listened again. But how bitter. I'll see you in my dreams, dear Milky. Saji asked her. And are you related to any student? She nodded. Saji said to her, coming to school in that outfit is too troublesome. She said, what? Then she made magical girl movements while saying, abracadabra, spiral, and laughing. Saji said, please don't do that. The girls and I approached, and I said, hello Saji, now you're working. She said, don't bother me Hyoudou. Sona came in and said, Saji, what's all the fuss? Saji said, see president this girl is. The girls said, so Tan there you are. Sona was surprised like never before. The girl got off the theater stage and said, so Tan I found you, and that face? Why so red? After so long your sister is here, you should be a little happier. You should run to hug me and then I would hug you. And we would look very 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 pretty, right little sister? I said, so it's your sister, Bucho said. Ms. Seraphal Leviathan, Saji said, is one of the 4 supreme demons, and also the sister of the president. This is the first time I see her in person. I laughed while Seraphal said to her sister, smile a little, aren't you happy to see your older sister? Bucho approached her and said, I haven't seen you in a while Seraphal-sama. Seraphal said, wow Rias-tan, it's been a while. How are you? You look good, Bucho said. Good, thanks for asking. Have you come to Sona's family meetings? Seraphal said. Yes, but Tan is so mean to me that she didn't tell me anything about this. She was so sad that I wanted to break the sky. I said, I hope she's just joking. Seraphal asked Bucho, is that the red dragon? Bucho said, if that's right, Issei come say hello. I said to myself, of course. I arrived in front of Seraphal. The warmth in my chest returned to me and I felt the same connection I felt with the other girls. I said hello, nice to meet you, my name is Hyoudou Issei, and I'm Rias Gremory's pawn. Seraphal said, the pleasure is mine. I'm Seraphal Leviathan, Supreme Class Devil. She started doing her routine and said, but you can call me Levia. Before finishing, Seraphal fell silent. In Seraphal's mind, Seraphal was about to finish her routine when she felt something strange in her chest, like a connection with that boy. It was the first time she felt something like that, and she couldn't finish her routine. With Issei, Sona, she said, sister. Seraphal reacted and Sona said, I'm the student council president. I don't care that you're my family. You can't be dressed like that. Go change now. Seraphal said, but you are so mean Tan. You're breaking my poor heart into pieces. You know I've always admired magical girls. I said, I've heard that way of speaking before. The image of Mutant came to my mind and I said to myself, but she's prettier. Drake told me, it seems that she will also be an important part of your development as a demon. I said, I prefer not to ask what you mean. Both dragons laughed, and I came back to reality. Seraphal said, with my sacred staff I will destroy all the angels and fallen angels I find. Sona said, sister, be careful, if you use the staff by accident you can destroy an entire country. I said, from what I see Leviathan-sama protects the president Sona a lot. Akeno told me, that's right. If Sona called her when we were fighting against Kokabeel, a big war would have started. He overprotects her a lot. Saji said, if Seraphal-sama found out that her sister was in danger she would have destroyed all of Japan. Sona said in a way that he had never seen her. Yeah, this is unbearable. And she left with tears. Seraphal said, where are you going Tan? Sona told him, don't come near me. Saji said, it would be best if I go after them. I told him, good luck, you'll need it. Bucho sighed and Asia said, it seems that Saji has work. Bucho said, it's not right for me to say this, but the 4 current supreme demons are quite immature. They take too many liberties and it's not appropriate. We returned to the academy and my father called me. When he saw me she was with a red-haired man and said, Rias, I finally found you. Bucho said, Dad? I just said, what? In my head only one thing came to mind. Shit, if Surzex didn't kill me her father will. Not only did he touch her breasts, but he slept with her. Her father told me, so you are Hyoudou Issei. Thanks for taking care of my daughter. I am Rias's father. I told him, nice to meet you. I asked my father, Dad, what happened? He told me, we met him on the way. He said to Bucho's father, if the school environment bothers you, we can go talk at my humble house. Bucho's father said, of course, that sounds interesting. Bucho and I said at the same time, ah, my father said, perfect, then let's relax at home. Hey sir, do you like to drink? Rias's father laughed a little and said, "Of course," I said. "Dad gets along very well with Bucho's dad." Asia said, "It's normal your father doesn't know anything." Serzex came down and said, "Great. It seems that tonight's coexistence will also have my father." Bucho just sighed. At Issei's house, there were many dishes and my father was chatting with Serzex and Bucho's father. Mom said, "I wanted to make a banquet for our guests." Dad said, "Why don't we start with a toast?" Dad, Serzex and Bucho's father said, "Cheers." They put on the video that they filmed during my class and Mom said, "Asia looks so precious." Asia said, "I'm a little embarrassed." Dad said, "Issei is very scandalous, but he is a very talented boy." I felt good about that. Then Bucho's father said, "It's my turn to show Rias's video." Dad said, "Did you also record your daughter?" Bucho's father said, "It is the duty of every father to give his beloved daughter his attention." Bucho said, "I feel very embarrassed." Bucho's father said, "Look, there is where little Rias answers the teacher's question." Bucho stood up and said, "I will not stand for more nonsense. My family is so irritating." And she went upstairs. I followed her and said, "Bucho, wait." The adults continued laughing downstairs and I found Bucho sitting in the hallway. I said, "Bucho, do you want to come to my room?" She accepted, and when we arrived she lay down on the pillow. I told her, "I know it can be embarrassing because I also feel that way, but I think it's good that our parents get along so well and live together." Bucho said, "I am happy to, but I have to ask you something, Issei, and I want you to be honest with me." I said, "What's wrong?" She said to me, "Are you happy to have met me?" I was in shock and she said, "You make me so happy." I remembered everything that had happened up to that moment and said, "If I wasn't happy to have met you, I wouldn't have started a fight with Rias. I wouldn't have broken my limits to defeat him, nor would I have done the impossible to defeat Kokobile." Tears came to my eyes and I didn't realize that Bucho was blushing and teary-eyed. I told her, "I am really very happy to have met you. I am very happy to have been reincarnated as your servant." I sat on the bed and thought to myself, thinking that she will have a boyfriend someday breaks my heart. Without realizing it, Bucho got up and kissed me on the lips. We were like that for a while until Asia came in and turned on the light. She said, "President, that is cheating. It is not fair." Bucho and I separated and said, "You attack first." I learned that when I fought with Akeno. Asia hugged me by the neck and said, "The one who responds to the attack wins." Bucho said, "That's not true." Serzex came in and said, "It's not good to fight." The three of us said, "Serzex-sama/brother." Serzex said, "Rias, I was thinking about something, and I'll tell you." Bucho asked, "What were you thinking about?" Serzex said, "It's time for you to release your other bishop." Asia said, "What's that?" I said, "I've never heard of that." Bucho said, "That bishop had a power that I couldn't control. That's why we decided to lock it up." Serzex said, "After seeing your fights, I thought it would be a good time to release it. Plus, since you already have more pieces and have gained more experience, I think you can control it." Bucho said, "If the Demon King asks me, I can't refuse." The other bishop. We were all in front of the locked door of the club, and Asia asked Bucho, "Is your other bishop here?" Bucho said, "That's right. My brother has given me permission to open the door, so my other bishop will be free in no time, although the bishop may not want to leave." I asked her, "Doesn't he want to join us?" Akeno said, "We need him. He's very powerful." I looked at her surprised and Kiba said, "He spends his time locked up, but he makes his contracts online." In my head I was just like, why didn't anyone tell me this could be done? Zenobia said, "I would like to know what powers he has to be locked in there." Bucho broke some kind of magic circle and Kaneko said, "The seal is broken." Bucho said, "Now I will open the door." When she opened it we heard a scream. "No," I asked. "What was that?" Bucho said, "Good afternoon. I see you have been very well." I saw a black drawer from which a voice came out saying, "But what is happening?" Akeno approached and uncovered the drawer saying, "We have broken your seal, it is time for you to come out." I saw a blonde girl, who was crying saying, "I don't want to go out. I like it here. Outside is dangerous." I said, "So the other bishop is a blonde girl, just like Asia." Kiba started to laugh and Bucho said, "This bishop is a man." I said, "What?" Bucho said, "He looks a lot like a girl, but he is a man." Asia and I said at the same time, "What?" Akeno said, "He likes to cross-dress." Bucho hugged him and said, "His name is Gaspar Valdi. He is the first bishop I recruited in my family. He is in his first year at the academy. Before being a demon, he was half human and half vampire." Asia said, scared a little. "A vampire?" I said, "So a damper, great." Gaspar just looked at us in fear. We were watching him, I still not believing he was a child. I asked him, "Gaspar, one question, why if you never go out do you dress like this?" He told me, "These clothes are very pretty." With a confused face I said, "So it was." Bucho said, "You can join us, Gaspar." He said, "No, I don't want to go." I approached him and said, "Do what Bucho tells you." I touched his arm. He screamed and disappeared. I became defensive and said, "And now what happened?" I saw him in a corner saying, "Please don't get angry, don't hurt me," Asia said. "I don't understand how he got there," Zenobia said. "I feel like he did something to us," Akeno said. "Forbidden Bale of You. It's Gasper's sacred gear," Kaneko said. "Freezes whatever is in Gasper's sight for a limited time." In the club room, Akeno told us, "Gasper can't control his powers and the Demon King Surzex forced us to lock him up," Bucho said. "Besides, his powers increase without him wanting it, so he runs the risk of reaching balance breaker." In my head I said, "It can't be," and I remembered my battle against Rias and Kokabeel. Bucho sighed and we heard Gasper say, "I don't like when they talk about me. Don't pay attention to me." He had disappeared and had gotten into a box. I approached and said, moving the box a little, "And you continue with the same thing," Gasper said. "I am very comfortable inside this box, leave me locked up, please do not bother me." In my head I said, "How irritating." Akeno said to Bucho, "President, it's time to go." Bucho said, "That's true, Akeno, and I will go see some things about the Leaders' Summit that will take place soon, Hyoudou." Kiba said, "Yes, President?" Bucho said to him, "My brother wants to learn more about your balance breaker. Could you come with us?" Kiba nodded and went with them. Before leaving, Bucho said, "I would like you to train Gasper while we are gone." I said, "What?" And Gasper shouted, "No, club yard." Zenobia was chasing Gasper and said, "Come on, you have to run faster or you will be victim of my sacred sword Durandal. Let's go faster." Asia, Kaneko, and I watched them and I said, "Wow, he looks like a very rude trainer." After a while Zenobia stopped and Gasper said, "Why are you so mean to me?" Zenobia said, "A healthy mind must have a healthy body. So you must improve your physical condition." Gasper just sobbed. I said, "It seems you enjoy it a lot." Zenobia nodded and Gasper said, "I can't take another step. I'm very tired enough." Kaneko approached him and said, "Jaya couldn't eat this to feel better." In her hands she had a lot of garlic and Gasper, scared, said, "Oh, I hate garlic." And Kaneko started chasing him with the garlic in her hands. I said, I had never seen Kaneko chasing someone. At that moment Saji appeared and said, "Hey guys, what are you doing playing?" I said, "Hello Saji," he said. "I heard that they had released another piece." He saw Gasper and said, "Another beautiful blonde." I said, "The truth is, Gasper is a man." He bent down and said, "I told him." "I thought the same too, Saji," a familiar voice said, while the servants of the Gremory family came out to get some air and play a little. I saw him and it was Azazel. I put Asia behind me and she asked me, "Do you know this man Issei?" Azazel said, "Hello young demon. Or should I say Welsh dragon?" I took out my 2 sacred gears and angrily said, "Azazel." Zenobia stood on guard and Saji, scared, said, "Hey Hyoudou, did you say Azazel?" I told him, "That's right, I've been living with this man for a while." Saji summoned the Vertra gauntlet and Kaneko stood behind Azazel. He said, "They won't be able to defeat me if they all attack at once. They will be low-class devils, but you already know that, right?" I said, "Why did you come?" He said, "I only came for a moment." "And the sword boy?" I told him, "He's not here right now. But if you want to do something to Kiba, then." The gauntlet gave me a boost, and the sword began to charge energy. Azazel said, "Calm down, you always get angry about everything, so the swordsman is not there. Hey you the vampire, the forbidden bale of you is a very dangerous object if the bearer does not know how to use it, and that is the absorption line of the black dragon. It can absorb power. When training, give it to the vampire so he can better control his power." Saji said, "I didn't know that ability." Azazel told him, "The one you have sealed there is the evil black dragon king, or also called prisoner dragon. It can absorb the power of everything it touches or adhere to something for a while." I thought, it's like Bahamut. But Bahamut absorbs ranged attacks. Does that have something to do with it? Bahamut told me, "You could say Vertra is like my son." I said, "Oh gee," Azazel said, "there is another faster way to deal with the vampire." We looked at him attentively and he said, "Let him drink the blood of the Security." Gasper was surprised and I said, "You want Gasper to suck my blood?" He said, "He is a vampire. What did you expect?" "Well, those are my tips, see you." I said, "Wait. Why did you hide your identity when you became my client?" He said, "It's because that's how I do things." And he left. Zenobia said, "So he rules the fallen angels. He is a very strange man." At the gym, we were training Gasper to control his power better. Saji with his absorption line took away Gasper's power. I threw a volleyball at him, but instead of stopping it he disappeared. Kaneko brought him and said, "Was he trying to escape?" Gasper said, "Forgive me please." I said, "He must have great power. But training him is very stressful." Zenobia said, "I agree with you Issei." I said to Saji, "Sorry for having you here training with us." Saji said, "Don't worry. Besides, this way I practice my new ability." I told him, "It's true. Besides that, Azazel said that Gasper would have to suck my blood." Gasper said, "No, I don't like blood, I said. But you're a vampire, Kaneko said. He's a cowardly vampire. Gasper started to sob and said, Why is Kaneko so mean to me? Zenobia said, What a troublesome child. A while later, Bucho was talking to Gasper. He was inside the room and she was talking to him from outside. I was next to her. Bucho said to her, Gasper, come out please. I'm sorry for forcibly taking you out. Gasper just started to cry. I said, I'm sorry Bucho, we interrupted you when you were busy. Bucho said, Calm down. You guys are doing your best to help him train. Gasper said, The outside scares me. I said, It seems we made things worse. Bucho said, Gasper has a strong reason to behave that way. I said, What is it? He told me Gasper's story. He told me everything about his father, who was a very distinguished vampire, and how Gasper was discriminated against by everyone for being half vampire. Then Bucho said, You don't know what they do to you when they stop time. Nobody would want to be around someone with that ability. I told her, I understand, Gasper had a past similar to Asia's. Bucho said, Obviously we know that Gasper will not use his powers with bad intentions. Inside the room, Gasper said, crying and hugging a black stuffed rabbit. I don't want powers like that. Everyone freezes and that scares them a lot. They don't like it and I don't like it either. I don't want to see my friends without being able to move. I don't want it anymore. I don't want it anymore. Bucho, and I heard it from outside. Bucho said, I'm a failure like the King Peace. I told her, Bucho, I will take care of this matter. I will fix the problem. She looked at me and said, Issei. I told her, determined, I have a male disciple so everything will be easy. She smiled and said, I will leave this matter in your hands, Issei. I told her, Yes, Bucho. She created a magic circle and left. I sat in front of the door and said, Gasper, I will not move from here until you get your vampire ass out of there. He continued sobbing. With Asia, everything happened the same as in the anime, even the conversation about Issei being a pervert, although he isn't. With Issei, Gasper still wouldn't come out, and I said to him, Hey, are you scared? Are you scared of your sacred gear, or of us? I have two. They are two dragons of immense power, which to be honest scare me a little. But even if it scares me, I want to use this power. Gasper told me, But you could lose something precious to you by using that power. How do you have the courage to use it? I said, I'm very smart, but I'm very impulsive, and there are things that I don't fully understand. But Gasper told me, But what? I said, Bucho, I don't want to see her cry. Once you defeated all my friends, I was the only one who could fight, but I got confident and lost. I don't remember much of that time, but I remember Bucho's tears, which were imprinted in my heart. It was very difficult for me. I told him this, remembering the battle against Rias. Gasper said, I heard about that fight. I was here during that whole conflict. I told him, I don't blame you for not being there. Besides, you won't be hiding anymore. He told me, But if I help in any way, I'm only going to give them problems. I told him, For me, you are not a problem. You are my disciple. But he is more powerful than me. Besides, you will be my friend. Gasper left the room and looked at me, surprised by the words I said. I told him, Please, Gasper, lend me your power. Let me help Bucho. Maybe if you drink my blood, you will have better control. He said, I don't want that. I will not drink the blood of a living being. It is very difficult for me to drink the one used in transfusions too. My power is too dangerous, and if I drink blood like that, maybe I could. I said, The truth is that I would like to have a power like yours. He said to me, Would you like to have my power? I said, That's right, it would be a wonderful power. I could defeat enemies who try to attack us and weaken them. I could also save more people. But the most important thing is that I could always help the people I love. Gasper said to me, You are a very kind person. No one had ever made me feel jealous of my powers. You even gave me very good examples. I smiled and said, That's what I would do with your powers. He said to me, I always thought that everyone would hate having powers like this. I said, Not at all. We were given sacred gear and we can't escape from that. That's why we should look on the positive side. Do you plan to live cursing your powers forever? Gasper was surprised. I said to him, I will protect Bucho and the others with my life. That is my motivation. Gasper smiled and said, That's a good goal, Issei Senpai. Having such a positive and strong goal while carrying such a legendary and enormous power is something that had never crossed my mind. Your desire to protect them all fills you with bravery and courage to do things. I told him while putting a hand behind my head. Come on, it's not that bad. Gasper told me, Thanks to the great speech you just gave me, I feel like my courage has grown a little. I told him, That makes me happy, because with your help we can protect more smiles, including yours. Also, I was Bucho's first kiss and she said it was something special. Gasper said, Incredible. But she is a high-class demon. We entered her room and began to talk. I told him, The demon king Serzex put me in charge of taking care of her. Gasper said, So he trusts you. I told him, I don't know yet, but I don't plan on letting him down. I will get stronger to achieve it. At that moment Kiba came in and said, "Good job, you did it." That Gasper relax with you, I said. You arrived on time. Talking to Gasper, I thought about forming a special team of men from the Gremory house. Kiba said, "That concept sounds very interesting." I told him, "I think we all become more powerful to protect the girls. When we are in a dangerous situation, I will transfer my power to Gasper to stop time." Kiba said, "You are doing very well." And then, I told him, "Together we will defeat any enemy in that period of time with our balance breaker." Kiba said, "I really like that idea and your formulation techniques are unique. Also remember that I promised to defend you from any threat." I told him with a smile, "I know, friend." Gasper got into his box and I said, "Why did you get into the box again?" He said, "I feel safer in the box when I talk to people, but don't worry. I won't close the box." I said, "It's an advance, but that's not the point." Kiba said, "You can't stay in that box forever, besides we already broke the old seal." Gasper said, "But..." At that moment Zenobia entered with Asia and Kaneko and said, "What's going on here? Is it a meeting of knights?" Kiba greeted and I said, "Hey, why are you three so close together?" Asia said, "The truth is that when we left the academy we met at home to talk about Gasper and find a way to help him." Zenobia said, "We were chatting for a couple of hours thinking of an idea that could help Gasper improve." Gasper asked, "Were you thinking about me?" Kaneko said, "Jaya-kun is our dear friend." Gasper became happy and said, Kaneko said, "I brought you something." Then he threw garlic at the box where Gasper was. He jumped saying, "No, garlic." Zenobia in a quick movement put a paper bag on his head and asked, "How are you?" Gasper said, "It feels different, but how cool." I said, "So that's what you came up with?" Kaneko said, "It was Asia's idea." I said, "Very well, Asia." She said, "It's not that bad. I was just telling you how nervous I used to get when talking to someone and how phones made it easier for me to talk. I can express myself better if you don't see my face." Zenobia took out the condoms and said, "And that's when I remembered these packages. Gasper needed protection." I took them off and said, "Don't show him that." In my head I said, "It's clear he's never received hex education in his life." Gasper said, "How do I look?" Kiba said, "Let's just say you have a renewed image." Zenobia said, "It's clear you look more confident. Just like Issei." Gasper said, "That's great, I'm very happy." I said, "The truth is that now you look more amazing." Gasper said, "Do you think this bag will help me be a better vampire?" I said mentally, "I don't believe that much." Gasper said, "I thank you very much, friends." The next day, I was walking with Asia through the academy and I said, "I would have liked Gasper to come. Too bad they don't let him come with the bag." Asia said, "We have to give him time. We saw Bucho and Akeno and Bucho told us, so here they are." I said, "Bucho, Akeno-san." Asia said, "Good morning." Bucho said, "I'll find you at the right time." Akeno said, "Issei-kun, I want you to accompany me to a place after school." I told her, "Okay, after school." I was walking until I reached a temple. I said, "Aren't devils supposed to be afraid of temples?" Akeno came out in her priestess outfit and said, "Welcome, Issei-kun." I said, "Akeno-san." She said, "Sorry I made you come too quickly." I said, "No problem." "And Bucho?" Akeno said, "She will join us after talking to Lord Surzex." I asked her, "Shouldn't you be next to her?" She said, "My job now is to receive someone else." I just kept going up the steps, until I reached the entrance and stopped. Akeno told me, "Calm down, you will be fine. We have an agreement." I went in and nothing happened to me. I saw the temple and said, "I didn't know there was such a beautiful temple in this area." Akeno said, "The previous owner abandoned it a long time ago, so Rias secured it so I can use it." A voice said, "Are you the security?" I looked up and asked, "Who said that?" A light appeared and a man came out and said, "Nice to meet you, Hyoudou Issei." I saw he had golden wings and said, "An angel." He said, "I am Archangel Michael, I rule the angels." I was surprised to see him because I thought he was in danger. The Queen's secret. We were in the temple with the Archangel Michael. I felt quite strange, as if my body wanted to explode. I said to myself, "He is not the cause." At that moment a very strong light appeared in the room, and a sword appeared in front of me. I felt the presence of the sword very strongly, and Michael said to me, "Hyoudou Issei, this is the Dragon Slayer's sword, Ascalon." I was stunned by what he said, and reacted saying, "Can it kill dragons?" Michael said, "A dragon slayer's job is to kill dragons. The nickname of this powerful weapon speaks for itself." I said to myself, "That's why my body felt like this." Michael said, "I was thinking a lot about giving it to you, Issei." I asked him, "To me?" Michael said, "To be more exact, I would like you to assimilate this sword with your augmented glove. It is rumored that you have incredible abilities, although they also say that you are weak. In fact, they say that you are the weakest wielder of that glove, so it is a good idea to give you the sword to help you a little." I said, "The weakest, huh?" "It's not like I'm slacking, but I know that I am weak." "But why?" He told me, "You see, when the ancient war ended, the three powers continued fighting each other on a smaller scale." I asked him, remembering the battle against Kokobil. Was that fight on a smaller scale? He told me. If those battles continue, they will end everything one day, or a new side could also emerge to destroy us. I said. How? He said. There are other mythological powers besides the three sides. That is why I will take advantage of the next summit to settle everything between the three sides and end these senseless fights. I said. I see. He told me. There was an occasion in which we all united. It was when the red and white dragons fought out of control. That is why my most humble request to the Sekiryutai is that we join forces once again. Akeno said. Issei-kun, I recommend that you accept the gift. I told him. I was thinking of doing it. I trust that I can do it. I activated the gauntlet and said. What do you say, Drake? Drake said. The sacred gear does what its bearer wants. If you want the sword, you can have it. I told him. I just have to concentrate, right? I took the sword with the glove and it began to shine. I kept my aura together with the swords, and in a backup Ascalon had fused with the boosted gear. I said. Well, I did it. I have a question. Michael said. Unfortunately, I can't answer you now, but I promise I'll listen to you when the meeting is over. I said. Please keep your word. He said. Yes, I will, Hyoudou Issei. Then he disappeared with a flash of light. Elsewhere, a stranger with glasses was speaking. So Michael gave one of our most powerful swords to the Sekiryutai? Another black-haired man was saying. That's right, but I think it could benefit us. The man with glasses said. How? The black-haired man just said. Let's just say my nephew is under my power, and he doesn't know it. The man with glasses said. I hope and you're not mistaken. The black-haired man said. No sir, I won't do it. At the temple, I was having tea with Akeno and I said to her. So you and Archangel Michael brought this sword here? Akeno said. That's right, the two of us performed many rituals to modify its characteristics. I said. Thank you very much. I said. Can I ask you something? Akeno said. Yes, tell me. I told her. In the fight against Kokobil he had mentioned something. Akeno gasped. I asked her. Akeno, are you related? Akeno answered instantly. Indeed. I was born from the union of a human and Baraquil, a leader of the fallen angels. My mother lived in a cabin hidden in the city, and one day she found Baraquil very hurt and helped him. In that encounter they had, I was procreated. I told her. I'm sorry for being so nosy. She stood up and lowered her priestess outfit to her back, letting me see that one of her wings was that of a fallen angel, and I said. It can't be, she said. You see, I have the wings of a demon and a fallen angel. I was hoping to get rid of this cursed wing. Then I met Rias and her demons and I became one of them. However, the only thing I achieved with that was to become an abomination, with one demon wing and one fallen angel. Maybe it's something I've earned for having dirty blood. And tell me, what do you think about how disgusting I really am? You hate fallen angels. Memories of Reincarnation came to my head, Akeno said. Asia and you have suffered a lot because of them. They interfered with your peaceful lives. They even wanted to destroy your city. You have every right reason to hate those beings. I said. It's true, I hate fallen angels, but I like Akeno. She was surprised and I said. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked you any of that. Sometimes I don't think about what I say. Akeno said. You don't have to apologize. When my father was I said. That doesn't matter now, she said to me. But what if the reason why I behaved so affectionately with you was so that you wouldn't hate me when you knew that I was a fallen angel? I told her determinedly. You would never do something like that, she said. Of course you would. You don't know me. I'm a witch, I told her. It's not true. No matter what happens, you have become a very important person to me. And what I want to say is that I may hate fallen angels, but I don't care. I like you for who you are, the strong vice president of the occult club, the one who taught me how to use magic. And I also said it right. If someone hurts you, I will destroy them. She blushed and smiled and I told her. It's really not that important where you come from. It's not. Issei's memories. A boy of about 9 years old was seen running non-stop with a knife in his hand. A black-haired man told him. You can't stop, Issei. You have to keep going. Issei told him, very determined. Yes, uncle. End of memory. I came back to reality when Akeno's voice said, You have stolen my heart. Now I can do nothing but love you intensely. I told her. I am only honest with what I feel, although I wish I could say things in a better way, but I can be very clumsy. I'm very sorry, Akeno hugged me and knocked me down to the floor and said, I've decided. I asked her, What did you decide? Akeno said, Hey Issei, I don't mind being the third. I asked. The third, she said. That's right, the third. After all, it's not a bad position. Besides, it's like an adventure, and that excites me. I said. What are you talking about? She said. Dear Issei, ask for whatever you want and I will please you. If Rias doesn't let you lie on her legs, I will. What? Akeno said. Dear Issei, could you please me and call me my Akeno? Come on, don't be mean, I said. Yes, my Akeno. She was happy and hugged me even though her breasts were uncovered because she hadn't dressed up completely, and said, thank you very much, Issei. I was thinking, because she didn't dress up her top well. Akeno said to me, hey, when we're alone, can I be your Akeno? I saw her, and she was beautiful, I said. If that makes you happy, I will. At one moment I ended up lying on her lap, and I thought, she has a unique way of captivating me. Both dragons said, king of the harem. But I ignored them. Akeno said, it seems like I'm stealing Rias's property. All this is so hot. Dear Issei, do you like being with me? I said, yes, I feel comfortable and calm like this. Although if Bucho saw this. At that moment Bucho's voice said, well, look at me, Issei. In my head I said, oh shit. Now I really have no salvation. I said, Bibi Bucho. She began to cover herself with a red aura and I said, definitely there is no hope for me. Akeno said while laughing. Era. I said to Bucho. I can explain I was. She said, you take advantage of any moment, right? I said, that's not true, but. She began to pinch my cheek and said, did they give you the sword? I said, yes, I already have it. She said to me, and the Archangel Michael? I told her. He disappeared. Bucho said, then there is nothing to do here. Let's go. She let go of me and I said, of course. Akeno said, I would like to be in a higher position than the three. Bucho left angrily and I said, see you later, Akeno-san. Bucho. We were going down the stairs and I said to myself, Bucho is definitely angry. Bucho stopped me and said, hey Issei. I said, tell me. She said, Akeno is just Akeno, right? I said, yes. Bucho said, Akeno, she is the vice president, but she is Akeno to you. And what about me? I didn't know how to answer that question and I gave my stupidest answer. Bucho is Bucho. Bucho said, that's right, I'm only the president, but I'm also Rias. I told her, Bucho is my master, the high-class devil Rias Gremory. Without me hearing, Bucho said, and I'm the favorite, yes, I'm the one who is furthest from her heart. Bucho went down the steps faster and I said, Bucho, wait. She said, the leader summit is tomorrow, I have to make the last preparations. What are you going to do, Issei? I told her, I'll go back to school, I have to go see Gasper more. Bucho said, I see, then I'll go. And she left without saying anything to me. In my head I was wondering, Bucho, what's happening? Kuoh Academy night. We were training Gasper. He could already stop the volleyballs we threw at him. At that moment a ball was stopped. I said, okay, enough. He stopped his power, and the ball fell to the ground. Asia said, now he can do it every 20 times we try. I told him, that's right, it's a great advance. We threw another ball at him, but this time it hit him in the face and Asia said, are you okay, Gasper? Gasper said, I feel tired, I can't take it anymore. I told him, I know you must feel tired, but we have to fulfill a dream and we can't rest until then. Gasper said, Issei-senpai. I told him, I know that controlling the time well will help Bucho. Gasper said, that's true, you're very right, Issei-senpai. I told him, Gasper. I bent down where he was and said, Issei-senpai. Asia said, but what a touching scene. I was ready to throw another ball at him. And I said, get ready, Gasper. Gasper said, yes, Issei-senpai. I activated his power, but what he froze was something else. I told him, Gasper, what you just froze is my hand. Gasper bent down and said, sobbing, oh no, I messed up again. He started to cry and I told him, don't worry, you still have to learn. You make fewer mistakes every time. Do you remember that before you froze my whole body? Gasper said sadly, I'm not a good vampire nor a good demon. I only cause problems for everyone. I told him, Gasper, don't think about those things. If you do, you will lose. Motivate yourself to win. Doing it this way will be better. Gasper said, but, I told him, I know you can do it. And Asia thinks the same as me. Asia said, that's right. And she approached Gasper and said, Gasper, believe me, I know you can do it. Gasper asked, do you think? I told him, of course. Besides, we are all together in the Gremory's house. Gasper stood up determined and said, Issei-senpai. Asia-senpai, I will give my best. I told him, that's it. Gasper said, I will put on my bag to become stronger. I told him, I must admit that you scare me a little. Asia said, Issei-san, Gasper, I know you can do it. I told him, a pretty girl is cheering you on. You can't let her down. Gasper said, I won't, Issei-senpai. From the balcony of the club building, Kiba, Kaneko and Zenobia were looking at us. Kiba said to Zenobia, I thought you were going to help him. Zenobia said, for some reason Gasper gets scared when he sees my face. I'm tired of trying to get him to like me. Kaneko said, I've seen that expression on Issei-senpai. Zenobia said, what do you mean? Kaneko answered, a while ago, he had the same expression when he was training to help the president. Zenobia said, in the raiding game against the Phoenix House? Kaneko nodded. With Issei. I told him very determined, let's fulfill our dream together. Gasper said, yes, I'm ready. Asia asked, can you tell me about that dream you two have? Gasper said. If our plan is to vol, I covered his mouth and said, we'll still keep it a secret. I said to myself, although I really shouldn't be anyone's teacher, I still have things to learn. I would like to meet someone who knows more about the sacred gears. Elsewhere, Azazel was with Vala looking at the city. Vali asked him, Azazel, do I also have to be at the top of the leaders? Azazel said, of course, Vala. You are the White Dragon Emperor. Vala asked him, tell me, Azazel, do you think there will be another war? Azazel said, it is typical of someone who is the host of a dragon. You look like one of those who die young. Vala said, I am not interested in having a long life. I only regret having been born in this time when there is no God, and I who wanted so much to defeat someone like that. Azazel said, that's why you are the White Dragon. Vala said, I have no interest in a world as boring as this. Issei's house. I was lying in my bed and said, Akeno-san is always smiling, but inside she is very sad, and to make matters worse Bucho must hate me, or is she proud of me? Should these thoughts make me feel really bad? Someone knocked on my door, I said. Come in. It was Bucho and Akeno-san. What is she doing here? Bucho said to me. Our meeting lasted longer than we thought, and that's why I told her to sleep at the house for tonight. Akeno said. That's right. The two of them started to laugh sweetly. I said to myself, great, I see that you are better now. There is a reason you are best friends. Bucho told me. Besides, Akeno wanted to see you to apologize to you. I asked. Why? Akeno said, I feel so sorry for everything I said in the afternoon. Excuse me, Issei-kun. I told him. No problem, Bucho said. I heard everything Akeno told you. I said, surprised. What? Bucho said, and the answer you gave him. An unimaginable fear came to me and I just screamed, saying, forgive me. I don't know why, but I couldn't resist using Akeno-san's legs as a pillow. Bucho said, I'm not referring to what you did, but to what you said. Akeno said, you told me that you like me no matter my origin or the type of person I am. I said, well, it doesn't really matter. The two sat next to me and I said with my eyes down, it doesn't matter. The same memory appeared in my head. Bucho told me. I felt very happy and proud of what you said. That's why you are my adorable Issei. I laughed nervously and said, of course. Already calmer, I said. I'm glad you congratulate me, but I don't understand the reason why you do it. Akeno said, Rias. As you heard in the afternoon, he will also be mine. I said, PP, but Bucho said, calm down, Akeno. It's true that we are good friends, but behave with my servant. Akeno said, it's that in war and in love, everything is fair. And to be the king piece, you say some very cowardly things. Bucho said, I will take your words as a challenge. She buried my face in her chest and said, I do not plan to be defeated by a friend. Akeno pulled me towards her and buried me in her breasts. Laughing, she said, I say the same. I said to myself, how come I always end up in these situations? I heard Asia's voice lamenting, saying, you two are cheaters. I said in my head, well, it seems that's it. Thanks, Asia. I couldn't control myself any longer. The next day, I felt very heavy when I woke up and I said, how heavy, ah. When I turned around, I saw Akeno naked. When I tried to turn to the other side, I saw Asia naked, which made me scream again. And when I looked in front, I saw Bucho naked sleeping on my chest, which caused me to scream again. Kuoh Academy. Vala was flying while looking at the academy. He said, everything starts tonight. The supreme leaders gather to talk about such boring topics. What a waste. A small black-haired girl was standing near him and said, I have no interest in a world as boring as this. Vala said, Ophis. Ophis said, Vala. A while passed and the two went somewhere else. Ophis said, I imitated one of your phrases. Vala told her, good for you. But it's true, I'm not interested in this world. In the afternoon, we were all in the club, and a magic barrier was raised in the academy. Bucho said, well, we have to go now. I told her, okay. Bucho said, Gasper, be a good boy during my absence. Gasper said, yes. Bucho told her, you know that if you get scared too much you will activate your powers and it can be very dangerous. Okay. Gasper got out of his box and said, yes. Bucho told her, I will let Kaneko stay here to take care of you. Okay, Kaneko? Kaneko said, yes, President. I approached Gasper and said, Gasper, behave. I'll lend you this game. I had loaded a somewhat old console and I put a game on it so Gasper could entertain himself while I waited. He said, thank you very much, Issei-senpai. Kaneko said, I brought you a lot of candy. She opened a box full of candy and mentally I said, there for her. Gasper said, thank you very much, Kaneko. I told her, also I brought you your paper bag. If you get scared you can put it on. Gasper said, thank you very much. I told him, good boy. Although mentally I was saying to myself, although I feel like I'm not giving him good advice, but I saw that he started playing with the console and I continued, I want to do something to help him improve. I trust him. In the meeting room, Bucho let us in and I saw Serzex, Serafal, Azazel, and Michael. Along with them were Sona, Tsubaki, Irina and Vala. When Zenobia came in, she said, Irina. She just turned around and said nothing. Vala and I exchanged glances, and somewhat annoyed I said, Vala, Sirzek said, allow me, gentlemen. She is my younger sister, and she brought her servants. Days ago all of them fought against Kokabeel to stop him. Michael said, we appreciate it. You have my infinite gratitude for that. Azazel said, sorry for that, one of my men caused a disaster. I thought, what a hateful attitude. Sirzek said, it seems that no one is missing, so it's time to start the summit. While outside the academy an army of angels, demons and fallen angels protected the place, Bucho showed them everything that happened, except for my Juggernaut Drive, in the battle, and said, this is how everything happened. Those are the details of my servants, and me in that battle. Sona said, in the name of the Citri I can confirm that everything Rias said in her report is true. Sirzek said, perfect, with that is enough. Serafal said, thank you very much Rias-chan, Weni-chan. Sona was a little surprised by that and returned to her place. Sirzek said, I would like to hear the opinion of the governor of the fallen angels about my sister's report. Azazel said, no matter what I think, Kokabeel was acting on his own. Michael asked, didn't you know what he was up to? Azazel said, I allowed him to move until I knew of his plans. The fool never thought that I would also infiltrate this city, which I admit I love. I looked at him with some anger. Sirzek said, I would greatly appreciate it if you did not change the subject. Azazel said, but I asked the white dragon to stop him and froze him in the lowest level of hell. He will not give us more problems. I said in my head, Vala appeared after I beat Kokabeel, so it is thanks to me that he defeated him. But I decided not to give more importance to that matter. Michael said, the problem is Kokabeel's motivation to react like that. Kokabeel was disappointed in your mandate. Azazel said, lie. Kokabeel was disappointed because the last war ended halfway. At this point I have no interest in another war. Serafal said with a mature tone that I did not expect. I see everything out of disappointment. But then Azazel upset Serafal, saying that they do not have people like that in their Sirzeks. Said to him, that has nothing to do with the topic. The reason for the summit is to. Azazel said, stop with the pretty words, let's sign the peace treaty now. We were all surprised by the way Azazel responded, and he said, what? Isn't that what you all want? Or do you want something else? A cult club. Gasper was playing and said, I wonder if everyone is okay. What if the summit went wrong and another war breaks out? No. Thinking about that scares me. He bent down and put on his bag, while Kaneko just ate candy. But then she felt some presences that made her alert. Outside the club, many magic circles were formed in the academy, and a mysterious figure just smiled upon seeing the club. The meeting of the factions. Gasper was still playing when Kaneko got up from where she was sitting and began to look at the door. Gasper asked, Kaneko? Kaneko said, don't move, Jaya-kun. An explosion destroyed the entrance, and 4 hooded women entered. Kaneko asked strangely, humans? One of them answered, that's right, we are humans. But we control magic with the demonic energy of our bodies. We are sorceresses. We are sure to be at the level of a middle-class demon like you. We recommend that you do not try to resist and hand over the half-vampire to us now. Gasper was scared, hiding in his box. The sorceress said, we have confirmed that he is here. They launched an attack on Kaneko, but she dodged it easily, fleeing from there with Gasper in her box. Looking out the window, they both realized that the academy was full of sorceresses coming out of a circle in the sky. Gasper asked, scared, what's happening? A sorceress told them, you have no escape. They launched more magical attacks at Kaneko, but she kept running away with Gasper. They started to run away up the stairs until they hid. Outside the room, the sorceresses tried to break the door, but they couldn't because it had a seal that prevented it. One said, you put a magical seal, you're smart. Another said, that door seemed strange to me since we entered. Another said you had that hiding place as an emergency. Inside the room, Kaneko said to Gasper, it will take a while to destroy the door. Gasper said, I see. Kaneko said while holding Gasper's head, the president and the others will come to save you. Gasper said, yes. At that moment, magical attacks hit Kaneko's back, which fell to the ground. Gasper said, Kaneko! A sorceress said, sorry for the delay. She started to laugh and captured Gasper and Kaneko and magic symbols. The sorceress told them that magic symbol is resistant to all kinds of physical attacks. It is useless to resist. Gasper said, stop, what the hell do they want to do to us? Kaneko said, Jaya-kun, forgive me. Gasper's power began to manifest, until it reached a very high level. Kaneko said, Jaya-kun. At the meeting, Azazel said, with the current state of the 3 great powers, we will only be a negative influence on this earth. Don't you think the same as me? Michael said, after the last great war, God and the original demon king died. Zenobia thought, Irina, then you already know that secret. Azazel said, that's why I want to hear 2 other opinions, from 2 quite powerful entities, the red dragon and the white dragon. Tell me, what do you think about this? Vala said. I don't care, I just want to have a strong rival. Azazel said. You don't need to have wars to have a strong rival. Vala said. I know that. Azazel smiled and said, well, Red Dragon, what is your opinion? I told him, I want peace. I don't want anything to endanger my friends and family. All my powers are to protect them. I can assure you of that. Bucho smiled, as did the others. Michael told me, Red Dragon, I remember you wanted to talk to me about something. I told him, that's right. Thanks for keeping your promise. Michael told me, it was nothing. I told him, it's because of Asia. Why did they expel her from the church? Asia was surprised by what I said, and I continued, Asia was a devout believer of the Lord. Why did they kick her out? Bucho approached me and said, Issei, Michael said to me, when our Lord passed away, only his system remained. All of that consists of his divine protection, his eternal benevolence, and his precious miracles. I had to take his place for it to continue working. Also, we have to keep away everything that can break this fragile system. I told him. Then it was because Asia has the power to heal anyone. Michael said. The strength of the church lies in the faith of its believers. And we must remove everything that can corrupt that faith, or the system would perish. Zenobia said. I see, that included getting rid of those who knew of God's death. Michael said. Correct. And I admit it, Asia Argento, and you have suffered too much. I'm so sorry. Irina was surprised to hear what Michael said and said, so you didn't betray us. Zenobia said. You don't have to apologize to us, Michael-sama. I grew up within the church and sometimes I regret my decision, but my new life as a devil is giving me many joys. The girl smiled upon hearing Zenovia's comment. She said, I offer my apologies to her followers. Asia said, Me too. I feel blessed to live with such wonderful people. They have become the family I always wanted. Michael said, They are people of infinite kindness. Thank you very much. Azazel said, It's true, it was one of my maids who tricked you and even killed Asia. It was a matter because of what she said. At that moment my red aura was increasing and I said with the voice that once scared Zenobia, Don't ever mention her again. She was a crazy fan of yours. She was saying your name while she was taking Asia's life. The gauntlet appeared and started to give me increases. But Azazel's gaze made my aura disappear and it only made me angry. Azazel's mind. This boy is more curious than I thought. It seems he will be a good disciple, Azazel said. He accepted the responsibility for being my servant. That's why I will reward them with something that only I can do. I said, What do you say? Bucho tried to calm me down, but at that moment a magic circle appeared in the sky, and in a moment a glow froze Akeno, Asia, Sona and Tsubaki. I said, Time stopped. Azazel said, That's right. Only those with great powers were saved. At that moment I realized that unconsciously my 2 sacred gears had been activated. Vala said, We were saved by having the dragons, and the bearers of holy swords too. But what is that sword? I thought. He doesn't know about Bahamut's existence. Drake said. Albion hasn't told him. I said. It's none of your business, Val. Bucho, who was holding my hand at that moment, said to me, I was saved thanks to you, Issei. I saw that many hooded people came out of the circle, and Seraphal said, Sorcerers, how envious you didn't want to invite me. Michael said. I don't understand. What power do you use? I said. Gasper's powers. Azazel said. That's right. It seems that they made him reach Balance Breaker. Sirzek said, There are only a few beings who control that power. Gasper is in the hands of a strong enemy. Kiba said. President. Bucho said, They are terrorists who use my servants for acts of evil. It's a great humiliation. Michel said, Our allies are. He saw how the allies disappeared and said, Transportation magic. There's an entity that is managing to break through the barriers of the academy. Graphia said, We can't use our own teleportation techniques. Azazel said, They cornered us. Michael said, I know, they were planning to attack at this time and that's why they used one of Rias Gremory's servants. Irina said, He's another traitor. Sirzek said, We can't just sit idly by. If Gasper Sand's powers keep increasing he'll freeze us all. I said, He's quite strong then. Kiba said, Gasper is a mutant piece. Bucho told me, It's a piece that can summon all kinds of powers. The bishop piece on Gasper's body is one that is equivalent to many others, but it only needs one to transform. I said, Now I understand. Bucho said, Its delicate powers have no limits. That's why we decided to seal it. The sorcerers began to launch attacks and Azazel said, If we don't calm the vampires' attacks we'll all be statues. Bucho said, Nisama, I have a rook piece next to Gasper. Sirzek said, What are you planning to do at Castle? But you would have to go alone. Bucho said, Gasper is a piece of my family, it is my responsibility to bring him back. Graphia said, If we use Sirzek-sama's powers we can send someone else. I said, Perfect, I will accompany her. After all I promised that I would protect Bucho. Bucho smiled and Sirzek said, I entrust my sister to you. I said, Okay. Vala said, The mission is to keep the sorcerers away from that vampire, right? How about if I take care of this? I said. You have nothing to do with it, Azadel said. Don't rush like that, Vala. We're trying to have peace, Vala said. I just want to entertain myself with something, Azazel said. Then why don't you go hunt the sorcerers outside? I'm sure seeing the white dragon will panic them, Vala said. Something is something. He flew out and headed to the center of the sorcerers and said, Balance breaker, Albion's voice said. Vanishing dragon balance breaker. I looked at him and mentally said, So you also make it easy, huh? I saw the force that had exterminated many sorcerers. We were going to leave when Azazel gave us some bracelets and said, This is so you can better control your balance breaker. He gave them to me and we went through a magic circle. We appeared in the club room. I started to scream. Kaneko-chan, Gasper, Bucho said. Let's look in other rooms, with the leaders. Surzex took the tower piece that had fallen when his sister left, and said, When the boys rescue Gasper, we will begin our counterattack, Grafia said. Surzex-sama. A circle appeared and a woman with glasses came out, and said, Nice to greet you, Demon King and dear Seraphal. Seraphal said, It's been a while since I saw you. What are you doing here? Surzex said, You are the descendant of the Leviathan. Kateria Leviathan, Kateria said while raising her weapon. Chaos and destruction of this world attacked all factions, generating a great explosion. Occult Club. We saw an explosion coming from where the leaders were and I said, That was a very strong attack, Bucho said. Brother, with the leaders. Kateria said, seeing how the leaders had made a protective shield. The three great powers have joined together to form a barrier. Ha ha ha. How disgusting. Surzex said to her, What do you want to achieve with this, Kateria? She said, Let's just say I have a different opinion than this summit. If God and the Demon King no longer exist, the earth must be reformed. Seraphal told her. Enough, Kateria, why are you doing this? Angrily, Kateria said. Seraphal, you usurp my place as head of the Leviathan clan, and you do not act as such, Seraphal said. But I, Kateria said, do not grieve. When I cut off your head, I will once again be the head of the Leviathan clan. Azazel said, I thought you were allied with your fellow demons to conquer. Michael said, Then your goal is total control of the earth. Kateria said, You do understand, Michael. It is a world free of God and the true demon. I will rebuild it with my mandate so that it has the laws that it truly deserves. Azazel, I did not say any joke. Azazel was laughing and said, Rebuild it with your mandate. What a good joke. They are cliché phrases of a movie villain before they kill him. Kateria said, Do not make fun of me. Kateria began to raise her aura and Azazel too, he said. Allow me, Surzex, Michael. Surzex said, Kateria, are you serious? Kateria, he said. Of course, Surzex. You may be the Demon King, but you are not the best. Surzex said, I see a pity. They lifted the field to protect themselves and Azazel rose to the sky with Kateria and said, You are a descendant of Leviathan, the beast of the apocalypse. You are a worthy opponent for me. Are you ready for your Armageddon? Kateria said, You are nothing more than a bird. And they began to fight. Occult Club. We kept looking out the window and Bucho said, Azazel is with someone else. What is she doing here? I asked her. Who? She said, Kateria Leviathan, the direct descendant of the demon Leviathan. I said, The snake of the apocalypse. She told me, Let's go, Issei. I told her, Yes. Bucho told me, Use the queen promotion. We arrived at the room where they were and I knocked on the sorceress who was at the door. Another said, Impossible, they can't use magic circles, how did they get here? We saw Gasper and Kaneko and magic symbols, Bucho said. Gasper, Kaneko, Gasper said. President Rias, Issei Senpai, with the leaders. The sorcerers were launching many attacks at the barrier and Michael said, They are not winning in number. We have to stop this before it gets worse. Surzex said. Grafia is analyzing the portal where they are entering. Seraphal said. We have to buy time for her to finish. Kiba said. We are going to attack the enemy. Surzex saw that he was with Zenobia and Irina and said. Just the three of you. Irina said. It is my duty. I came as Archangel Michael's bodyguard, so I must do something. Michael said. I hope Azazel can continue helping us. Zenobia said. Don't worry, Michael-sama, leave this in our hands. Kiba said. Yes, and the president will do her thing. The three of them launched themselves to attack the sorcerers. In a moment Irina saved Zenobia and both of them looked at each other saying their names. While they continued fighting, Zenobia said. I appreciate it. Irina said. Why? Why didn't you tell me about that secret and that you were excommunicated? Zenobia told her. I didn't want you to find out that the Lord had ceased to exist. If I told you something like that, it would break your heart. Irina told her happily. Let's fight. Our meeting must be better than this. With the peace treaty, the three sides could live together. Zenobia said. And we will be able to praise the Lord. Let's fight. Let's do it for our friendship. Irina said. So it will be. And the two of them launched themselves into the attack. Occult Club, Kaneko said. President, I'm so sorry, Bucho said. Don't apologize, what matters is that you're okay, the sorceresses said. I don't know what kind of trick you used to come, but don't take another step, Gasper said, crying. President, it would be better if I killed myself now, I told her. Don't talk nonsense, Gasper said. It's true I should be dead. I'm very shy, I'm useless. And on top of that I have a power that only causes problems for everyone, Bucho said. None of that is true. Don't you remember what I told you when I recruited you? Flashback. Rias looked at Gasper and said, I have an offer for you. Live for me and you will have happiness. End of flashback. Bucho told him, You are not only my servant, but part of my family. Remember that I care a lot about you, Gasper said. President Rias, with the leaders, Kateria said to Azazel, Are you ready for your death? He started to laugh and a snake began to cover his body, giving him power. Azazel said, A snake. Kateria launched an attack on him, but Azazel appeared behind her and said, Before that let's make one thing clear. Kateria attacked Azazel and he said, This immense energy is stronger than a demon. Who is helping you? Kateria said, I won't tell you, and everyone will die with the doubt. Occult Club. One of the sorceresses pointed her magic at Gasper and said, Insolent. The only thing this brat is good for is to be used as a weapon, Bucho said. Different opinions, I like to treat my servants like family. The sorceress launched an attack at him and said, I hate demons, what do saints want to do? I stood in front of her and absorbed the attack with my sword. I removed it, and Bucho said, Gasper, now I want you to cause a lot of trouble for me. I promise to give you 1,000 spankings as punishment and a big hug as consolation. But I will never abandon you, Gasper said. President, I love you, I said. Bucho, you will always be the best president of all. She blushed and I said, Gasper, you can do it. Don't cry. Remember, Bucho and all of us are your friends, and we will never turn our backs on you. Ascalon. From the gauntlet came the sword, the sorceresses said. They are trying to stop us, Bucho said. Issei, what are you trying to do? I cut my palm a little so that blood came out and said, I'm following someone's advice, you know, Gasper? He who does not risk does not win. You have to take the risk. I pointed the blood and a little of my blood splashed on his face, and I said, You are a man of the house of Gremory. Prove it now. Gasper stuck out his tongue and took some of my blood. In a moment Kaneko appeared next to us. The sorceresses didn't know what was happening and bats began to attack them. Then some black hands began to drain their energy. Kaneko hit them a few times and Bucho said, It's one of Gasper's secret abilities. He could use it the moment your blood made contact with his tongue. A sorceress attacked us from behind and Kaneko warned us. I got in the middle so it wouldn't hit Bucho, but the attack stopped. The sorceress said, You can stop anything, Gasper said. I can see every movement made in this room. He stopped the sorceresses and said, Issei-senpai, it's time to attack. I said, Leave it to me. With the gauntlet and the sword I obtained a lot of energy and said, Double Mateo Dragonar. A very small black dragon came out and a red one too. The two pushed the sorceresses and joined in a single ray of light that knocked out. Kaneko told me. Well done, Issei-senpai. I told him. I held back. Well done, Gasper, we are a great team. Gasper said. Thank you, Bucho said. We have to go back. I gave the bracelet to Gasper and said, With this you will control them better. He said, Yes, Issei-senpai. Bucho said, Let's go. We all said, Yes. The clash of the celestial dragons. All the sorcerers were attacking the leaders while Azazel was fighting against Kateria. But with the absorption of the snake she had become more dangerous. On the ground Kiba, Zenobia and Irina were fighting against as many sorcerers as they could. One was going to attack Kiba and a very familiar voice was heard. Dragon shoot! With Issei. We had arrived at the battle zone and I saw that a sorceress was going to attack Kiba. I reacted instantly and said, Dragon shoot! A ray shot out of my glove and hit the sorceress, saving Kiba. He said happily when he turned to see us. Issei, I said, Guys, are you okay? We entered the barrier and Bucho said to Surzex, We know what's going on. Oni-sama, I want you to take care of Gasper. Surzex said, Okay. Kaneko said, Here they come. I said, Fine, we will fight until the portal closes. We launched into the attack. Bucho created a magic circle to defend the leaders and Surzex said, Only Rias can create a defensive circle of such magnitude. Gasper said, It's all my fault. I saved her by cutting the sorcerer with my 2 swords. We heard Gasper shout, President Rias, Issei-senpai, I want to be brave like my senpai and show the president that I am worthy of her, and that is why I am going to fight with all my friends. She took off the bracelet from her arm and Bucho said, Don't do it. Oni-sama, stop Gasper. Oni-sama, Gasper said, I am a man, and she released her powers. At that moment all those who were frozen came back. Akeno said, Era. Sona said, What happened? Tsubaki said. I have no idea, Seraphol said excitedly. So you came back, Buchos said. It was Gasper, I told her. He cancelled the effects of his powers, Buchos said. The enemy portal is closing, Seraphol said. Well, that solves some problems, I said. Well done, Gasper. Gasper began to fall weakened and Asia held him and said, What's happening? Buchos said. We'll tell you later. Guys, I need your help. Akeno transformed into a priestess and said, With pleasure. Bucho created a magic circle that Akeno hit with her rays, making them have more force and be more. Sona gave orders to Tsubaki and the two attacked together. With Azazel, Azazel said to Kateria, You know I'm getting bored. I took out some kind of object, and Kateria asked him, What is that? Azazel answered, My hobby is much more fun than a war. He raised his object and said, This is the spear of the Dragon of Ruin, a sacred gear that I made artificially. Balance breaker. Azazel obtained a golden armor with purple dots and said, I present to you the other armor of the Dragon of Ruin. Now attack me, Kateria said. Do not mock. With Issei, I saw Azazel transformed and said, A dragon balance breaker. I started to attack the rest of the enemies, when my sword started to shine and said, Fafnir, I said, another of the Dragon Kings. With Azazel, Azazel was having the advantage, and was about to kill Kateria, when the armor started to spin out of control and was covered in black lightning. He said in his mind, What is happening? He saw that Issei's sword was shining and said to himself, His sacred gear rejects artificial ones. The armor couldn't move and Kateria said, It seems you can't move. I would kill you now, but there is someone I must behead first. Kateria turned her gaze to Seraphol and launched an attack. With Issei. At one point I saw how Azazel couldn't control his armor, and I said mentally, Are you doing it, Bahamut? Bahamut said, He can't commit the sacrilege of creating an artificial sacred gear. Besides, it's not entirely well made, and that's why I unconsciously reacted to him. It was at that moment that I saw that the leader's shield was badly damaged and they couldn't hold it anymore. I heard Kateria say, Before killing Azazel, I'll kill you first, Seraphol. Seraphol was scared. The glove gave me 3 boosts and my speed increased, Buchos said. Issei, what do you plan to do? I didn't say anything and I saw how Kateria prepared an attack that was going to kill Seraphol. Without thinking, I used the speed I had acquired, and I stood in front of Seraphol, who had closed her eyes out of fear. But I put my black sword in front, and the gem said, Absorb. All of Kateria's power was absorbed. I said, Seraphol-sama, are you okay? Seraphol said, opening her eyes and seeing me in front of her. Why, yes, I said to Bahamut. Will we be able to absorb everything Kateria shoots? Bahamut said. Your body will receive a lot of pain. I told him. That doesn't matter now. Drake keeps giving me boosts. Drake said. Yes, partner. Seraphol's mind. Why is she saving me? We only just met a few days ago. Is it because I'm one of the leaders? Seraphol watched as Issei continued to absorb Kateria's attacks and thought, No, I think it's in him that way. With Issei, Kateria kept throwing attacks and I absorbed them. She said, Don't interfere, kid. This doesn't concern you. I said, I can't stand idly by if I see you trying to kill someone so cheerful and good. Seraphol blushed and I started to advance towards Kateria. She said, It will be useless. She kept throwing attacks at me, but I kept absorbing them. Black thunders appeared on my arm that caused me pain. But I kept moving forward. I filled the gauntlet with power to be able to do the Longinus smasher, and the sword was overloading with power. Kateria kept attacking and I kept absorbing. The pain was increasing, but I didn't care. The girls saw me and were surprised to see that I was going to face an ancient demon king. Kateria kept attacking, and when I was close enough, I tried something new. I held the dark blade with the boosted gear and said, Bahamut, Drake, combine your powers, Longinus Smasher, and Overcharged Cutter, Longinus Cutter. The Guntelet began to emit lights preparing for the blow, and the sword lit up purple. At that moment, the blade of the sword curved with lights of different colors and began to release power. Kateria got scared, but it was too late. I jumped, raising the sword, and said, See you never. She said, It's impossible. I lowered the sword, cutting Kateria in half, and released all the contained power, destroying her completely. She screamed, No! I fell to my knees from exhaustion, but then I got up again. I felt somewhat weak, but still with strength. Mentally, Bahamut told me, Apparently the energy you absorbed passed to your body. I told him, That means, Drake said, that you have become stronger. I said, Great. Everyone was stunned and Buchos, surprised, said, Just kill the Demon King. I turned around and said, Is everyone okay? Akeno said, But it's still the same. Both smiled and continued attacking sorcerers, Azazel said. While they are cleaning, an attack hit Azazel and made him fall to the ground. I saw the crater and said, What happened? Azazel said, You like traitorous hits, Vala said. I'm sorry I did it, Azazel, but this side is more fun, I said. So the traitor was you. Azazel cleaned his clothes and said, Well, Vala, I just want to ask you a question. My Vice President Shemhazai has heard rumors of a group of people who want to overthrow the three great powers. It's called the Chaos Brigade, Sirzek said. I heard what he said, Chaos Brigade, Seraphal said. To gather rebels of that level, they must be led by a very powerful entity, Azazel said. I know the leader of that group is the dragon Ouroboros, Ophis. Bahau said. Ophis, it can't be, I said. Another dragon, Bucho said. The immortal dragon. It is said that God himself was afraid of him, Vala said. It is true that I joined Ophis's side, but neither she nor I have interest in her world or plan to dominate it. We are just a group of people hungry for great power, Azazel said. Very convincing. I thought you were allied with Kateria Leviathan and her plans to take the throne from Satan, Seraphal said, surprised. Take the throne from Satan, Bucho said. What are you talking about? Vala said. My real name is Vala Lucifer. The blood of the original demon runs through my veins. I am a direct descendant of him, product of a human woman and an authentic demon. We were all surprised by what he said, Bucho said. I can't believe it, Sirzek said. It was with a human. That's why we never had a record of that, Azazel said. A descendant of the original demon, but with human blood, and he is also a carrier of the vanishing dragon. Your existence seems like the work of destiny, Vala said. If you look up the word miracle in a dictionary, you will see my name next to it. Then he showed us 4 pairs of demonic wings, Asia said. Those wings, Michael said. My God, Azazel said. This man must be the strongest carrier of the White Emperor that has ever existed, or will exist, I said. The strongest, huh? Vala said. Hyoudou Issei, don't you think fate is too cruel? Vala said. I have the blood of the original demon. And on top of that I possess the most powerful dragon in existence, and you are just a human reincarnated into a demon, who was just a high school student. Without that glove you are nothing. How sad, so sad that it becomes something funny. Our sacred objects should be rivals, but the distance between our levels is abysmal, not much more than that. I just looked at him angrily and trying to control myself, Vala said. Hey, I propose something. I'm going to turn you into an Avenger. I'm going to kill your parents right now. What he said left me in shock. The thought that my parents would be killed just for that idiot to have fun filled me with anger, Vala said. Being killed by someone as important as me would be an appropriate twist of fate for you. It would be much more memorable for me to kill them than for them to die of old age in a few years. I like that idea, Asia said with tears. That's very cruel. Without anyone noticing, my 2 auras increased too much, covering the red and black colors. Vala said. What is that, Albion? Albion answered him. I think you underestimated him too much. Butcher looked at me and said, Issei. I looked at him furiously and said, the only one who is going to die here is you. My parents are innocent. I approached where Vala was and Butcher said to me, Issei, wait. I ignored him and said, they have nothing to do with this. Double balance breaker. Both gems said, double dragon balance breaker. Vala said, Albion, what power is that? Albion said to him, a dragon that I thought was gone but is alive and lives inside that boy along with Drag, the dragon of eternal night, Bahamut. Vala was only surprised. A giant tornado of purple and red flames covered me and the armor appeared. I said, I will not let my parents be killed on a whim of yours. Vala said, his power increased too much. Albion told him, in addition to possessing 2 sacred gear which you said made his will increase, we only have to fight. Vala said, I suppose that his compatibility with the dragon is higher than mine. I said, you will die right now, Ascalon. The sword came out through the gauntlet, and I pulled it out so I had 2 swords in my hands. I flew and started chasing Vala, slashing the air. Albion said, she's the dragon slayer. If that cuts us a little it will hurt us a lot. Vala said, then we have to avoid her. I kept chasing him, and he hit me saying, very weak. He sent me to the floor and Gasper said, Issei senpai, you can't give up. Bucho, who had been trying to get closer, was watching everything crying. I said, I can't give up. Not while Bucho is watching. I saw something and mentally said, that's it. Drake said, that's right, his wings expel the power from his body to balance it so it will always be at the right level. I said, no matter how strong he is, he has a weak point. Vala said, oh, and by the way, I saw your fight against Kokobile. You fought to protect your friends. Forget your parents. I will kill your friends. He threw 2 rays in the direction of where the boys were, and with a jump I absorbed it with my sword. I said, stop playing with my friends. I put away the swords and Vala just laughed, saying, that's get matter, that gives me more fun. I started hitting him a lot and said, Drake, give power to Ascalon, and Bahamut, gather all the power you absorbed. I took him by the shoulders and said, double gift. Bucho said, he is giving all the energy to Vala. I told him, with all this energy you will suffer an overload. Vala didn't know what to do, and after giving him all the power, I concentrated the power of Ascalon in my fist and said, "He took all the power of the dragon's slayer." I gave him a blow that destroyed his armor. He fell to the ground and started laughing, saying, "So you have high enough level to fight? That's how my rival should be." To my surprise, Vala put his armor back on, the same one he had destroyed. Bucho said, "He's a monster," Drake said. "You have to give him a killing blow. Only then will you be able to end this fight." "But," I asked him, "what's wrong?" Bahamut said, "The power you used in your fight against the demon was too much and it's running out." I said, "I still have to get stronger." I saw one of Vala's gems lying on the floor and said, "Drake, sacred gears change according to the will of their wearer, right?" Drake said, "I know where you're going. Are you ready to die, partner?" I told him, "I'm not going to die. I still have things to do, so I'll bear all the pain I have to receive." Bahamut said, "For being one of my few carriers you are quite interesting." Drake said, "You have a determination that I like a lot." I took the gem with Bahamut's hand and said, "Drake, use the power in Bahamut's glove." Drake said, "Okay." Vala said, "What idiocy are you thinking of doing now?" I said, smiling, "Look how I use your power, Vanishing Dragon." The glove began to shine and a lot of pain came with it. Bucho said, "Issei," Gasper said, "But what is happening?" I said, It hurts like the spear of light that time." Vala said, "Are you planning to unite my power with yours?" I told him, "I'm not a person who is guided much by logic. Besides, Kiba achieved the impossible with his holy demonic sword." Albion said, "What a stupid idea, trying means dying. We are very opposite forces." Drake said, "Albion, Bahamut, and I have learned something from our current wielder." Bahamut said, "The biggest idiots are the ones who can achieve incredible things." I said, "Besides the talent I have, I will use my idiocy to win. This is my willpower." The black gauntlet lit up with a blue light, and said, "The power of the Vanishing Dragon has been accepted." Vala was surprised, and Albion said, "It has the powers of the 2 celestial dragons and the infernal dragon. That should be impossible." I said, "It will be my dividing gauntlet." Drake said, "The life you had destined has been reduced quite a bit. You will no longer live eternally." I said, "It doesn't matter, I still have time to do other things." Vala said, "Interesting. I'll have to fight with all my strength." Vala rose, but in that moment he received a blow from me in the stomach, and I said to him, "Did you think I would risk you making a dangerous move?" Vala hit me in the face and threw me to the floor and said, "Half dimension." The dimension began to distort. Michael said, "It is distorting the dimension." Bucho said, "He is sick." Azazel said, "He was never healthy. Those who carry celestial dragons never are. This must be a test. Let's wait to see what the sick man in red and black does." "Hey, Red Dragon." I said. "What?" Azazel said, "I'll give you another tip. This attack splits everything in half, your power too. If you lose, Vala will possibly kill your friends." My power increased abysmally, and I said, "That won't happen because I'm not going to lose. Vala, you're dead." Vala said, "You keep surprising me." I said, "You won't touch a hair on Rias Gremory's." Bucho blushed at what I said, and I said to Vala while my power continued to grow, "I'll send you to hell in pieces." Well, I'll have to be more serious. I didn't let him finish because I flew at full speed and kicked him in the ribs. He gave me some blows that began to destroy my armor. With my sword I gave him some cuts that hurt him, and I continued hitting him, and I realized something. I was making him suffer. I grabbed him by the leg and slammed him to the ground and said, "You will not touch my friends." But Vala threw a ray at me that almost completely destroyed my armor. I continued hitting him until the armor could no longer resist it. I fell to the ground with only the glove and the sword. Vala said, "It seems you couldn't hold on anymore." I said, "That's what you think, bastard. Drake, give me boosts." Drake told me, "We can't use the balance breaker anymore." I told him, "I don't want them for that." Drake said, "I already understood what you mean." He started giving me boosts and I said, "Bahamut, do you still have power?" Bahamut said, "Yes, there is still a lot." I told him, "We will use everything in this attack." I took out my demon wings and flew towards Vala. He said, "What will you do?" "You can't continue." A thrust with the sword shut his mouth, and I said, "I'm not giving up yet." Vala said, "Impossible." The gauntlet continued to charge more power, and Vala said, "If you activate your balance breaker in that state, you will lose." I told him, "I know, that's why I will give all the energy to you." Vala said, "What?" I gripped my hand while it lit up with many colors, and I said, "Take this, Longinus Smasher." The blow was too much for Vala and destroyed his armor completely. He could no longer support himself to fly and fell to the ground. He got up and said, "Interesting. I think you will be the first to try my Juggernaut Drive." My lips and forehead were bleeding, and Bucho said, "Issei, stop." I looked at her and said, "I already told you, right? If it's to protect you, I'll break any limit." I looked at Vala and said, "Then let's fight as equals. I the one who will awaken." Vala began to recite his chant too, but at that moment someone broke the barrier and fell. It was a man wearing a strange armor and had short brown hair. Vala said. Biko, why did you come? Biko said to him. They told me that the battle against the Nordic warriors was about to begin, and they told me to call you. Vala said. I understand, so it's time. I said. And you, who are you? Azazel said. His name is Biko. He is a descendant of the glorious Buddha. I said. Of Buddha? Azazel said. Let's say he comes from the lineage of Sun Wukong, the monkey's journey to the west. I said. Sun Wukong, eh? Azazel said. I never thought that someone like that was a member of the Chaos Brigade. The world is over. The White Dragon and Sun Wukong. I don't know why, but they seem to have chemistry. Biko started to laugh and said, Not at all. Unlike my ancestor, I live a much more relaxed life. It was a pleasure, Red Dragon. They started to leave in a portal that Biko had created, and Vala said, Next time we will fight with more force, much more force. I said, I will not let you go. I fell to the ground from exhaustion. Bucho came running and said, Issei, are you okay? He held me and hugged me, and I said, Bucho, save you, save everyone. She buried my face in her breasts and said lovingly, Issei. Everyone smiled. A few moments later, the armies of the three factions were fixing the destruction we had caused in the academy, and Bucho said, It was a teamwork of the three great powers. Akeno said, Then with that we have the peace treaty. Surzek said, The Kateria matter is a matter for the demons. Azazel said, I should have kept a closer eye on Vala, so it's also my fault, don't worry. Michael said, I think we can start from scratch. I approached Michael and said, Hey, Michael-sama, I wanted to ask you a favor, if it's not a bother. Michael said, Only if it's something I can do. I told him I could give Asia and Zenobia the ability to pray without feeling pain. Both of them who were behind me were surprised. Michael said to them, Asia, Zenobia, I want you to tell me, would you pray for our Lord knowing that he is no longer? Asia said, Yes, I want to continue giving my prayers to the Lord even if he does not hear me anymore. Zenobia said, I think the same. I am grateful to the Lord and to the Archangel Michael. Irina approached and said, I also ask him to allow you to pray, Michael-sama. Zenobia looked strange and said, Irina said, I called you a traitor without thinking about the reason why you left the church. I'm sorry. Zenobia nodded and said, You don't have to apologize to me. Irina said, That's you too, Asia. I said very ugly things that hurt you a lot. Asia said, Don't worry, I didn't give it much importance. Irina said, Please forgive me. Asia said, Don't worry, I had forgotten about everything. Seraphal said, How nice to see a devil who still believes in God. Surzek said, Dear Michael, consider this as our peace treaty. Michael said, Yes, allowing two devils to pray without feeling pain will not affect the church at all. Irina said, You are so kind, Michael-sama. Asia said, Yes. Zenobia said, Thank you, Michael-sama. The two of them put their hands together and said, Amen. They got a headache, and Michael said, First I must return to heaven to change the system. Azazel said to me, I will still stay in the city for another season. I looked at him and said, Huh, Azazel said, I'm telling you because I'm going to compensate you with something that only I can do. I'm tired, I'll see you later. I said, I don't like at all how that sounds. The armies began to disappear, leaving the sky clear. On one side was Kaneko and Gasper. Gasper said, So is it over? Kaneko said, That's right, the enemies have already left. Rias approached them and Gasper said, President, forgive me, it was my fault. Because you used my powers and caused problems for everyone. Kaneko said, Mine too, because I was able to protect Jaya-kun. Gasper said, It wasn't your fault, Kaneko. Kaneko said, Jaya-kun. Rias approached and said, Kaneko, you did your job. Rias hugged them and said, Gasper, you helped a lot. I really feel very proud of you. I feel so happy to have two precious beings. Kaneko said, I am also happy to be with you. Gasper said, President Rias, Kaneko, wah. Gasper started to cry. While from the other side Seraphal saw them and said, You know, so Tan, I'm starting to get attached to this town and its inhabitants. Sona said, Don't tell me. Seraphal started to turn around and said, I promise I'll come play here more often. Besides, I'm curious about that dragon emperor who saved me. Sona said, What? Hyoudou? No, don't come anymore. Seraphal said, What? Don't you want? Sona said, It's just. Seraphal said, Tsubaki honey. Right, I can go back to the academy and have fun. Tsubaki smiled and said, Yes, of course. Sona got serious and said, Tsubaki. Tsubaki returned to her serious look and said, Well, you see, the student council has to approve your presence. Seraphal lamented. With Issei, I approached Michael and said, Michael-sama, thank you very much for everything you have done for me. You are very kind. Michael told me, You helped a lot in this conflict. I would have liked to give you a better reward. I told him, No. It is not necessary. With Zenobia, she watched Issei's conversation with Archangel Michael closely and thought, It's not because he has two legendary dragons, it's his attitude that makes the president adore him. I finally understood. With Issei, Michael told me, It's time for me to return to heaven. to continue with my work. He transformed into a ray of light and said, I'll investigate more about the Chaos Brigade. See you later. And he disappeared. Asia approached me and said, Hey Issei. I looked at her and said happily. It was all over Asia. She came running and hugged me and said, Issei, I love you very much. He gave me a kiss on the cheek. I blushed and heard Bucho say, Hey Asia. Akeno said, it seems that Asia turned out to be more of a cheater on us. With Surzex, he saw Issei and said to Graphia, You see why I consider him a great element. Graphia said, Why? Surzex said, Hyoudou Issei has a very special power. With Issei, I saw Zenobia and said, Hey Zenobia. She looked at me and I said, Now you can, pray all you want. Zenobia said, Right, but no, it's just that. Thank you very much. Bucho smiled and said, Club activities restart tomorrow. Everything seemed calm until Irina said something that condemned me. Dear Issei, now that the three great powers are on good terms, you can keep your promise. I said, And my promise? Flashback. Issei was sad playing with Irina for the last time and said, Really, you have to go, Irina? Irina said, I don't want to go either, Issei. Issei sadly said, Then I promise you that when you come back, we will be boyfriends. Irina blushed because they were just children. But she said, Then I'll wait until we see each other again. Saying this, she kissed Issei on the lips, the first kiss for both. End of flashback. I said, Right, I promised that. I heard Bucho's voice from behind. She said, with a smile that promised pain, What promise, Issei? Akeno started to take out lightning from her hands and Asia started to pout, and I said, Wow, look how late it is. Well, I think I have to go back home. Bucho said, We live in the same house. I said, Then I'll wait for you there, while I'm going. I ran out and heard the voices of Bucho, Akeno and Asia screaming at the same time. Issei. The next day, we were in the club room and Azazel was talking, and that's why I will now be the official advisor of the occult club. Bucho said, And who allowed you? Azazel said, Well, you see, I spoke with Surzex himself, and he told me to talk to Seraphil's sister. Sona said, It was to assign Azazel, or allow my sister to come and cause problems. Bucho said, I see. You chose what was best for you. Sona said, Whatever, we're going. Sona came out the door with Tsubaki and Bucho. I said, Sona, wait. I said, And what will you do as advisor? Azazel said, Well, Surzex gave me a condition if I want to stay here. Gasper said, One condition. Azazel said, I will take care of training and polishing all your inexperienced sacred gears, like the boosted gear, the sword birth, and the forbidden bale of you. I will use the knowledge of my research to help you. You must call me Azazel Sensei. I told him, Yes, that will be very uncomfortable. Azazel said, Well, that's all, I'm leaving, take care. Bucho said, Wait, I never allowed. Azazel stopped her and said, By the way, I have another message from Surzex. Bucho said, surprised. From my brother? Azazel said, He said that by staying in the house of the double Emperor Dragon, he noticed the importance of coexistence between the members of the clan. You heard, double Emperor Dragon. This benefits you more than the others. In my thoughts I said, So they are calling me Double Emperor. It doesn't sound bad. Bahamut said, All the factions already know of my existence, so it's fair. I said to Azazel, I don't know what you mean. Azazel said, Then, I execute this order in the name of the Demon King Surzex. All the women of the occult club must move to Hyoudou Issei's house now. That's what Surzex said. Me and Bucho said at the same time, What? At Issei's house. I was at my house and Akeno came in saying, Hello, my Issei. Your Akeno has come here to stay and live with you. She hugged me and said, But Akeno. Zenobia came in after and said, I guess I'll take Asia's room. Kaneko came in and said, Issei-senpai, if I find you spying on me or touching my clothes, you're a dead man. I told her, I would never do something like that. Kaneko gave a slight smile and continued walking. Asia said, Hey President. Bucho said, No way, if it's a real order from my brother we can't do anything. I already decided. I looked at her and said, Huh. Bucho said, I'll ask my brother to modify the structure of the house. I said, What? At the Kuoh Academy. Azazel looked down at the black-haired boy who arrived with all the girls from his club and said, The white one wants power, and the red one wants love. Both of their wishes are so silly but so simple. Azazel saw how the girls began to fight over Issei and laughed, saying, There is no need for a god or a demon, because the world follows its course. Elsewhere, two people were talking. A black-haired man and a blonde man with glasses. The blonde man said, I never thought we would see him in this day and age. The black-haired man said, Yes, my family is full of surprises. The blonde man said, Well, but it's not time to attack yet. The black-haired man said, You're right. The blonde man said, I have to see how it develops. He stuck a knife into a wall where there was a drawing of a black dragon and said, Bahamut, the infernal dragon of the eternal night, you will be a great prey.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.